doot. Welcome everybody, I'm Senior Doom, your tournament organizer, professional illustrator, lumberjack, and semi-professional lumberjack. I am currently getting ready here for our Tournament of Doom Regional Championships, where we are running a online best of 3 format, just like a real regional, as close as we can get. It's a lot of like ands, ifs, and buts, and all that good stuff, but hopefully we'll have some good games. We got the new set, we got Surgeon Sparks legal, which only just came out, and we will see if there's any new decks. We're going to try to put on the best decks we can, and we'll hopefully have a good time. Currently we have about 272 people registered, but only about 170 deck lists, which is cool, totally fine. This will probably again be one of our smaller regionals we've held. There's a lot of pocket hype right now, which is understandable. And so we'll see how it goes. Like, I won't lie, I'm playing Pocket right now. It's always the new stuff, new things, and like I was hoping for a bigger one, I'm not gonna lie, but we'll see how it is. So let's go ahead. We're gonna go jump over to Limitless as we get ready here in about 4.5 minutes to get the tournament going. And I'm gonna bring in our first casters here in just a moment. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
So we are live, we are on, and I would like you to introduce yourselves to our to our fine what do you want to call it? Audience. So
Cool, yeah. I can start it off. So my name is Josue, or I go by Melocrit. I'm been cast for the last like 3 or 4-ish years, primarily in Apex Legends. Second season, sort of competing in the Pokemon TCG. I do some tabletop streams, and yeah, I'm really excited to be covering another one of these, dude. Thanks for having me.
Oh, it was a pleasure. Pleasure. Pleasure.
It's early.
Yeah, it's early for me. I usually on Saturdays I'm still asleep. Okay, and Red Octane, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Anthony. I go by Red Octane. I do a lot of Pokemon TCG stuff. Prior to me being in college, I've done absolutely nothing of the sort since. But I'm very happy to be here since this is my great path to eventually, hopefully, casting for Pokemon.
I mean, we all gotta start somewhere, right?
Right.
So, we're getting ready here. We're about 2.5 minutes. Have you guys played any Surgeon Sparks yet?
Very
I
little.
personally have not very much. I'm actually still a bit deep into the LAIC prep, so I have not looked too much into the newer lists that are coming out. Certainly excited to get some games in there, but I think until LAIC is sort of through, probably won't be messing with it too much.
Understandable. There's a lot. It is a weird timing for LA. Instead, it's the week after a new set, and so it's like, okay, I gotta play the old format. I don't get to play with the new cards, but you know, we'll have to see. We're definitely
It's always weird when they do that. I feel like when you're playing old set, but like the whole rest of the world's in a new format, but the regional didn't line up at the right time, or the IC didn't line up at the right time.
And I want to say, like previously, I think the ICs from last year, most of them were actually playing under new format as like the first tournament of the format. So we had like a brand new set coming out right before NAIC, and NAIC was like the first day it was legal.
Correct.
So it is interesting that we've shifted a little bit this year. I haven't quite paid too much mind to whether it's going to be the same for the other ICs, but I was actually very much expecting to be playing in Surging Sparks a couple months ago. So I realized, hey, this set's actually a week earlier, and we're still going to be or a week later, and we're still going to be in old format going into LAIC. So it's interesting because I know a lot of players that are going to LAIC are obviously focusing a lot on the previous meta, but we've got a lot of new toys, and that's pretty exciting. There's a lot of cool cards in this set, not just tech-wise, but like visually. I think some of these cards are super gorgeous. Obviously, we get a good Pikachu, which is super sick.
Which I'm hoping to get Pikachu on pretty early.
Yeah.
We also get a pretty tree. I'd like to see some tree. Hopefully win.
So we are about 30 seconds from starting. We got about 180 players now, give or take. So again, like I was bringing up, a little bit smaller of a regional for us, considering like previously we've been well over 300, but pockets out. That's the other thing.
I was literally just gonna say, I'm looking at it now. There's a tournament with over 1,700 players.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
what?
It is. It is very wild. It's really caught on hype, and we'll have to see. Like, but the interesting thing is, like, people are still watching the live TCG content. It's just like now we got something new.
Yeah.
So, but we are about ready to get started here. Then we'll find our first game. Definitely have to see who pairs and like who we can find. I'm just giving a little bit extra time. There's a couple little deck lists coming in still, trickling in. We'll probably have a couple things. And real quick, to make day 2, we are going with a 5-2-1 record, and to make asymmetric cut is a 9-2-1 record. And when we're going with that, we're doing that so we don't end up with a Pokemon like, oh, I made day 2 6-2 and you can't make cut. So
I hate that.
So I adjusted the numbers a bit. All right.
excellent.
Let's go ahead and announce the rounds up. And let's get this thing going. Start tournament. Boom. All right, let's go ahead and update here. Pull up our metagame. See what we got. Ton of others. Lost Zone box seeing a huge addition.
There's probably a good chunk of Sylveon Lost Box in there.
Correct. Probably. Let's go ahead and find our pairings and see if I can see someone. Someone's named Lincoln Carp. That is a great name.
Love that one.
Anybody already streaming our stuff? We do have
2 people, table 10 and table 1.
PKS Sylveon. I know who they are. They are playing. It looks like the Sylveon box. No, they are playing.
Yeah, so I actually think a lot of the Lost Box lists seem to be leaning towards a Pikachu, which is a really cool concept. I was starting to, because Lost Box has obviously fallen out of favor a little bit in the last few months. So the fact that Pikachu felt like one of those like basic attackers that has like a lot of utility because it's incredibly difficult to kill. Usually Lost Box wants to go into that one prize game and then trade 2 prizers to close out games, but the fact that you can actually have a 2 prizer that isn't just going to get one shot by everything in the format right away is pretty sick.
Correct. So they are up against Charizard Pidgeot, so let's go ahead and we'll go down there and we'll get the game going. There we go, and I just informed them that they will be on stream, and we are all set for when they start. And then when they start, I'll back out. You won't hear from Doom. It'll just be Mellow Crit and Red Octane, which looks like we're ready to go.
Excellent. Looking forward to this Lightning Lost Box. Yeah, Pikachu obviously going to be one of the cards we're going to see the most, I think, tested today. It's the might be partly new toy syndrome, but also the fact that card is shaping up to be incredibly powerful. That Resolute Heart ability is going to prevent it from being knocked out immediately, getting one shot with that 200 HP, which isn't too hard a mountain to climb for a lot of decks in the format still. So yeah, Lost Box, interesting pairing for that acceleration. I'm excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think we're going to see a lot of Pikachu. I think we'll also see a lot of Ceruledge Edge. I feel like that's another deck a lot of people are really trying to test right now, and I've seen some pretty wacky lists with it. I'm hoping once Doom's regional is over, I'm going to start testing some lists once there's some lists out there. But yeah, Pikachu's going to be a really big one today. I still think we'll see a lot of, I mean, obviously we have the metagame. There's still going to be a lot of Zard, still a lot of Drago. I'm interested to see how Raging Bolt does in this meta, especially with Pikachu most likely being very prevalent. It's going to be very hard unless they start playing something like Hawlucha where they can get that 1 damage on ahead of time. Because, you know, when Pikachu's killing you right back, you're not really being able to keep up in that prize race.
This matchup is looking pretty interesting. We're already kicking off with our first Colress of the game. Honestly, pretty slow start here from the Charizard player, and they have just a lone Pidgey and a lone Charmander. And this version of the Lost Box list and a lot of the recent Lost Box lists are really sort of leaning towards a turbo aspect. So it isn't entirely out of the realm of possibility that we see something like a turn 1 Greninja Donk. It would be a pretty huge extension. They need a lot of things to go very, very well, very precisely. Already a Lost Vacuum though, and the Pokestop Stadium on the field, so we could be getting close here. Another difficult decision here: Lost Vacuum versus that single Water Energy. That will be the second Lost Vacuum going away in the list. The first one already in the hand. But yeah, we're starting to load up that Lost Zone real nice and easy here.
Yeah, Lost Box is a deck I've like de-sleeved. I have the stuff sitting on a table somewhere. I'm like, all right. I'm like, something tells me before rotation this will come back, so I'm gonna keep on my pretty comb phase. And sure enough, here it is. I haven't even like, I've been so busy in college, I haven't even like picked up anything physically yet. I'm just like waiting to see what I want to build. It's just this is a set that's fun because it shakes up the meta. I feel like the past 2 sets, there's been some different stuff. Last set we got Terapagos, but like you're still seeing Charizard like kind of dominating. You're still seeing Raging Bolt. So it's gonna be nice to see some more diversity when it comes to the decks that you see playing in tournaments.
And interesting you mentioned Terapagos because we did actually see it get Lost Zone, and that's another inclusion here that I find pretty interesting. But the Crown Opal attack on Terapagos EX does actually require 1 lightning energy. So we have a wide spread of energy here for the Lost Box player. We'll have to wait and see if they're able to piece enough things together with such an interesting and such wide spread. But in any case, the prize race is going to get kicked off by Swizy. It's going to be the first KO onto a Comfey. They did get a Charizard EX up, but once again, board state looking a little bit slow, a little bit weak. 1 lone Pidgey still the only real support on the bench for Swizy, not even a Pidgeot. So I think this would be an excellent time to start looking for a punish here. Going to mill 3 off of the Pokestop. We're going to see that Greninja go down. I still think a Greninja attack here would be an interesting proposition. You obviously wouldn't be getting the KO on the Charizard, but if you can piece that together, you can get rid of that Pidgeot. You can put, or the Pidgey, you can put a little bit of damage onto the Zard and then sweep it up later with something like a Blood Moon Ursaluna if no more Mons end up on the board, which, I mean, I'm still very shocked we're seeing such a weak board state from XYZ here, but they're just not quite piecing together the supporters that they need. And this is allowing for the Lost Box player to really open up the game.
Yeah, and they're in a really fragile board state because if they lose that Pidgey and get some damage on that Zard and they can't put anything else out, they're most likely getting hit next turn. Looking at their list, they run 10 energy total. So they got the 3 water, 2 lightning, 2 grass, 2 metal, and 1 psychic. I don't know why I said water again. It's looking like, it's looking like he's gonna go for that Greninja play, which I think is probably the best. I mean, I think in this case it's the best because Pikachu isn't one-hit KOing Zard right now. One thing I'm kind of shocked I don't see in here is a Defiance Band, because I feel like with Lost Box you always kind of let them take the first prize, so that would kind of allow the Pikachu to hit that Zard for that 330. But being able to put this damage on here means you can, as long as you can find another Mirage Gate, which he did, and the Nest Ball, you can kill that Charizard next turn. Honestly, I don't even think you need, oh no, because the only other attacker would be Blood Moon, and you don't really want to power that up. I was gonna say you really don't even need to use the Pikachu, but that he will.
Yeah, I think it'll be an
another
interesting
Comb
sweeper
Phase
in this matchup for sure. Because I mean, that 300 damage, right? Like, once you have that 90 damage, you kind of soften up the one Charizard, and it's going to be a full turn before they can even think about setting up a second one. So, Pikachu could be an interesting follow up here if we continue to see Swazi whiff on setting up their board.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. I'm thinking 7 cards in their hand. Hopefully they'll get something good, but I've played enough Charizard in the past. It's been over a year now. I've played enough Charizard in almost over a year that I've seen. I remember Charlotte Regionals of last year. My friend was deciding if he was going to play it, tested my deck, and ended up drawing into 6 energy and like a Super Rod or something. I'm like, all right, You're not playing that. So we're all convinced that Charizard just doesn't like my friend, but I've had pretty good luck with it. I went 5-3-1 in Orlando, just missing my win into day 2. So I've had good luck with Charizard. I'm a little over it at this point, but I've had good luck with it. But with Surging Sparks just coming out, which I forgot it came out, I went to Target the other day and I was like, oh, there's no packs, which is very depressing. Pikachu SIR is $360, and the regular one is hopefully under 5, but my guess is it'll be 5. The rule edge is 7, which is shocking but not. Pikachu. Did I miss it? I don't think I did. Is it really that cheap? No, I missed it. There's no way it's under $3. Sylveon's another one I'm interested to see how it pans out in this tournament, because I do think it has some interesting potential. I think all of the... Oh, I did miss it. It's $9. I think all of the evolutions has some interesting potential coming out in the next set. I hate saying that when a set just comes out. Yeah, looking to the next set. It's my least favorite thing about card games is like, just give us like a week to breathe.
Yeah, I can often feel like we're moving a little bit too quickly through the formats, but I mean, it is exciting to be looking forward to the future, because sometimes, you get a card in the set is not quite the thing that's going to make one deck really broken, but then you look forward to when they start releasing the next set, because you're like, well, this card is going to be ridiculous in the next format. So it's always something fun to look forward to. Absolutely. A bit of a change in the luck here for XYZ, going from basically a 0-card board, 0-card bench, to getting all of the homies ready to roll, including a Duskull in this last turn. So I think now it's going to be interesting to try and piece together the prize trade, right? Pikachu is going to come down, and it did make sense, right? It's going to be a pretty solid attacker here to clean up the Charizard EX and basically deny the one shot. But that can change if we get a Duskull involved, because we're going to be able to place some damage counters on the Pikachu and then be able to one shot it anyway, since that ability will not actually proc if they already have damage. So Swayze, recognizing that they're going to probably have to get over a Pikachu at some point in this game, already setting up to do exactly that. They're basically one Ultra Ball away from popping that damage on. But we're going to have to see how our Lost Box player chooses to approach this one. And it looks like they might be opting for the Prime Catcher and picking out that target. It is going to be the Pidgey. Actually, not even going to present the Pikachu as this next attacker, which is a solid play, especially if you don't have a Pidgeot up. You're not just going to get a free search for whatever, counter catcher or boss's orders you might need to put on the damage, and this Pikachu is just relatively safe. So now the Duskull play is going to cost an extra prize card to pull off, and you're going to have to find a way to gust that Pikachu.
Yeah, and I think it's really smart to go for the Pidgey there, because without having that Pidgey, yeah, you may have 9 cards in your hand, but you can only work with said 9 cards, and now using a support is going to feel worse to you. Chasing that Duskull Dusknoir is going to feel worse to you, because now, you only have the limited resources, and once you lose that Charizard, you have to be ready to set up another one. So losing that Pidgey early is really hurtful there. Here comes the Dusclops. Now I guess we'll just see if he has Boss, or now if he pops the Duskull, he can use Counter Catcher to trigger that, to gust that Pikachu up into the active, which would be pretty bad for our Lost Box player. Just trying to see if the Charizard player plays Prime Catcher, because sometimes they don't. Nope, they play Unfair Stamp. So they do have 2 Counter Catcher though. Oh, and a Thornton. Which could have been used. Yeah, I was gonna say there was options. They could have brought that Pidgey right back out. They have the Counter Catcher. They also play the one of Briar, which most decks do. But that is something as a Lost Box player you got to watch out for with open deck lists, when you can see it. Yikes. That is rough.
Lost Box, worst nightmare if I've ever seen it. That's going to be really tough here. And they're going to get a draw off the Pheasantipity. All they really need now to piece this together is a Gust. And there it is. They draw it off of the Unfair Stamp. It's going to be a Boss's Orders, following it up with a Curse Blast onto the Pikachu. And they are going to be able to take this KO, bring the prizes 2-3. And now piecing together the right attack for the Lost Box player is going to be a bit of a feat, because even if you take out this Charizard that's in front of you, you're likely to have to deal with a brand new Zard, 2 Charmanders already chilling on the bench. So you're going to need something like a Roxanne here to really piece this one together. And even throwing down the Lumina sign saying you do not have it, you have no way to play out of this one. I'm just going to slap this down and get my supporter to win out next turn. That's a little bit of a flex, I would say. That's perhaps
I think it's a little bold
here.
And I guess obviously the Charizard player doesn't know what's in our Lost Box player's hand, but Iron Hand's Mirage Gate is a pretty good hand for the Lost Box player to just go, okay, I'm gonna grab my. I don't think I saw his boss hit the discard of the Lost Zone. All he has to do is Flower Select to find another Mirage Gate and a boss and bring up that Lumineon, and that's 3 prizes right there. So there is a chance here. You also have the chance of just leaving it and going for the 2 prize next turn and just going after one of the baby Mons, because you aren't really, I don't think, oh no, you can't, because if you take one of the babies, he's going to go to 2 and then he can Briar you. So this is a very, very close game here. I think I don't think you have to go for the Iron Hands. I think the Iron Hands would give you your best bet. You've already used your Prime Catcher, so you have to find Boss, which means you can't use Colress or Roxanne, which is kind of tough. But I think just going for it at this point might be, I would Super Rod first. Okay,
we're going to check and see. And they didn't actually search their deck, so they must know that they have what they need in the list ready to go. There's a 1 of Counter Catcher and 1 Boss's Orders that seems to have not gone down quite yet. Colress and Sableye not really going to help you out here, and this is pretty difficult here, because you do really want to see that boss's orders here, and probably the follow-up Mirage Gate. Having the Pokestop in hand is going to go a pretty long way, but it looks like instead we're just going to fish for the counter catcher. Maybe we can see that next Mirage Gate, which is huge, and so we have cards to draw, man. It's gonna be close here, but
yeah, we have the switch cart, we have the rescue board active, and we have the super rod in hand to get that one extra energy, since there's none or there might be one left in deck. I'm not 100% sure, but he's got the super rod to throw some back, and he really just needs 2 of any kind. So it's just gonna be dig at this point. And I mean, you're getting 2, 4, 5, 6. You're gonna see everything but 3 cards of your deck. And honestly, you can check most of your deck with Buddy Poffin at this point too. I mean,
I would have preferred to thin out with Poffin as well if there was anything left.
Yeah.
I would probably check this out with Poffin, see if you can put, because the unfair stamp shuffled the deck completely, didn't shuffle things to the bottom. It's almost worse because you didn't know what things you could avoid flower selecting off the top, right? So I would have maybe liked to see the Buddy Poffin played, but there's a chance they know. And actually, I think there was a Comfey lost zoned earlier in the match, so
yeah, there
wouldn't have been any available, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. We're going to see the Buddy Poffin get slammed down to put down one more Comfey, and there's the counter catcher. That's all we really need here. So we'll have to see if they get through Mirage Gate to thin even more. It's going to be a pretty thin margin here, but we could still see the win off of this next flower select.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one, but it does look like he's got the free retreat and the 2 switch cards, so he does have the switching options. He just has to hope off the next 4 cards he sees. One of them is the counter catcher. And he's got
flower select
2 cards here. And
there it is.
Oh, we got it.
He does get there. The Luminion so punished there. There was absolutely just textbook punish here. We didn't feel we needed to see the Luminion. It hits the board to set up for next turn, and they piece together the Iron Hand's turn for 3 prizes, taking down the first game. And the boss was actually in the prizes, so there wasn't any other play to be made other than the counter catcher. Excellent cleanup here from the Lost Box player.
Yeah, that was a great first game. First game, and starting off very strong. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, and I mean that's just the overzealous. We both kind of saw when the Luminion hit the board. We were like, man, is there really? What were we looking for there? Because you're not that afraid of the hand disrupt when you have Pheasantipity already on board. You have plenty of outs to it. Your deck was a little thick, right? You were gonna need a couple of things. If you did get Rock Sand, it would have been a little bit tough. But even still, if you get Rock Sand, your boss is going to go away anyways. So I'm having a little bit of a hard time piecing together why exactly we put the Luminion on board. And I mean, this is part of what's great about these tournaments, right? And just playing a lot of games with your deck is you understand what lines open up to your opponent when you get a little bit overextended like we saw there. So great first round. I'm looking forward to the rest of this game. Now that we see that there are plenty of tools in Charizard's arsenal to play around the Pikachu.
Yeah, it was really, I mean, it was close. It was a very close game. I think Charizard thought they had everything because, unfair stamping your opponent to 2 cards normally doesn't, give you much of an option. You're kind of like in a bad position, but I think they just got really lucky in the way of just getting those 2 cards off of the unfair stamp and just running with it.
Yeah, no action from the Terapagos here. I imagine it won't be too relevant in this particular matchup. Counter catcher and the prime catcher in the deck. So that's something interesting about the Lost Box, and I think it's a reason why people should be paying attention to it a little bit, because in a lot of situations, right, when something like a Charizard is going to get ahead in the prize trade by popping those Dusknors and Duskskulls, You actually run a lot of counter catcher play, or you have a lot of counter catcher lines to keep yourself in the game and remain really competitive, even when things look dire, like we saw in that previous game where it drew Iron Hands plus a rod off the top, or Iron Hands plus a Mirage Gate off the top of that unfair stamp. So it's cool, but it's these early decisions like these types of flower slugs that sort of make or break your Lost Box game a lot of the time.
Yeah, and it's the most painful thing about playing Lost Box. I remember it from, I mean, when Lost Box came out, it's if you make one wrong decision early on, that it just hurts you for the whole game, and there's nothing you can do about it. And half the time, like, it is, but it isn't really your fault, because it's like you didn't know, you just kind of did what you could. So yeah, it's a really tough decision.
We're gonna see the boss.
It's a lot of thinking.
Rotom here, gonna come down as well. So Solitude Prizer target to potentially chase around later. Arvin going to continue to set up the board for SYZ, already looking miles better than they did with their early setup in game number 1. Not sure if this list is running a Manaphy, however. I'm gonna go ahead and check, and it doesn't look like it. So that is certainly something to consider. We already have 3 Mirage Gates in hand, so no real good way to get these flower selectings off. Those 2 switching cards I think we saw in the prizes for the Lost Box player. So Swazi is going to be able to set up pretty good here, but there's a world where we see that Greninja play, and I think that's probably what we're going to be playing towards. Iron Hands is in the hand as well, so getting an Ampy very much on a single prizer would also feel pretty good. Lots of options, but we got to get these Comfeys moving first, and that's gonna look to be a more difficult ordeal than we'd normally expect. Is 2 Super Rods, 3 Mirage Gates, the only items in hand for our Lost Box player.
Oof, I feel like you have to take the energy here. And my thing I'm thinking here is I think the Greninja is the slightly better play in the case of you're getting rid of the Charmander or the Pidgeot, unless they're Thorntoning next turn onto that Rotom. They're really just screwed. People really need to stop opening that door. I don't know if you can hear that. I'm sorry. Not allowed to go out that door, and people just love to open it. And my room's 2 doors away from it. But yeah, I think it's going to be really tough here. This is making it a lot tougher. Getting these water energies in your hand, being that you only have 3 of them, and the other one's in the lost zone. You have to take these 2, I feel like, if you want a Greninja here. But aside from that, it doesn't look like they're doing much else this turn, unfortunately, because you already retreated once and your hand's kind of stuck. So it's looking a little rough here.
Yeah, I think it's likely to just be a pass here. We're 6 in the lost zone, 1 short of really getting anything going. No switching cards available either. So it looks like it is going to be bench Sableye and pass. No punish here on, again, I thought they were going to set up a lot better, but Swazi getting a little bit greedy, not using that Forest Seal Stone to set up further, is not punished for it. And now I think they're probably going to be off to the races and going to make this a much more difficult proposition for the Lost Box player. I still think something like a Greninja line can put a lot of pressure on the board, and avoiding benching too many 2 prizes early, of course, is going to help out a little bit here. But Pidgeot is going to hit the board this time around, it looks like, and Swize is going to be flying high here in a second.
Yeah, I think the Greninja play is going to be really good into a lot of matchups today, because I don't think a lot of people are running Manaphy anymore because this deck kind of stopped showing up. So I think we're going to see a lot of big Manaphy plays, but I do think they're just, the Charizard players getting everything set up really quick here. And it's all just going to depend on a return attack from this Lost Box player for it to be anything substantial, or else it's going to end up running away in the Charizard player's favor.
And I'm once again opting not to use the Forest Seal Stone, which against the Lost Box is pretty interesting. Again, this thing plays 2 vacuums. Nothing can go away at any time and actually help your opponent load up their Lost Zone if they're short. But it is going to be, once again, a Charizard EX taking the first knock out of the gang. And That's actually a great, much better start. We got a Pidgeot. We've got another Mandarin on backup. We've already got our Duskull line sort of started. So it's a whole different ball game here. But it looks like we might be seeing a response. Potentially Lost Vacuum, Pokestop would feel pretty good. I think, honestly, punishing that Forest Seal Stone hold would be fantastic here. And we could get a Greninja playoff here pretty easily since there was no hand disruption from our Zard player.
Yeah, and with only 4 cards, I mean, with 4 cards in your hand, you're not super worried about it, mostly because you have the Pidgeot at this point. But, I mean, they have 2 Pokemon on their bench that can get Greninja real quick, and it looks like he's going to throw the 1 energy away, most likely to Super Rod it back to use with the Mirage Gate. But it's looking here like he's going to Mirage Gate and attach for turn and just take those 2 out. And it's funny because a lot of the times you think like there isn't Sableye going to come back and do good, but a lot of people are already playing 70 HP basics because of Dragapult, so you don't really even get to come back and be like, oh, I could just Sableye 2 basics at once.
Yeah, and I think that really adds value to the Greninja plays, right? Especially with lack of Manaphy. I think you can get a lot of mileage from the Greninja. And we are going to go ahead and see that Forest Seal Stone being lost zoned away. I think that's going to put us like at 9 in the lost zone maybe here at this point, and we're going to have Radiant Greninja on board. And this is where you got to wonder if maybe you should start loading up your next attacker, because the chances you're going to get hand disrupted here are pretty high. And even though it isn't a Roxanne quite yet, I'm not sure if this Charizard list even plays a Roxanne, but even so, an Iono here to 4 would be pretty painful. So we're going to get to see the 4 be pretty painful.
Yeah, so it's looking like taking out those 2 basics, I think, is the best thing to do here. And I think if he puts another basic down, honestly, and it's just 1 and you can, I would try and Sableye just to throw some damage on the Zard. Because if you're putting damage on the Zard, then you can pull out the Pikachu and swing with that. Or you have the Prime Catcher, you could next turn try and get that Pikachu out and kill their Pidgeot, which does hinder them probably just as much as killing their Charizard.
I'm curious to know the response here from the Zard player. They have that Pidgeot EX up, so there's a number of things that they could do here. I think we're a little bit scared here of seeing an unfair stamp off of that Arven, but it's likely to be a Buddy Buddy Poffin because they do have to set up a backup attacker here most likely, and it could be those Manders. We could Turo up this this Rotom. It is one of the only 2 prize liabilities that we can easily take out with something like a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
I feel like they're most likely going to grab the Buddy Puffin off the Pidgeot and having
there it is.
2 or all, I think having all of your Mirage Gates accounted for. Maybe there's 1 still in the deck that I don't remember seeing. But having at least 3 of them accounted for, knowing 2 are going into your deck hurts. But it's not going to the bottom, which I guess is a plus. Chorus is big there. And the rescue board is also very big.
Unfair stamp isn't real, y'all, in case you were ever wondering. All right, so we get the response KO here, and we are even up on prizes. We get into a rescue board Chorus and a switch card. So, I mean, oh, man.
We're set to refill our hand real quick.
Yeah, let me just get back up to 12 cards. We're going to get another vacuum. We're going to see Pokestop. Getting rid of our Roxanne here does hurt quite a bit. But honestly, with the Pidgeot already being in the conversation, the hand disruption punish isn't going to be quite as brutal, and we know that Fezandipity is in the, or maybe not in the deck, but we know that Fezandipity is played for the side of the Zard. So yeah, I don't hate that. It is pretty painful to see the Roxanne go down, but I think we need more cards here to get a couple things going, because honestly, another Greninja attack would feel fantastic, and then getting 1 late game 2 prizer to hopefully sweep up this Rotom, or we could even knock out this Pidgeot here using the arm press attack from the Iron Hand ZX, And it's going to take a lot for Swazi to wipe the 2 prizes off of their board. With options like Collapse and Turo, they're going to need a little bit more here. But first things first, see if we can piece this attack together, because we need those Mirage Gates to make that one come through. And it's looking a little awkward right now, I'm not going to lie.
And it's tough. He's lost on Fez both turns or both games now, so he's not going to be able to throw that down to draw those extra 3. Nor is he really going to have a way to get it or get any extra cards here. I guess you could throw another Comfey on the bench. That would be in the realm of possibility, but really the only thing you could do in this situation.
We could pop the Greninja back down and hopefully draw into some more cards, but we're gonna get to use one.
Yeah, that is a good
here.
possibility.
You can see it. They're trying to figure out right what we want off of the Super Rod. We have the energy in hand. Honestly, a Sableye attack here wouldn't be too shabby. We wouldn't be too broken up about that one for sure. We could maybe take out this Duskull on the bench and start to soften up something like the Pidgeot, because they might be able to Turo and collapse away the Rotom, but when you have another 2 prize liability to maybe clean up later, that's kind of all you need. And actually softening up the Pidgeot is enough to put it into amp range as well. So lots of possibilities here, lots of opportunities still for the Lost Box player to piece something together, but the board state's looking super solid from Swazi right now.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's one of those games where you have to be very careful as the Charizard player, not overcommit like he did last game, because when you're playing against a deck that's composed mostly of single prizes, unless they're benching those 2 prizes, you're not taking 2 prizes unless obviously you get to the point where you can use Briar. But it's not looking like that's going to be the case right now anyway. Okay, so Mirage Gate there is pretty big. Not sure what else you could really do with it here. You can swing with the Sableye, which I think is probably the best option.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think right now it's kind of feeling like the only option for them is we just kind of didn't draw into what we needed necessarily. Palpad going to pop some Chorus's Experiments back in. Pretty big here. 15 card deck means that we're starting to get pretty thin for the Lost Box side, which is pretty solid. So now the hand disruption is going to be mitigated a little bit. You don't have to dig quite as deep for what you need. And Lost Mine on deck here. We'll see just how we end up placing these 12 damage counters onto Swazi's board.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like throwing 3 on that Zard is probably the best option, as well as the Pidge. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't dislike that. I think threatening the amp, right, is what we're sort of looking at here. Threatening the amp very much for 3 prizes, which would once again be game winning for the Lost Box side here. But I think we've seen two Mirage Gates used already. Unsure if we've lost zoned any or put any or forgot some in the prizes. So we could still be a little bit short here, and yeah, it'll be a little bit curious to see how Swazi responds to this, knowing that there are some serious game-winning threats potentially on board or in deck for the Lost Box.
Yeah, it seems like he's getting ready to go hard on the path of just straight up going for that Ampy very much again. But we'll see how that really pans out here.
Espal here presumably going to pick up maybe something like the Pheasantipity to draw a couple more cards. Unfair Stamp has already been used. Routing's looking a little curious here. I don't know if a Super Rod has been played, so there's actually going to be oh no. Oh, is this for Forest Seal Stone? No, Forest Seal Stone got lost zoned, I believe. So I don't know. Is this a misclick situation from Swazi?
Could be. Not really sure what his plan is here.
Maybe they spent a little bit too long picking and it auto-selected the Luminion, which would be super unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we need a repeat of last game.
And now there's actually 2 threats that can be amped, which is I don't think there was any world where that was the route we were looking for. Maybe we're getting fancy with
and we still
a collapse play of some sort. I don't actually know.
Prime Catcher still in the deck.
Maybe we're out of basics here. This could be a Thornton situation, right? Where we actually just only had 1 basic left to Thornton, and it happens to be the Luminion. I feel like that'd be pretty unlikely, but yeah, I'm not really, not really sure. I'm kind of on the edge of my seat. Is there something that Swazi knows that we don't? If so, I'd love to see it here, because
yeah,
otherwise opportunities become a little bit ample. It's still going to be a lot to piece together. I'm not going to lie to you. There's still a lot of work that our Lost Box player is going to have to get done to continue to put on the pressure. But Arvin here, going to be the supporter of choice, so no hand disrupt on the horizon. I think most of the tools are already out of the deck as well. We saw the Defiance Band being placed on the Charizard. Forest Seal Stone already utilized, so I think the options here are starting to run incredibly short for Swazi. It looks like it is going to be a counter catcher.
Interested what he wants with that counter. I mean, maybe a Greninja, I guess. I don't really see how that's... I mean, I guess he's losing draw here. But I mean, leaving that Sableye on board still feels pretty bad.
Yeah, because that kind of is the threat, right?
But he wants him to kill that Charmander because he wants to be able to... Briar is my guess.
But Briar here would only be getting him 2 prizes, right? There are no 2 prizes on the board. All right, we do have 2 Mirage Gates. Yeah. We do have 1 Rod, and we have a Lightning left in the deck. So we could just be seeing the Iron Hands play here for the Prime Catcher.
Yeah, it is a possibility.
I wouldn't hate it here. Going for it this turn, but it does mean that, you know, if we miss here, the Briar play could still be on deck. We see 2 counter catchers played for the side of our Charizard player, so that would be an option for Gust. You can't, of course, Boss and Briar in the same turn. It looks like we're just kind of going for it here. 12 card deck. We're going to see 5 off of Colress. We have a switch card, so we can see both Comfey getting involved. So we're seeing just over half the deck, it looks like. And some of the cards we need are here, but Countercatcher not active currently. Oh, plus the Pokestop. So we're seeing most of the deck. All right, there is one of our prime catchers.
Almost everything. We need one more Mirage. Oh. Yikes. Yeah, that's not good. So, tough decision here. So
yeah, I don't know.
You can do in this situation?
I don't know if we're able to get there anymore. And this is, unfortunately, this is absolutely a bit of a misplay, because if we know there's only 1 Lightning left in the deck, we probably should have utilized our first Mirage Gate.
Yeah.
As soon as we were able, as soon as we got there, to get the Lightning out of the deck and then keep drawing through the deck to manual attach. But now we actually have no attackers set up, and we could potentially be looking at 2 full turns to get this thing set up. So now it's gotten a lot more difficult for sure. Now, if we don't take a prize here, right, this does make it marginally more difficult for our Zard player, because they can't make that counter catcher play with the Briar, right, if we're even on prizes. Right. But they could get fancy, right? They could get fancy with something like a Duskull play, to get. No, even then it'd be a 1-for-1 trade to get there. So we like a Thornton Duskull play. So I don't think we're gonna see it. I think that is just gonna be kind of a whiff and weight isn't bad here, but we're losing to boss. So
yeah, which isn't looking great right now because, you know, having that one Pidgeot left. Oh.
I gotta sing the Doom song now.
Are we gonna Blood Moon? Oh, we could Blood Moon the Pidgeot, putting us down to one prize and allowing us to be able to Sableye the Charmander next turn.
Yeah, but if we go down to one prize, Charizard is knocking everything out, so...
That is also true, but they're at 3.
Yeah, you're right. So at least we'd be at one prize. We'd be taking one more, and then we can clean up later. That's a...
Yeah.
Interesting play.
And... yeah, I mean, Counter Catcher won't ever be active, but... another Grass Energy. I don't think it matters at this point.
This play is very weak to the Charmeleon, though. If we end up putting down the Flare Veil Charmeleon this turn.
Or they throw their Mist Energy on it as well.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see.
Those plays.
The Pidgeot does hurt, though, because you now have less options to get said Charmeleon and Mist Energy. And being that they only run one Charmeleon might not be the easiest thing for them to get. Oh, okay. Well, there's a Charmeleon.
Yeah, I think that's pretty telling. Ultra Ball gonna go ahead and search out. Presumably this Charmeleon, assuming it's not in the prizes, and there it is, Flare Veil, going to prevent any damage from being placed by this Sableye. And yeah, now the Zard player really just has to attack, and there will be pretty much nothing we can do as Lost Box to follow that one up. I'm even gonna thin the deck out an additional bit for good measure, because frankly there's just no way to get around this Charizard at this point, unfortunately, and it is probably gonna be a game 3 scenario here unless we are able to piece together something wild. But no Hand Disrupt really left, or rather no gusting left for the Lost Box player, and yeah, I think there's no way back into this game, unfortunately for them. All right, here we go. Rolling into our final game. Not sure how much time we have left.
Can't be much.
It's not too bad, actually. I think there's certainly a chance we get to see the full gameplay out here. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate, man. Just the way that you piece together your end game Lost Box turns is crucial for making sure you have the right resources. Oh, Pheasantipity start and no way to search out basics in the current hand. That's brutal. Presumably we're going to be going second, so hopefully we're going second so that this Colress can get rocking, because otherwise this is not what you want to see as a Lost Box player to start off.
Yeah, this is not looking like a great start for the Lost Box player. I mean, Rotom Star isn't much better either, I don't think. But having that bench right there is what's going to help them. Okay. Well, I was great casting with you. I have a presentation that I was not supposed to be doing today, so I have to go run and do that. But it's not going to be fun. I'm not excited. But thank you for Doom. Thank you for having me. And Melicrit, thank you for casting with me. You're a great co-host.
Yeah, appreciate it. No, you did great. It was a pleasure casting with you. Good luck. Good luck on your presentation.
Thank you.
Good luck. Good luck. And I will be on. I'm dealing with some judge calls right now. So Melocrit, if you want to handle this solo for just a little bit, I'll get everything set up. We're just having some problems with people going into game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I got you. No worries at all. To people in the chat, yeah. So there was a situation where maybe we just don't kill the Pidgeot, but I think unfortunately because we went for like the full 2-prizer board state, trying to go for that win, trying to deny the Pidgeot so it was like a free search for what they needed was like a possibility. Hopefully waiting out to maybe get the counter catcher play onto something is also a thought. I think William just actually said that exact thing, but the fact that the Briar was kind of a constant threat made it difficult to put that one together for sure, because you can't just you can't put up a 2-prizer, right, to take, because we didn't have like a good attacker there. So I guess you could have prime captured up the Mander and then attacked it with the Sableye, but then there's still a risk. There's still a risk because then you're ahead in prizes, so that activates counter catcher and you're able to maybe get there for the Charizard player. If you want to see the other deck list, you won't be able to see them playing, but you can go ahead and hop onto the tournament page on Limitless for the regional championships number 4 ToD, and you can actually see this matchup. I think finding Swazi is going to be easier because the Lost Box player has a slightly different name from what they have on screen. It is not PKS Blaze. It is something slightly different. PKS. Oh, it is actually PKS Blaze, just no underscore. Alrighty, y'all. We're off to the races here. Honestly, disastrous board state for both players, and we're gonna hit 3 items off of that Pokestop raw. Absolutely no worries. That's crazy. Not really anything we were necessarily fiending for, but it is gonna let us continue to set up without giving up too many resources to the discard pile. Not sure if we've pieced together an attacker quite yet, but Arvin is going to show us a little bit more. Probably with an 11 card hand, you got to imagine we're going to have enough resources there to at least get a Charizard cooking. And this time around, we are going to get that Forest Seal Stone, the candy, so it's got to feel like we're there. Even the collapsed stadium for good measure to deny the Pokestop from PKS Blaze. That's savage. Forest Seal Stone here getting used before it gets vacuumed away. See, y'all, we're making moves here. We're learning game to game. Can't be too greedy with them. Maybe we needed it to get there this time around. Unsure. But Pidgeot EX on board. Quick search getting prompted here, and likely to grab us what we need to get our first Charizard EX on the board. Interesting note here. I don't believe we have any weakness to deal with. So this Pheasantipity is actually going to just tank the hit, which is a little bit interesting. But I guess it could have been a much worse situation if we were basically any other Pokemon or up in front. Usually we see the Comfey being left there, but this Pheasantipity is going to tank a hit for the Lost Box side. And boy, did we need that, because right now this Comfey has no help really on the board. And this Pheasantipity and really no knockout being taken means the Fez isn't even active going into PKS Blaze's next turn, which is brutal.
Okay, I'm back. So what's happening? Ooh.
So our Fez is going to tank a hit, but we have a pretty disastrous board state for the Lost Box player. In the meanwhile, Swazi already getting nicely set up here. Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX, the whole 9, even a collapsed stadium to deny additional bench space. And we're going to get the Duskull involved already, which is actually going to be able to clean up the damage from the Pheasantipity later if we let this Duskull stay on board. So, yeah, a very, very strong start from Swazi once again.
All right, I'm gonna bring up what the judge calls were about real quick, as that's something we do for transparency here. This is like an IRL best of 3. If you lose game 1, you get to choose game 2, and if you lose game 2, say you already won game 1, you get to choose game 3. I realize some people didn't realize that, or this is their first best of 3 tournament. Make that announcement. That was the issue we had. It has a little bit of language barrier as well, which always takes time. So. But I did see game 1 went really well. How did PKS lose game 2?
So they had a really thin deck. They had 2 Mirage Gates and 1 Lightning Energy left in deck. They had an Iron Hands ready to roll, as well as the Prime Catcher, but then they Flower selected before using their first Mirage Gate, and a Flower selected straight into Lightning and Mirage Gate, which prevented them from loading up the Iron Hands for the win.
Ouch. Wow. Well, then I guess, yeah, we're in game 3. Which I saw in game 1, we did see the Pikachu make an entrance, so hopefully we'll get to see it some more.
Yeah, it hasn't really reared its head very much in this matchup, particularly because the Duskulls sort of negate that effect, right? Just placing those damage counters in exchange for an extra bit of damage. And unfortunately, it looks like things have not improved by any significant measure here for PKS. Likely to be a pass, actually. We're gonna give up the Greninja as our sacrificial lamb, and we're gonna say, please don't hurt me.
Yeah, it is like I'm losing some draw support, but getting KO'd means Pheasantipity's online. You have the Comfy. You saved your Sableye. I mean, Sableye is important, especially for this matchup if you can get rid of those Duskulls really quick.
Yeah, we just haven't really seen the Lost Box engine kick off. We've been playing with 1 Cone Phase since the start. We did get Chorus's Experiment online. Still wasn't quite enough to load up the board with Cone Phase. We're a little bit capped on bench space with the collapsed stadium. So now there's the opportunity for a huge punish here from Swazi. If they're able to candy up into a Dusknoir and get rid of this Pheasantipity and get a KO on the Radiant Greninja, we could be seeing them get a 3-prize lead kicked off, which is not insurmountable but by any means, but just the fact that our board has not really granted us anything of substance for the side of Lost Box means that this could be a runaway train for the side of Swazi. It's exactly what we're going to see here. Curse Blast likely to take that knockout on the bench Pheasantipity. And now this is going to go from bad to worse. We're going to see our 1 of energy draw support going away in the Greninja. We're going to lose the Pheasantipity, and we're going to be down 3 prizes. I guess 2 prizes because we do see the Dusknoir give up 1, but still, this is looking dire.
So now you got to figure out how do you want to get around this. You can still pick up another 2 prizes with the Iron Hands, but then the Iron Hands is just going to get KO'd back by the Charizard. Ursaluna could possibly pick up 2 prizes off the Rotom, but again, we're still looking at Charizard just doing what Charizard wants to do, just KO everything.
Yeah, I think the most likely play, or the play that I would probably route for here is looking to get hopefully at least a KO on the Charmander, maybe if we can get up to Sableye range, then we can get 1 KO there, soften something up. But unfortunately, the fact that we have a bench 2-prizer already in the conversation means that we're very much at risk of giving up 2 free prizes and giving them, or putting them down to 1 prize for the side of our Zard player. And then it's looking really, really difficult from there. So I don't really know what we'd like to piece together here, the deficit is pretty huge.
We do see the flower selecting before Colress. That is something something I've debated with players forever: is do you flower select first or Colress first? Currently, there is about 9 minutes and 50 seconds left in the round. This matchup does get an extra 5 minutes for being a stream game.
And I think it does make sense here, only because it seems the Lost Box player is considering possibly an Ursaluna play here. But we're immediately going to give up 2 prizes off of that, right? So say we actually go for this Rotom, we knock it out with Ursaluna, and we pick up 2 prizes, and we're down to 3 prizes. It's starting to get close, right? I think at that point we are our Ursaluna is within Charizard EX KO range, so I don't know if we're really doing a whole lot with that at this point here. Could be an arm press. We could see an arm press play onto the Pidgeot EX and not only take 2 prizes, but also deny them the free search. But as you can tell, on the other side, we got 11 cards in hand, Doom.
Yeah, this is where you really wish you kind of had access to Roxanne. Or we could see a 2 prize turn here.
Yeah, it is going to be the arm press for the Pidgeot, and I think that it makes perfect sense there. Why we saw the flower select first is because we would like to use this boss. At least that's the play that they're going for here. So they are going to be able to pick up a 2 prize KO. They're going to deny easy search here. And it's pretty unlikely that Swazi gets another one set up. So the Roxanne that we might see later could be enough to get us there. But now we're getting into very dangerous territory. Now all of our 2 prizers are getting knocked out by the Zard with a Gust. We're up to even prizes, so it's going to have to be a boss. But now we could maybe see something like a Pikachu that is going to stop the easy return KO and force a Gust from our Zard player. Here we go. Luminous Sign is going to grant us a supporter of our choice. Curious to know what exactly we're going to go for here. It is just going to be the Arven. But that does open up another winning line.
Reset stamp time.
Another
right?
winning line for our for the Lost Box pair, but we're probably going to see a stamp here, which is just
hurts.
Rain fire all over our Lost Box players' dreams and aspirations. Flower first, hoping for rocks. Actually, we get some context from our player on stream, which is great. So yeah, the Roxanne also would have been nice there. And now our path to victory is looking a little bit dreadful. I think, honestly, our only out to a win this turn would be to set up another Iron Hands. That was not the Pokestop we wanted to see.
No, I hate to say this game feels done, but it definitely feels like they're in an unwinnable position. You can't bring
they need a lot.
Oh wait, okay, we got the Roxanne, but
but we lose the Mirage Gate in return, which I don't think we could get away with anymore because we've used 2 and we've lost Zone 2. So
you could possibly get a hit in with the Ursaluna, because I think the math still checks out. It's only 240. But it's still not enough to win the game. It would
we'd actually be, I think we're at 270.
3 times 180, 210. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
I haven't played
The only
Charizard.
reason I know that is because I know that once I take 3 prizes, my Lugia is still safe.
I haven't played Charizard in a while, so my Charizard math is really bad.
That's fair, mate. That's
I've been playing
totally fair. Doing math in this game is the worst. Why do they make us do this? All right, yeah. So maybe there's a world where we're setting up a stall play here, but we needed to see the prime catcher. We needed to see.
You need to see a Gus of any type.
Yep. We got another nest ball to get down another flower select, or Pikachu tank a hit. Yeah, and I think this is a nightmare scenario, right? We got hand disrupted before we really got our deck super thin, which is why we're sort of just really struggling to get there this time around. Another flower select, and yeah, we're praying for that prime catcher, and it's just going to be another Colress, a double Colress flower select.
Yep.
And yeah, it's going to be all she wrote.
There's the concession. All right, so here we have the winning list up. Let me actually share my screen with you in just a second so you can see what I'm always talking about. Okay. Sorry, I always move us back to the caster hangout when I share my screen. Just a thing. There we go. All right, so we got the Charizard list up here. Nothing special about this Charizard list. This is what we expect to see from a Charizard list, right?
Yep, absolutely. I guess if there's really anything notable about it, it's the fact that we do have the one mist energy. A lot of lists are running just the 5 fire. Some are still running the 6. 5 to me has always felt a little bit greedy and thin. And the 2 Zard that's become standard also just feels
Greedy.
Incredibly thin to me. Like that, it feels like you are very much putting yourself at the mercy of the prizes a lot more than you would like. But you can see just how many things we are teching into the Charizard lists now. I think the greedier and greedier that they've gotten, the worse they seem to have performed. Again, we could look back at previous metas, but I remember at one point we were running that Bibero line just for extra added draw security in the late game. And now we're playing a 2-1-1 Dusknoir line with every supporter under the sun, and most of it are tech, right? Like Thornton is kind of a tech to protect yourself from like early aggression where you maybe don't get or you get your only Mander KO'd early. Turo has always been a staple. At one point we were running 2, right, to deal with the mirror. We got the Briar that's now involved as well. I mean, there's just a lot going on in these lists nowadays. So it's a lot of it feels really greedy. I've been seeing this for a long time, but players seem to be getting along just fine. I guess they just draw better than I do.
Yeah, I feel like I never draw as well as I need to. Like even any of them, or like I had at the last cup I played Lugia and I played Klefki and Lugia because I was ready for Iron Thorns, right? Had everything for a great turn, right? Set up, I'm gonna put the Klefki down, had the jet energy, I could put in the active, and then I could get my Lugia set up, and then my Minccino was there, and I could have that to take a KO. It was like all set up, and then they judged me into the worst possible hand I could ever have. And I was like, yep. Just how it be. So, with that though, we have to look at the Lost Zone list that they played against. First glance, looks like any Lost Zone list we've seen, right? So it's like, oh, cool, Lost Zone list. The big card we're hoping to see. We did see this game 1, correct? I'm trying to remember my games. There's so many games.
So we did see a game 1, but we saw, I think the Duskull line really coming through for our Zard player, because we were able to place that damage onto the Pikachu and then knock it out once it has damage, which does negate the ability Resolute Heart. If there is already damage on it, then it will not protect it from being killed. So that is exactly what we saw in game number 1. That's the exact line that we needed to see pieced together to get a one-hit KO on this. I think another thing that's really notable, not just the fact that we have the Pikachu, but if you go back to the list, the energy spread is it's like a little bit scary. Again, you're used to seeing 3-4 types of energy sometimes, but seeing 5 with a single psychic energy means you're, I think, really pivoting away from the Sableye, which in past formats has been just one of the most formidable attackers. And even now, even with multiple decks running 70 HP basics, it's still kind of what you need oftentimes to set up wins. And soften up things with those 12 damage counters off the last line to win games. So the line of energy is pretty thin. We didn't really see it come into play too badly until I think maybe game 2, where that 2 of lightning energy just sort of put the nail in the coffin for us. But it's looking a little tight.
Yeah. So guess what? We actually have no judge calls to end the round. We can actually get right into round 2. Last game finished up right on time. All right, let's go ahead and check our pairings, see if we can find a person who's already streaming. We have plenty of people streaming. Callie Moore is usually a good stream. Let's see, she is currently 1. We have Living Mediocre. We have Veritas, Hypnotic, Night Stable. We have quite a few players here. Let's went Night Stable. Night Stable was hyping up their deck. Looking. There's so many 1-0s, so many different players. Got Knuckles. Knuckles is playing against. Okay, that's an older one. We're looking for like newer cards still if we can. Digcamp. Savid is on something new. Oh, he's been playing this Annihilate deck recently.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's a very wild deck.
PKS, you originally had 3 lightning in the list?
Hypnotic. That's another. Hypnotic's 1-0. They are playing Lost Zone, which their Lost Zone has the Kyurem. And Muzak is playing. It's almost a straight mirror there. We'll hold on that one. We don't always have to go back to Lost Zone right away. Callie was playing something interesting. That's like I keep going back to them because they're dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. Your choice, man. We can just jump to the table and find out who they are.
Callie looks like they're playing. I see Ancient as their deck name, so that could be an interesting one to see. That's something we don't
always get to see
that often, and we're actually playing the brilliant blender. So,
all right, let's go with that.
Could be a cool match. What was the name on Limitless for the tag?
Just Callie Moore.
There we go. Excellent.
So we'll go ahead and jump down there and we'll get ready to go. It looks like they're already they've already started, so I will have the game up here in just one moment. I've just got to make sure everything is set so people. All right, there's the game. Just updating some of the stream graphics so we can all see. And also I need to let them know real quick that they are currently on stream. Like it is a pair of 0-1s, but reminder, 5-2-1 gets you into day 2.
Cashman, yeah, there is actually a lot of Lost Box. That was like the first deck that came to mind when I saw the Pikachu, honestly. So I'm not entirely surprised. But it's a lot. I know a lot of people have been more than happy to, like, even my previous co-caster was talking about how it's just leaving the comfies in the binder unsleeved because it doesn't feel like the time. But I know plenty of people that are more than excited to just whip them out whenever some card remotely seems like it's gonna fit. So, hey, to each their own, I guess. Brilliant Blender already getting used here. searching for 5 Mons, but we have had 0 follow-up really to get things cooking.
Now, right now, Kelly does not look like they're in a very good place. Like, this is honestly a little bit scary.
I would have maybe liked to see them pick up the Brilliant Blender or something off the Brilliant Blender that they could then Night Stretcher and start to make some plays. But we are going first with the deck, so I guess you're not too worried, especially going up against a Zard list of this type. Is probably not going to be attacking. Well, actually, hold on a minute. This is not a Zard list. What is this?
Yeah,
this
I know. I'm trying to double check it.
Terapagos with a 2/2 Zard line.
Oh,
4
yes.
candy. We're playing a 1/1 Babero line as well as a 1 of Rotom and a 2/2 Pidgeot line. This is wild. Hopefully they're looking at the list because we could see a KO here. I think no, actually them leaving their bench empty might prevent it. I think Area 0, even with Area 0 DTE on Terapagos, would not get anywhere close. And it looks like it's not going to matter. Wow.
See the Night Stretcher. Possibility of a Seda. Here comes the little baby Rory Moon.
Callie said they trolled. I wonder if they trolled off not getting something that they could pick up off Night Stretcher with the Blender. But I mean, the board state isn't looking too bad. We are going to get to set up an attack here relatively quickly. In fact, pretty much instantly.
320 damage. That poor Duskull
got absolutely deleted.
We like to call that in the industry a massive something. I don't know.
Massive overkill. Brutality.
Rory Moon wins.
Yeah. We're gonna get the Zard already cooking though. And I mean, I'm just generally a little bit surprised at this list being able to do much of anything. It's got a lot of pieces. This feels like that one ToD list that we saw at one point. It's like getting closer. It was like a whole bunch of one-ofs.
Oh, right. The Urshifu?
Like, yep. Yeah.
I was just like, what can I put in here? Everything. Boss or Guidance?
And I want to see if we're playing the Big Moon. We don't play Big Moon in this list. It is just a straight up Ancient Box. So we need to get into at least one more Roaring Moon. Start to load that up. We're not attacking with it this turn, however. So,
and if you notice, they've loaded the Pecharunt up with an energy and kept the energy because that thing hits hard at the towards the end of the game. We'll probably see the Fluttermane get sacrificed here. At least that's what I would sacrifice.
Yeah, I don't think I disagree. I think shifting that Pecharunt back, letting the Fluttermane go down is going to, again, bolster our damage a little bit. But it's actually just going to be the energy grab here. Going to attach, and they're going to say knockout Pecharunt? Really? That
doesn't seem right to me.
It seems a little bit greedy. We can't use the subjugating chains here because the only target is our only real attacker that we'd like to hopefully at some point be able to one-shot this Charizard, which is already a very difficult proposition. We'll have to see what they decide here. There's a chance it might be worth it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I would have liked to just see the push-up on the Fluttermane, but now we're going to give up 2 prizes for free. We're going to give them another turn to set up their board. Lone Pidgey on deck here. Try and follow things up a little bit. We could Pokegear boss here. Don't want to be too bad. Let me see how many bosses we're playing in the list. We're playing 1. But it looks like they're not really caring too much for it. Gonna go with the Explorer's Guidance. Gonna guarantee that we load up the discard a little bit. Just start punching. It's not too bad. Maybe at some point we can cheese with like some sort of poison. I don't really know. I don't really know what the game plan is here. We'd like to load up another moon. We're gonna have to Sawdust this next turn if we want to attack again.
Yeah, I think Sawdust is probably the card you need the most. And like when you're just playing Ancient Box, and you don't have it, it just hurts.
Jacques, we're playing the Jacques in here, dude. It is. I mean, that is what you need. We're gonna get into the Pidgeot EX. Terrapico is gonna come down. We are starting to hit pretty hard with this moon. But I think it might be too late. I think the fact that we gave up 2 prizes on the Petron early is going to make this comeback too difficult. I think if we were 1 prize closer to each other, you can really start sweeping pretty hard with these Roaring Moons if you can just keep chaining them. But now we're going to see another KO onto this Roaring Moon.
Puts him down.
We're even going to get the
prizes.
Duskull, so this is, yeah, it's pretty dicey.
Yeah.
It's going to be the KO, Burning Darkness. Going to just continue to completely run over this prize race. So even if we take the 2 here, we're going to be at 3 prizes. They will take 1 more prize and be at 1. At most, we can take 2 prizes, and we are just short of the mark. All they can really rely on is their opponent whiffing at this point, like whiffing an attack. But we've already got the Terrapigos loaded. We have a Pidgeot EX, so I don't really see a world where we are, as the Zard Terrapigos Duskull player, missing our win.
I agree. I'm not big on saying someone's been checkmated, but sometimes you can see it and be like, yes, they have been checkmated. But then again, Kelly could have some trick up their sleeve still. Like, I don't know if they have enough to KO the Pidgeot, but that's probably not going to do anything much.
I wouldn't hate the play, honestly, because I think your only way out is to make them miss, right? They need to miss. But then you kind of give up I think probably your last gust outside of boss, and it might not. It could work, right? So we knock out Pidgeot. We are down to 3 prizes. We see a response, and then we hand disrupt them and push something up, and hopefully it gets stuck.
Maybe.
There's only 6 energy in the list, including the DTEs.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Oh, we're going to see the KO on the active Charizard. Divino Rapira, if I said your name correctly, asked in chat, what's a mulligan? A mulligan is you get to draw an extra card if your opponent does not have a starting basic Pokemon. And as long as they don't have a starting basic Pokemon, you can draw more. My record for giving up mulligans is 16.
Jesus.
I was playing a deck very similar to Iron Thorns. It was a Sylveon Gardevoir. You played 4 of, and I just couldn't find one.
That's wild. Yeah, I think in in-person tournaments, there's I think after 8 mulligans, the judge gets involved.
Yeah, 8 mulligans, judge gets involved. I think 14, they start judge balling.
All right, here we go. Area 0 under depths, going to widen our board. for the side of the Terapagos. So I guess now it's a Terapagos deck. Fill up that bench to make sure we're doing enough damage here. And once again, putting on the pressure, gonna put them down to a single prize. But they haven't actually set up a follow-up, so unfortunately, I think we are close to that checkmate because they had the backup attacker, right? So you can maybe make a miss, but I don't even know if we play Hand Disruption in this list. It doesn't actually look like it. So there's really nothing we could do to stop them here, even if we KO this Pidgeot. Well, we already have the Terapagos on deck. We have the Dusknoir as well, so it's actually just going to be the full cleanup here.
There it
for
goes.
The last two prizes.
Ooh, Pokemaster's going to take game 1 over Calimore here. So close. Wait, do they have enough damage with the Terapagos? Probably now. Oh, they missed!
Oh, it wasn't enough.
Never mind.
And now here's the win. Countercatcher wins.
No, not even Countercatcher. They just hit the active.
Oh my goodness.
Like I was sitting there, I was doing the math in my head. I went, wait, don't they need 2 more? And then they dropped the 1 and they hit for 130. I'm like, oh no.
Me not realizing that the Terapagos is already in the active, ready to die.
Yes. I'm wondering if they messed up their math too.
Well, this might have been.
It's one of the reasons why I don't play Ancient Box, because I am bad at remembering my math.
Well, no, to be fair though, well, Callie's in the chat saying they played humiliatingly bad. I don't think it was too horrible, but I was going to give you a lot of credit if you were actually doing the math on the bench, because the Dusknoir going away, right? That's one less Pokemon on both benches. So you lose out on that damage. The fact that Callie kept their board really small actually prevented our Terapagos Zard player from having enough benches to get the KO on a lonely basic Blood Moon. Not even the EX, just a basic. Oh my goodness, I'm drawing a blank here. Roaring Moon.
Roaring Moon.
There we go.
This game's also the best example of make your opponent play it out.
Yep.
Both Callie making them play it out. They messed up. They did not get the win. Callie could just press concede. Oh yeah, they got it. But they didn't. And all of a sudden Pokemaster's like, oh no, I've overstepped.
Here we go. Suddenly, from the brink of destruction, it felt like
they snatched victory from the jaws of defeat.
Literally, that was wild.
That was a wild game. Double checking who is up next. Eliza. And with so many people streaming, if this game is quick for whatever reason, we do have other games we can jump into.
Wow, I'm still a little bit blown away by the results of that, because if we actually don't pop the Dusknoir there, we actually have, I think, enough damage to get the KO. So our Zard player could have just held it, waited, attacked, gotten the KO, because they weren't under any threat of losing on the next turn anyway, so they could have just set up another attacker and KO'd again. Instead, they forced themselves to do math, and I feel for them. I feel for them.
Yeah, because like again, you're saying you don't pop the Dusknoir, then at worst you lose the Terapagos, but you're still tied at pricing.
Score needed to make cut will be 5-2, or to make cut. Day 2 is 5-2-1. Cut is
9-2-1.
9-2-1.
And it is an asymmetric cut. And I'll double check. I think we have enough for 921. I think that was more. I will have to see after tonight. I might have to change that number. Only if there wouldn't be enough for a top 8. And then if there isn't enough for top 8 to make that, then I'll switch it to just a top 8. That's like the hardest thing is trying to figure out how much I need, how much points people will get. Because like it's one thing if I'm doing just one Swiss round, I'm doing 2, and this is larger than a normal tournament. At least with number of rounds.
All right, Brilliant Blender already kicking off. We're seeing that Blender early every game. It's pretty nice. Little bonus. Giving up the booster energy capsules, which I find interesting because I think, as we saw in the last game, it could actually be really relevant in this matchup. We could just keep our board really small and prevent the Terapagos from ever being a relevant enough attacker, because those ancient booster energy capsules are going to continuously put it out of range unless they're completely filling their bench every time. But if we keep our bench small and actually pop those ancient booster energy capsules, there's a chance that's actually enough to just keep yourself out of range if you can chase around the Charizards.
Which we'll have to see what we get here. I'm assuming the fan room's probably going to go ahead, grab Pidgey, Noctowl, all the usual. Oh, they even have the Poffins. Get themselves some Charizards out there while they're at it.
Yeah, and unfortunately starting the Walking Wake is going to mean that unless we see... I actually don't know if we play any Switch cards here, so we won't be able to get moved for free. So even though we have the boss's orders, I don't think we're going to be able to chase down that Charmander.
Yeah, at that point, you kind of need them to take a KO, use the counter catcher. Because with the blender, you don't play the prime catcher now. And without the prime catcher, it just makes things a little bit more difficult to gust and bring something up.
Yep. Fan call here. Gonna get some basics into hand. We're gonna go for a Hoot Noctowl combination. Bench that first Hoot, and now we have pretty much everything we could want off of this bench. We're even gonna get a Candy to go along with it, so that's gonna make our next turn even easier. Double Candy here could mean Candy Pitch, Candy Zard. And we know we have the Noctowl already in hand. And this just seems like a pretty rough matchup, I feel like, for the Ancient player. And just in the fact that you don't play any Disruption, and the other deck in front of you is basically max consistency and then one attacker at a time. Just whittling down your board, slowly getting rid of your attackers. So it feels like Pokemaster next turn is going to have access to anything they want in the deck.
I'm gonna sing the Doom song now. Doom, 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 doom.
Saxophone.
Sax17, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Always appreciate it. As our CEO of Tyranitar fans, please find that person who has that Tyranitar carpet and pick it up for yourself. Also, a decent cup of coffee. You subbed earlier. I forgot to chime in on that. As our CEO of coffee, please go find Mrs. Doom and give her, ask her for what this month's flavor should be.
Excel Kobayashi. Hopefully I said that right. You're absolutely right. I miscalculated from the previous turn. We would have, I think, been just over the line if we kept the Duskull and benched the extra. The Greninja was not relevant to the damage. You're correct.
I forget because like I'm thinking a little bit so with the Zoroark math.
See, I'm thinking Raikou math.
Right. There's so many of those cards. It's like, well, which one does this one? Which one does this one? And it's like, I don't know. Too many cards. Just give me Dragapult 260 on the bench.
All right, we kicked off the prize trade, and I mean, I think this is exactly what you want as the Ancient box player, right? Now you just have to keep doing this over and over again. You set up an attacker. Hopefully you get a Sawda's off to make sure that your next attacker is one attachment away. attack, and eventually you're gonna scale up the damage enough to be able to knock out pretty much everything in front of you. The response here from Pokemasters is going to be to just put a huge attacker in your face and say, good luck dealing with this. And Charizard EX already hitting the board, Infernal Rain already moving around our energy. And interestingly, they're actually accelerating one fire energy to the bench Terapagos, which means that there's a chance we could see the Terapagos here attacking without a DTE, which is an additional 20 damage that's going to make it even easier for them to get over the line consistently to knock out these single prizers.
This 100% feels like a move that they saw that last game, and now they're being proactive against it.
Yeah, and again, we've even got the Jewel Seeker, like everything that they could have wanted from the deck here is going to be found out. In fact, we already have the second energy on the Terapagos, so chaining attackers here for a Pokemaster in response to the chaining of attackers for our Ancient Box player. And it's going to be hit for hit now, but it's going to get a little bit tighter here for our Ancient Box player, I feel like, because these attackers are going to be a little bit hard to knock out initially, right? We need to see that Charizard go down eventually, most likely. We can't just keep bossing around it because we're going to need to use our Sadas to load up that energy on our attackers turn over turn.
And on top of that, use cards like Explorer's Guidance to make sure we're able to thin more of our deck as it goes.
Infernal Rain here, going to get the KO. And actually, interestingly enough, we were barely over the line with that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. It's only because we took a prize card in that second turn that we're able to hit 210 on that Zard.
Part of me really hopes we can see great Tusk Mill just because. But they're not going through their deck fast enough. Still, it'll be fun though. Don't get me wrong.
There's a world.
We've had that happen in a previous tournament regionals. I remember it was Cal Connor versus, I'm trying to remember what it was. He was playing Lost Zone, and he was playing against Ancient Box, and they dropped he had 2 cards left in deck, and they dropped the mill and milled him out. He had an opportunity to Iono, and he had a huge hand. I guess he just didn't see it coming, and just here came the great Tusk Mill. Boom, card's gone.
Brutal. If you're not ready for it, it can really come sneak up on you a little bit. Alrighty, so now it's a bit of a treacherous decision here. I think they're considering concealed cards this energy away. It would be a little bit risky, and I think maybe Attach Punch will be the more conservative play, but we don't have a follow-up anywhere on the board, and it is going to be the concealed cards, which means we are going to whiff on the additional energy. I think they were hoping to see maybe another way to get into a follow-up Roaring Moon, but now they're going to have to Super Rod back in those Roaring Moons to make sure that they have a follow-up attacker, and I guess they're going to hope to see it off of the Sada, but we have nothing to Sada to other than this Walking Wake. So
right. I mean, you could top deck one or something to grab it, but you're asking. There's 14 cards in deck. We know there's at least 2 in there, so that's like 1 in 7 odds, and that's still not that good.
We're just going to see a pass here, and I think this is where once again it becomes a runaway train. Your real only job as the Ancient Box player is to chain those attacks, right? As long as you can chain, you can eventually hope to outpace with the prize trade, since there are so many 2 prizers on board and you just consistently ramp up your damage. But instead, now we're going to let the Zard player further cement their board. We see 2 Duskulls on the board now. Dusclops already getting ready to go. We could see something like a board wipe here at some point if our Ancient Box player is not careful, but This is going to be the KO onto the only viable attacker in the deck, I believe, running only 7 dark energy as our energy. So there isn't even a possibility that we're attacking with this Walking Wake or this Flutter Mane. And Sada's really not going to do anything for us here.
It may be time to possibly use the counter catcher, bring up the barrel, and that could buy you a turn.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Something like a stall play is going to kind of be your only solace here. Considering the options, they're going to go ahead and pick up another Roaring Moon. With that Night Stretcher, now we will have at least 2 on board. And now's the decision, right? Are you going to play for the stall and hope that they don't have it? It looks like we're going to hold on to it for another turn. And once again, Doom, we're in a very similar situation where we're going to have... Oh, and we're even going to have a boss's orders off the rip to deny a Roaring Moon.
Ooh.
So now they're really hoping that their damage is just going to scale to the moon and back to try and get an attack off here.
Dusknoir's going to wipe something off the board.
Probably the Roaring Moon. We're actually probably going to see the Roaring Moon come off the board, and there will be... Once again, no, it looks like they're going to go for the Greninja. Interesting.
Roaring Moon's 10 HP too much.
Oh, it's 130, right? Not 150. You're right. So one of our draw supporters, actually our only draw supporter now down. One of our Roaring Moons also down. 2 prizes left for our opponent, and we are sitting at 4. So we could still go 2-2 here. We could still go 2-2 here.
You're doing 240. All right.
So it's a KO on the Terapagos or the Pheasantipity.
And with the counter
we
catcher,
have the attach return.
the biggest issue you're going to run into is if that other Duskull becomes a Dusknoir.
Correct. Probably Night Stretcher here for another Roaring Moon. We have both of our counter catchers in hand as well. We're at 250. I think probably counter catcher the Fez might be the play. Well, let's see. Earthen Vessel plus Ancient Booster gets us 2 closer. Yeah, are we ever hitting 280? What is it? Is it plus 10 from Vengeance Fletching for each Ancient?
I believe so. That's why I always forget.
70 plus 10, 60 plus 20, 20 plus 20. Too many. Too
so
many.
We
would actually be hitting for 270 if we Earthen Vesseled away our Ancient Booster energy. So I feel like we have to Night Stretcher here for another moon. I guess we do have the retreat already set up on the Walking Wake, but we are effectively losing here to another Dusknoir, as you mentioned. Or a Briar. Briar will do it.
Yeah, Briar will do it. So we are going into a game 2 now. A game 3, not game 2. Boop. So not as lucky this time.
Not quite.
Didn't get there, but I mean, could have been worse. It was still a game. It just came down to, okay, what happens at the end?
I gotta sing the Doom song now. Doom, 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 doom.
And they actually just had it too, so they didn't even have to search for that one.
Senyord 5, the Doom Run Bezos.
So once again, we're kind of in that sort of state where we need to be chaining those attackers, and anytime we miss, that Charizard can run us over. And the fact that we can play both Terapagos and Charizard in this deck as Briar targets, it's a lot of pressure in the late game.
Yes. Briar, I thought, was a card that would be a little bit more broken-ish. I mean, it is kind of broken, but I thought I would see more play in a lot of decks, and it didn't. I saw a lot of people were cutting it recently.
Yeah, I think it was one of those like doomsday cards. I think a lot of people thought it was going to be one of those things that really accelerates the game, makes Charizard, unbearably broken. But it's also another tech card, right, in those Zard lists that makes them run a little bit like slightly more clunky, slightly less consistent, and unfortunately, there's just no. It doesn't feel like you can exclude it from the deck, right? It's just it feels really strong every time it gets utilized.
I would say a little bit better start here for the Ancient Box player, but then we watched Charizard Pagos here, just dropping everything.
And this seems so strong. The fact that Fan Rotom can help you set up your Pidgey, it can help you set up your Bibarel, it can help you set up your actual attacking threats. There's a lot. There's a lot that this deck gets done for not a whole lot of work. That one, I think it's a one of fan call. Oh.
Yeah, usually it's a one of, unless you're playing Tropicos, and then usually it's a two of.
Right.
Well, we should see an attack here.
Yeah, we will see an attack, but frankly, there's not a lot else going on. We're gonna have one to get things rolling, probably a Nestbot to hopefully see another. Are we even? We're 70 plus, so at least we're KOing this.
Yeah, the baby owl is going to. The baby owl is going to go away. We're not going to see it in this turn, but doing so, if you had the ancient booster capsule on, Charizard just runs you over. At this point, that feels like one of those cards you just have to throw away every time.
Yeah, I'd agree. If you're gonna take this early pressure, or you're gonna take this early KO, putting yourself out of that attacking range, you kind of just gotta be ready to let it go. That was a huge concealed cards there, by the way. We really needed to see the follow-up Roaring Moon hit the bench before we have our current attacker fall. We don't play any switching cards. There's no really easy way to move stuff in and out of the active. So it is a huge bonus to be able to just push up the Roaring Moon right after your previous one gets knocked out, because we can just chain those Sadas and continue to just attack over and over again. And assuming we don't see our hand disrupted, we're going to be able to Night Stretcher back the Roaring Moon that's going to fall this turn, which means we can actually get full value out of Sada, and then we can use one of our later turns to set up for something a little bit different.
Yeah. And we do see they had the Charizard on the rip, just right there. Big.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it was a disgusting starting hand. They had everything on the bench. They had it all set up. Oh, it went down to one card, though.
Yeah, and I was going to say, so it kind of felt a little bit greedy that they didn't retreat the Noctowl. They left it in the active to die. And then they also, I don't know if they searched the Noctowl. I don't remember what they searched, but you would have loved to have searched for a Bibarel there if that was going to be your chain of events, because now you could have drawn them to at least 5 cards. So possibilities now for our Lost Box player, or for our Ancient Box player. Sorry, we saw so much Lost Box already today.
I know,
getting
we're probably
a little bit twisted.
We're probably going to see a lot of Lost Box. It seems like it's a very popular deck today.
All right, and that's Brilliant Blender is effectively a plus 50 damage to all of your attackers. Pretty sweet little inclusion here. One of the newer cards, or one of the new cards. Sadas is going to get us 2 energy accelerate on board, and I think for the first time in the set so far, it seems like Lost Box is piecing together, or Ancient Box, goodness gracious. Ancient Box is piecing together exactly what they want to do. It's still going to be a bit of a mountain to climb because, again, we're not hitting those huge numbers quite yet. 180 is still a 2-hit on this Zard. But setting up that damage, softening it up, and again, maybe looking for something like a Boss's Orders a little bit later, or a Counter Catcher is going to allow us to chase that 2-prizer around as well.
All right. With the energy on the benched one, we could actually see an Explorer's Guidance this next turn. could Pokegear for the Sada. I mean, like I like the Sada just because it keeps the chain going.
Oh, we're gonna lose the barrel off of the mill.
The worst
only play
Pokestops in the
one.
world.
It's okay. We had the
rod.
the rod.
It's okay.
Alright.
It's okay. It's just a little airborne. It's still good. It's still good.
So just fine.
All right, here we go. We see the Roaring Moon is up there. They should be able to get the KO here on this active Charizard. As long as they can find an energy.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're short the energy.
That's why
Explorer's Guidance, pretty good chance to get it though.
I also like the Pokegear just to see if we can get the Sada. Well, we saw energy hit the discard.
Oh, we got 2 Earthen Vessels though. We are in there. Assuming we still have some in deck. I think the list runs 7, so unless 2 are prized, we should be okay here.
It looks like they're even looking at their damage as a possibility of going after something else like the Terapagos.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that, but we are a little bit light on gusts, and we've kind of beat the dead horse here in that we need to keep chaining these attackers, right? We can't afford not to chain the attackers. So,
it hit the Sada right off the bat.
So we're going to be able to chain them. We actually don't even need to Explorer's Guidance here. We're already KOing this Charizard. We're going to get to hold the counter catcher. It's going to make the math a little bit funky. And if our Pokemaster player does end up following up with another Zard, it could get a little bit dicey because then we will be even on prizes.
The biggest issue Rory Moon here wants is they need to skip that 2 prize turn.
We're gonna have to identify if they see it, because I kind of agree here. I think maybe chasing the Mander would be a play, because unfortunately we either use counter catcher now and take a 1 prizer, and now we're behind on prizes if our attacker gets KO'd. That allows us to counter catcher again. It's a little bit weird. So we're gonna get the knockout here. We're gonna be down to 3 prizes. We're a manual attach away from attacking again, but our counter catcher will not be active after this Terapagos presumably takes another KO. That's okay though if they don't set up another Mander or another Charizard. If we don't see a follow-up Charizard from Pokemaster, we're still playing the game. If we do see a follow-up, then we are in trouble, because that would be the attacker that really spells disaster on this whole game plan. But I'm not really seeing enough fire to even load up the other Zard here. I think the list only plays 4 fire, so we would be short anyway. This is going to have to be a huge draw off of the barrel to get what we need. That was weird. That animated backwards.
All right, quick thing. Do not report a game that you've won if you haven't won it yet. Please don't.
Damn. Yeah, like what we saw on stream, it looked like it was all lost in game number 1 for Cali, and the math came to flip the script, if you will.
All right, we'll see here the Pidgeot EX. What are they looking for?
I don't really know. It seems like they're kind of just rolling through their deck, but I mean, now they have the Pidgeot, so that is a huge consistency threat now on board. So they have the Bibarel, they have the Pidgeot, they have another Hoot Hoot ready to potentially turn into another Noctowl, and this Zard follow-up is still very much a threat. However, the fact that they had to attack with a Terapagos means that the KO here is actually pretty straightforward from our Ancient Box player.
They just need to find the energy. Well, if I report a game loss if I haven't lost yet, well, that's on you.
Oh, and look at that. We already have the energy on board. We're going to be able to bump the stadium. 190, so we're still just a little bit short, but I think Explorers probably gets us there.
Grab the energy first. 100% grab that energy first.
Love it. Love it. Sequencing.
So now we're at 200. Get the Pokestop. Lower their ability to hit everything they want. We'll probably see the fan rotom.
Oh, I think.
This is
we're waiting for the
hard.
opponent.
Yeah.
We're waiting for the opponent. I was like, hopefully we didn't crash.
Yeah,
off
no,
that.
we've had like a couple crashes today. Not as many as we had in the past. It looks like the game's gone back to being stable.
Actually,
But-
getting rid of the Zard line, so that's interesting. Are we still short?
We're short. We need 3 more in the discard. We're at 200
So
right
it's
now.
gotta be Explorer's Guidance plus 2. 2 more energy cards off of this Explorer's Guidance. We do see them, but they're both supporters.
So that puts us at 220.
I don't know if they realized that was a situation here.
You might have to. Okay. Now you can get rid of a Seda.
Yep, now we can retrieval away a Seda and probably, I guess probably the Stretcher. Energy's fine too.
Yeah, if you're grabbing more energy, just discard the energy.
Yep, that's right. Because they have to KO this Roaring Moon threat.
Right, and now they can't. Now they can't use Dust Snore. That loses them the game. I mean,
and I think very importantly, we saw that the Zard, the Charmander that could have set up a follow-up Zard also went down, which means that there won't be the opportunity to put up a big enough attacker that's going to prevent Roaring Moon from taking KOs on anything that's left as an attacking threat for Pokemaster. I think the only exception would be the Pidgeot. You could load up the Pidgeot and Blustery Wind up, and you can maybe gust up the Fluttermane and continue to take KOs. And then you would ask a little bit more of your opponent to get enough damage. But this is also a great response because, well, the deck is pretty thin for our Ancient Box player, and we do draw an Earthen Vessel, which is going to let us search with Radiant Greninja. Are we setting up a... I was like, are we setting up a second Pidgeot? No. That is not the case. Just thinning out the deck a little bit. Pokestop gonna see the second Zard EX also falling. Yeah, honestly, it might just be Blustery Wind and Prey. Attach DTE. I think the real problem here is we saw 1 DTE maybe go down a little bit earlier. We only play 2 in the list. So if they're attacking this turn... Oh, I guess it could just swing with the Terapagos.
See the Prime Catcher. Ooh.
Oh, they could just get it stuck for a turn. But now we're just a Sada away from winning it all, so... We'll see if that's the case. Not what we needed. We know the Sadas went to the bottom.
Do that with Earthen Vessel. 2 more. Then now we shuffle the deck.
Concealed cards. Gets us a counter catcher. Not what we're looking for.
I am still okay with just passing on this turn. Because if they don't respond, then they have an issue. And Decamp, they had 4 energy back because the previous turn they used Superior Energy Retrieval to put 4 back in the deck.
Yeah, so we do know there was enough energies, and now we're really wondering what the follow-up is going to be. Because if they don't KO this Roaring Moon, or the bench Roaring Moon, it's just game over.
I think Kelly has everything in hand as long as they don't get disrupted. Going after the Greninja. So, yeah, actually, I think Kelly has everything in hand now. They can just bring up any of the one prizers. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, this isn't winning them the game. I'm curious to know why if we were gonna have to take a knockout anyway, we counter catchered up the Greninja instead of the Roaring Moon that was already ready to attack.
Right. It feels like you played better to the odds that they don't have the access to the energy.
But no disrupt to be seen, as you mentioned, is that there's really nothing stopping Cali from closing out this game. And it's just going to be a pass, hoping that they aren't able to retreat this Greninja. But we actually draw it off the top. It's not going to matter. Retreat, 260 damage to the face with Vengeance Fletching. And it's going to be Callie taking game number 3 and the set. Incredible.
There we go. Bringing up what the Callie's deck is here as we see the biggest new card they're playing, the Blender. Which let me go ahead and move us real quick. All right. There it is. So like we're not seeing too many new cards. I mean, some people have said Surging Sparks isn't that big of a meta game change, but this Brilliant Blender really played out well.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. It's a plus 50 if you're just dumping a whole bunch of ancient cards into your discard. Vengeance Fletching immediately doing plus 50 if you've got the energy to attack. There are a couple of other interesting things that you could do with it. Sometimes you're light on energy actually in your discard to get to full value of the SADA. So if you really need to, you can actually just dump a couple of energies with Brilliant Blender to get full value from a SADA as well. So it adds a lot of versatility. It feels like it makes your prize routing a little bit difficult just because your only reliable gust is 2 counter catchers and a boss, which isn't too bad because oftentimes you are behind on prizes. But previously we were utilizing that. We were utilizing Prime Catcher. We moved over towards, I think, some lists playing the secret box. And now Brilliant Blender, yet another tool in the arsenal of the Ancient Box deck to be able to discard cards and ramp up that Vengeance Fletching damage.
Yep. And we saw that early. We saw them come in, they used it, watch all the walking wakes go away, so they never became an issue. Which is a really good, strong card for that. And their opponent was playing a very interesting deck as well. Like if you look at it, it says there's this Charizard Pidgeot. It wasn't. We should have looked. I was like, okay, this is gonna be Charizard Pidgeot. No, this is Charizard Terapagos. And we saw in game 2, the Briar played out to be one of the best cards for them. But as we saw in game 3, they probably should have kept the Charmander over the Terapagos.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think the loss of that Charmander, I think, was the nail in the coffin for that game. Just because we know Charizard EX becomes the only two-prize attacker in the deck that can tank a hit from a mid to late game Roaring Moon. And in fact, I think we would have been really grasping at straws to try and get the damage there if we did have our Charizard EX as our attacker. Because then, as you mentioned, we only need to take one more KO, and then we are hopefully getting into a Briar situation. In that case, Callie actually put themselves out of Briar situation, or out of Briar range by going down to 1 prize, which also prevented some shenanigans with the Dusknoir line. But yeah, this deck has, again, it just feels like it's tooled out to play around everything in theory. But you can't deny the amount of consistency that we have. There are multiple ways to get into Pidgeot EX. The Jacq is a really interesting inclusion. I was not expecting to see a Jacq in a list outside of, honestly, outside of Lugia currently. But yeah, 2 Evo Pokemon, you're playing a whole bunch of Evo lines, so sometimes finding the right 2 Pokemon is all you really need to get going.
Right. And like the only time I ever played Jacq, Lugia. You know, I mean, it's the only time it's ever made sense to me. Which I was looking through my cards trying to find my Jacq. It turned out I had like a reverse holofoil one. I want to say then I pulled a. Did I pull the Galaxy Holo? I don't think there's a Galaxy Holo yet of it. What did I pull from it? Oh, I pulled the Seda. That's why. I don't know why Seda Galaxy Holo made me think that, but whatever. Whatever.
I love that name. Someone in the chat called it, sorry to interrupt, Demon Slayer called it Infernal Turtle. That's sick.
That is a good name.
That's got to be the official name of Infernal Turtle.
This is weird. The site's being a little slow for me. I'm trying to get to the standings. There it goes. All right.
Too many pocket gamers, I guess, nowadays, man.
Yeah, I was going to wonder.
Down the site.
I was going to wonder if it was the pocket game stuff going on. They're like, man, we used to only have like 500 people most on the site at a time. Now it's like, oh, gonna have to
2,000 people playing pocket, baby.
And you got about almost 300 of these players, and then on top of that, we have where One Piece is running. And they've had a couple, sometimes up to a couple thousand. I wouldn't be surprised that everything's.
I'm curious to see how the standings start to shape out as we get into deeper rounds, because this is kind of one of the funnest sort of tournament that you can sort of watch and play in, because the new set basically no holds barred, right? Other than some early results that you might be able to check out in Japan, it's a lot of cooking. It's a lot of overcooking, oftentimes a lot of undercooking, to check out the new list, to implement the new cards, things like the Pikachu that we're already seeing, things like the blender that we've gotten to watch as well. Really cool to see how people are getting creative. Oh, that's a bad gateway.
Yeah, it was a bad gateway. I'm going to go to their Discord real quick, make sure that they're okay. They're not reporting anything yet. I just want to make sure, be like, hey, guys, is the site okay?
Site sweating bullets.
It is. It's like, woof. It's like originally Limitless was made because the site we were playing originally on tournaments couldn't handle the 1,500 player tournaments we were running then.
Craziness.
And you know what, Mike? I actually do support him on Patreon. I actually support $5 a month. But looking at the top decks right now, we do have a Dragapult at 2-0. We have Pentachu, Lost Zone Box 2-0, Caterpie TCG 2-0 with a Goldango.
Let's go.
Casio TCG with the other. Let's see what the other is. I'm probably going to crash the whole thing.
I think a lot of the others are showing up the Cyril Edge decks.
Yes. Someone in chat earlier was saying there was no Cyril Edge. I was like, no, there has to be. Someone's going to play it.
Yep. Actually, if we look at the meta game, it was actually a pretty high proportion of like other decks, I want to say, when I took a peek. Let me see if I can also try doing this without crashing it. Yeah, this site is running like molasses right now. Pocket Legends League currently running with 601 players.
And then on top of that, I think Ursi's tournament's running with another 1,700 players.
Oh yeah, I see that one there. Ursi's Pocket Weekly is 1726, dude.
And usually we don't run on Saturdays. Usually we're Friday nights, but this is a new set. We do the regionals. We'll be back on Fridays next week. Which it was weird last night. Like I went to bed at like a decent hour. I was like, this isn't right.
Surreal experience being in bed before 3 a.m. Exactly.
But looking at some of the lists, we do have a couple 2-0. Iron Thorns, Woolmaster, thank you for the follow. Let's see, Regidrago coming in at 2-0. Lugia 2-0. Chin Pao 2-0.
Oh.
Conkeldurr 2-0. What?
2 Conkeldurrs are 2-0, sir. Scroll down a little bit. Hojo is also rocking the Conkeldurr.
Oh my god. All right, I gotta see what this deck list even looks like.
Got the Ancient Booster to set up the poison with the bonnet. Precision Troll here actually seems like it goes crazy because you set up basically like your entire combo. You can put down the Sneasel or the Petrorunt.
And then look, they're running the Pikachu as well. But what are you trying to do? You're just trying to stall the whole time?
Yeah, I was gonna say I think we're just tanking a hit, dude. I think we're just jet energy pass.
Yeah. There's just nothing. Oh, and Gutsy Swing. Yeah, so the Pikachu's taking a hit, otherwise using Pecharunt and the Brute Bonnet, Conkeldurr to hit 250. Wow. Okay. Let's see what they played up against. Pizza Date played up against, which is a great name. I would date a pizza. Except I'm married 15 years.
Same.
Hey, what's up, Koopa?
Yo, what up, friends? What's up? What's up?
So Koopa will be joining us next round with Eliza when Eliza jumps in. But right now we're just talking decks. We're seeing what's interesting, seeing what's out there for the last 5 minutes. Like Conkeldurr.
Yeah.
Oh, they beat up some
Yeah.
They beat up some Terapagos. Okay, that makes sense.
Ooh.
They beat the
matches
first
for weakness.
they beat up the first Terapagos so bad they 0-1 dropped.
No.
I can't. No.
I've seen enough. I must go on with the rest of my day. Knowing
How much
what
are we
happened
hitting
to me.
for? Is it 500
250.
damage?
500 damage.
Oh my god.
God.
That's so funny.
It's for area 0. That's what the Pikachu's there for.
Okay. I mean, the Pikachu seems pretty good in general. Which, looking at some of the decks right now, I don't think we've seen a straight Pikachu deck. There's been a lot of Lost Zone versions, like we'll see here, I think has got it in there. As the site.
Yeah, so what were we anticipating as a Pikachu deck? I guess it would be the Magneton
Magneton.
setup.
Which I think Miraidon's playing. Let's see what the Miraidon deck here has the Magneton set up. They do.
With the Latias.
Ooh.
The Miraidon players I've talked to say this Magneton fixes your end game.
Yeah, it's pretty good. This is what I've been playing the last like couple of days because this is the only thing I was able to build without having to print proxies. So I was like, all right, I'll play some Miraidon. It's really good because again, you still have to hit your generators, obviously, but like this makes it so that you don't necessarily are completely jailed if you don't. Granted, if you still have enough prize cards to like give up to do that. It's pretty good.
And I was going to ask, are we now putting the Raichu back in? Because accelerating 3 basics means that we are potentially hitting with that Pokemon for a lot once again. So it doesn't look like it. I saw it talked about a little bit because that is an interesting thought in my opinion. The endgame triple energy acceleration, that's a lot of damage with the Raichu, but this list's not really opting for it. It's actually just a 1/1 Magneton line too.
Yeah, I think one of the problems I'm running into is that like if the Area 0 build feels like you kind of have to play it because you have to play so many like bench hitters and support Pokemon in this deck that you just like straight up don't have the room if you don't. And I've been trying to I was like scouring Pokébook. I'm just like, there has to be a build that plays like 2/2 Magneton, right? Like there's got to be something that's like playing this, but nah, most of the ones are just kind of playing the one. So it's like if you're only playing one, you don't really have like, I guess you can't really warrant playing the Raichu because then you have to have too much just set up. The deduction kit's pretty hyped though. I'm into that. That's heat.
Yeah, that's a pretty sick inclusion as well. Looking at the top 3, putting them back in any order, or shuffle them, putting them on the bottom of the deck. That's pretty odd, but it kind of helps you to reconfigure your deck or put whatever you need for just the one of Raikou draw, right? And can get you exactly what you need to start popping off that turn. It's pretty cool.
You could also maybe like stack
Generators,
energies to that too,
Yeah.
if they just happen to. Maybe it's not as like good as as like the Academy at Night was, where it's like you take the card from your hand and you stack it. Where it's just like, okay, those energies were probably going to be there or not be there anyway. So it's like maybe it's like not
Right.
in worst case scenario. At least you're like moving 3 cards out of the way. That like if you have an edge generator in your hand, you're at least like, okay, I'm at least like increasing my odds to see more cards here. But it's cute. I think Miraidon is like a little slept on by people right now because we've been like overrun with Lugia the last like format and a half. And I think Miraidon is just like like the Undertaker theme is playing. Like it's gonna come out from the back rooms with a steel chair, and it's really gonna like twist people on their heads again.
Yeah, it came in with a 4.46% meta share. And even if you take other into account, it's because others got just so many random decks. It almost seems like everything's a lot of just 7, nothing more than like a 7% meta share.
A lot of wide. There's so many deck options. It's just like a lot of what you were playing last format is probably still good now. Again, Lugia probably gets knocked down a peg a bit because Lugia is only as good or bad as Miraidon is relevant in the meta, in my opinion. And now you have Miraidon and Pikachu as like lightning attackers, so you now have to dodge 2 lightning decks in the format if you're playing Lugia. But I feel like a lot of the stuff that was good still kind of stays the same, so I'm not surprised to see a pretty diverse spread here.
And you best believe we have a good Pikachu in the format, it's gonna get played. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the CEO. He's the boss.
Mr. Pikachu.
It's funny, I haven't been playing long enough, but I'm curious to know if it kind of has the same training arc, if you will, of Zard. Because I know for a long time, there hasn't been like that many good Zards, right? Which is a little bit surprising considering it's like one of the
when
mascots.
we had Radzard, I mean, not Radzard, Reshazard, which was also good at the same time as Pikarom. So again, those two were at each other. But before that, I cannot remember for the life of me a good Charizard deck. But since then, they've been making good Charizard and Pikachu decks.
Ah, yes. Everybody's 4 favorite Pokemon: Pikachu, Charizard, Reshiram, and Zekrom.
I thought you were just gonna say Pikachu 4 times, to be fair, but
listen, I feel so bad for people who are like fans of certain Pokemon because you're just never gonna get a good card.
I know.
It feels like one of my favorite Pokemon is Crocodile, and I've been saying for years, I'm like, if they ever print like a moderately playable Crocodile card, I'm there like white on rice, baby. Like I'm eating that for breakfast. But let's just keep making Gardevoir cards.
I'm all for like Fuecoco, and like the Skeledirge isn't that bad. The Fuecoco is
pretty
horrible.
Neat. Yeah, it's so bad.
It's like, hey, can I buddy pop in it? No, he's too thick.
I've been saying since base set, I'm just like, it feels like they want to reprint like Heavy Ball proper so bad because they have so many of these like baby guys with chunky retreat costs. I'm just like, I think like one of the Fuecocos has like a 4 retreat cost or something stupid. Maybe I might be misremembering that. It could be Stockholm syndrome, but like,
no, it is bad.
I was just like, there has to be something, or like reprint Level Ball. Like that card was fine. Please bring it back so I can use my X and Y Level Balls again.
Yeah, like I want to play Skeledirge. It's not that bad, and if it sets up, oh, it's great. But it's just so hard to set up. Like some people were like, "Oh yeah, you got the new carts, like cool," but I need other A specs.
We need more, son. We need more.
Well,
you know what you do have? You have Tatsugiri to help you get that Skeledirge into play.
Yeah.
See, I'm just a little bit sad because I love the Dusknoir. That is like some of my favorite Pokemon of all time, but this current iteration of them is making people hate to play the Pokemon TCG. So, unfortunate, it's good, but it's good in like the worst way. So,
yeah, right now
can't have it all.
Right now, it's not having a good day. It's 3-8 with Terapagos, and it's 0-7 with Dragapult.
And 1-4 with Palkia. It just keeps going down.
It is having a bad day.
Yeah, it's not having fun.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
All right. We have 2 matches that went to time. I'm just making sure there's no issues, like if their game 3 was almost done, blah, blah, blah. Otherwise, we'll be going to round 3 very, very shortly. Which we'll have Eliza and Koopa in, which Eliza's not here yet, but when she is here, we will have it. And Mellow Crit, I'm gonna call you Mellow because I'm friends with Mellow Magikarp. I call him Mellow. You both have MEL, and then I finish it out like that. And you saw promotion you want to do before.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say thanks again, Doom, for having me. Thanks to everyone who was in the chat hanging out. I'm Mellowcrit on all socials. I'm most active probably on Twitter, so feel free to give me a follow. It's just at Mellowcrit. I do tabletop streams every Tuesday. Currently gonna have a bit of a hiatus in November with holidays and traveling to LAIC, but yeah, I look forward to any opportunities to cast. I love the Pokemon TCG, even if its current state is not everyone's favorite. But yeah, thanks again, Doom. Thanks to everyone. And hopefully I'll see you guys. Actually, I'll see you guys tomorrow for day 2 of the regional.
Yep.
So, thanks again.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to go ahead and start the next round. It looks like there's no issues. At least no one's called judge yet. They've had plenty of time to call.
Yeah.
You've had enough time.
Your time has passed.
All right. All right, round 3 is up. Just waiting on Eliza if she comes, but before then, I can still be here. Koopa, let's find a game.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. I've been looking forward to this. Like, I mean, obviously been looking forward to this, but especially with everything happening in the world, because nothing crazy happened this week. But
oh yeah, no,
totally nothing weird happened this week. But I'm excited just because I feel like Stellar Crown really overstayed its welcome. And I'm just really excited to look at some new cards that aren't just the same 3 or 4 archetypes of decks. I've been playing a lot of the latter the last couple of days. It's been a lot of Ceruledge, a lot of Pikachu, the new shiny toys everyone's getting their hands on. And I think some of these decks have some staying power. So I'm excited to see how they shake things up.
Yep, I'm going to put us on Hypnotic versus Vincent S with the Goldingo.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and go down to that table.
Where
Table 4.
I'm in.
And then once they get going, we'll have the game going. Which I wonder if I can make that. I wonder if I can make that screen a little bit.
I am so excited to watch this Goldango deck, because it's all Jesse Parker's fault for putting this into the zeitgeist, but we are witnessing a new way to play Goldango in Surging Sparks, and it's the biggest thing that Goldango gets is a new proper ace spec that you can consider the Energy Search Pro, which lets you get one of every energy type and put it into your hand. So that fixes a lot of problems that Goldango tends to have, which is kind of stalling out of time. But now you're seeing people include the Togepi and the Togekiss with the Wonder Kiss ability. You get to flip a coin if your opponent's active Pokemon's knocked out, and if it hits heads, you take an extra prize, which is hilarious.
Mm-hmm. So if you look at Hypnotic's list real quick, did you notice they're playing Akiram?
I did notice that, yeah. That's actually really interesting.
I've seen they're not the only. I think they might actually only be the only Lost Box list, but I've heard of Lost Box players putting it in there because they knew Lost Box was coming back. I'm like, well, get into the mirror, right? You're going to Colress.
Yeah, that's true. I guess if Lost Box really does come back with the fever that people think it's going to, it actually makes a lot of sense. Kyurem in the mirror is very, very good, but also it kind of gives you some edge into maybe the occasional Tropicos. Oh god, Lost Box sucks. You can also maybe Colress's Tenacity still kind of exists, so it's a thing you can consider. But yeah, this is a Lost Box looking start if I've ever seen one before. This is
wow.
Oh gosh.
Also, chat 5-2-1 is what gets you into day 2. So if you're 0-2, you still have a chance. You still have a chance to run it back.
All right, so we're seeing Vincent go for their first deck search here, and as I think Goldango is probably the best position it's been in a while. It's always been a fringe fun rogue deck, but now I feel like you kind of have some better staying power than you've had. And I actually don't think going second is like a bad thing for this deck. Sometimes your biggest problem is just getting off the ground. At least from some, I've played this deck a lot, so I love it very much. And we're gonna already grab the Energy Search Pro and the Radiant Greninja with the Irida. We're gonna discard some energies, draw some more cards, and poise. Set yourself up properly for whatever comes next, because poor Hypnotic is really not doing anything right now. So there's a lot of ways things can go wrong here.
All right, just one moment.
All right, we're passing the buck back over, and that also doesn't help. So we show me the Goldengo, show me the Metal Energy, show me the Dong. Oh.
Thumbs up, yeah. It seems like we're...
All right, grabbing the Irida once again. Yep, to get the Ultra Ball, and that's pretty much gonna... It doesn't matter what 2 cards you discard here. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, I'm going to press a button here. Vincent is up 1 game already.
It would be a shame if you missed the attack.
Yeah,
they're just gonna. Yeah, that is so sad.
Womp womp.
Like Lost Box already going first is like, all right, you're kind of like hamstringing yourself a bit. But like you get the next turn, and you still don't see like a Colress or like anything to save your hide there. That is some Lost Box hands.
So now we'll see if we can get a game 2 going. But like I said, Lost Box hands. Can't do much about it.
Yeah, it's tough. That's just one of the things you have to accept with the deck. Sometimes you're just going to have these unplayable hands sometimes.
Like I've had plenty of games like that. You start stable, I attach, pass, pray.
Yeah, pray for the chorus. All right, let's hope we'll get a better start here this time. Assuming if you're Hypnotic, you're going to opt to go second here to at least give yourself the prayer of a chorus or something. Oh, never mind. You're going to go first.
Maybe they went first. So I'm going to double check in the thing, make sure they didn't have any issues. We've had a few issues today. With people,
we're so back.
Where people have not realized it's best of 3 and need to do certain things.
Wow.
The fact that they're playing is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're fine with it. I guess you don't mind going first just to kind of like get the the upper hand here, getting some stuff in the loss zone, but pretty decent stuff here. That's a lot of energies. So we do see the Pikachu EX, the GOAT, the CEO. He is arrived onto the scenes, and a lot of people feel like that Lost Box is the best way to play this. I can see why. The hardest part with these stellar Pokemon is accelerating the energy. Lost Box already has a built-in way to do that, so it seems pretty decent. I don't know if you've seen much or have experimented much with Pikachu as a concept, Doom.
I haven't yet. Most of I want to play the Pikachu, but I just don't know yet. Like, this is why I want to watch these Lost Box stuff.
Yeah, I've been very intrigued by like the Blissey build of it, but the jury's out on that one to see how decent of a choice it actually is. But we're going to establish Radiant Greninja, which could potentially be a player in this matchup. You're playing a lot of squishy guys in Goldengo, and Manaphy's at an all-time low, so you could, depending on how poor of a start you have here on Vincent's side, you potentially could, wreak some havoc. But the good news for Vincent is that he started the really good, the often forgotten Goldengo, the Call for Family Goldengo. So worst case scenario, you're at least going to be able to squeak another basic out on the bench here.
All right, so
We are stacking the deck with the Cypher Maniac. With Pokestop in play, I imagine that is to get some item cards. So at least 2 out of the 3 cards you hit off your Pokestop are going to be ones that are going to help you find stuff.
So we've now gone almost further in this game than we did last game. We're guaranteed to.
We're guaranteed a 4th turn possibly here, which is great. All right, we're going to hit the Hisuian Heavy Ball. See if anybody might have gotten lost in the shuffle here. Oh, there's Radiant Greninja. Kind of an important, a more important card now in Goldengo if you're opting to play this build that doesn't play like Palkia or Babarrel. Because you don't have any, like, turn 1 draw without it, so... And we're just going to pass the buck. Not even going to attempt to put the Radiant Greninja in play right now. Pokestop's going to get you a couple switching cards, so it's going to be a few more cards in a loss zone. We could potentially hit the 7 here. Looking at what you got in hand. Yeah, you don't mind ditching those 2 cards. You're at 4 right now, so we can easily get to the 3. And these, not getting that 3rd Gimmighoul out might prove to be costly, because we're gonna have a no Gimmighoul board if everything works out well here. All right, there we go. Selecting a couple more flowers.
Get the chorus.
Grabbing it. Yeah, that's fine. Got 2 energies in a discard pile. You had to loss on one of those water energies, so hopefully you have at least the other 2 in the deck. I didn't quite pay attention to that first prize check, so unsure. But we have the 7. Okay, we do have the water energies in the deck still. Having to burn 2 Mirage Gates kind of stinks, but it's fine given that you're going to go put yourself in a way better position here. Yep. Oh, no, don't do that. Let's grab the right energies.
Which I've done that plenty of times.
Nothing makes me feel worse than when Live decides, no, actually you want the metal energy. We're checking the notes here. It's the first time I've seen someone actually look through the battle log like that. So there we go.
Occasionally do.
We're gonna Moonlight Shuriken. That is going to wipe the board of 2. The only 2 Gimmighoul on the bench here. So unfortunate for Vincent, unable to find that 3rd Gimmighoul to give themselves a shot here. You now have 2 support Pokemon in play and Greninja looming. So you're gonna have to recycle some of these guys here, and hope you're able to find them. A couple of cards that you have the nest ball to at least search something out, but you have to find a way to get those Gimmighouls back into play, at least more than 2, which is asking a lot.
There's
And
one.
Can we find a way to recycle these guys? I know Jesse posted an updated version of this list, and it looks like Vincent is playing it. Jesse included a Super Rod in here. At least from the list that he posted. That's that list that I copied personally, that I looked online, which I'm sure was there was a Pokekabook list that did the same thing. But Super Rod, very effective given, it helps you get all those energies back in your deck, and in this case helps you refine your goal, helps you refine your Gimmigouls. And a Night Stretcher back in, most likely to get one of the other Pokemon, I'd assume. Ooh, we're gonna pop the... Oh, wait, this is actually pretty effective. Yep, Curse Blast, the only attacking threat on the board. So you at least buy yourself a turn here.
Sorry, dealing with a judge call right now. It's one of the things where you get people best of 3, don't look at who wants to go first or second, trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, who's on first, what's on second? The usual. All right, so Vincent has smartly bought himself at least another turn here. There is a Nest Ball and a Switch card in hand. I believe the Cramorant is still in the deck. So... But we do have, we got a Rod, we got Sableye. Actually, we're almost at the, actually, we should probably be at 3 and almost 10 in the loss zone right now anyway. So once again, we might be looking at a board completely void of treasure chests. We need 3 more, and I think we're going to be able to get there. So going to get Greninja and a couple of these energies back into play here. That's a lot of energy in the discard pile. Wow,
yeah.
That's nuts.
Well, but you have a lot of Super Rods.
That's true. Yeah, I'm sure I'm assuming they're playing at least 3. I know most Lost Zone decks do. Yeah, we're playing the full force.
Four.
Yeah,
plus 2 stretchers.
Yeah, we're web fishing for sure right now. Palpad's probably the right choice here. And also, one of the perks of this this matchup currently for Hypnotic is that if the list is what I think it is, the only hand disruption that Vincent is playing is Roxanne. So these hands are going to be here to stay for at least a few more prize cards. And we're going to grab the... yeah, you could probably grab the Cramorant. Not a bad card to have. But we have Sableye established. Ooh, I don't know if we're going to be able to get to the 10 we need. Okay, we're going to burn the attachment there. But we still have the Mirage Gate, actually, now that I think about it. So we should be okay here. Super Rodding back in some more cards. Only 4 cards left in the deck, my lord.
I know.
Really easy to get lost in the sauce sometimes with Lost Box. I just feel like you're just drawing through so much of your deck. You can at least online, I feel like I run into that problem more because I'm never paying attention to how big my deck size actually is.
This game feels like it's kind of
pretty chalked.
Pretty chalked.
It wouldn't be though. Unfortunately for Vincent, they were only able to get the 50 HP Gimmighoul's out because they're playing 3 of them. That's a bold choice. Now that I think about it, like, yeah, this is probably cooked right now.
So I'm going to press a button here.
Yeah. Hey, what you looking at?
Boop, boop. 1-1 going into game 3.
All right. I gotta say, it's a bold move for Vincent to be playing the 50 HP Gimmighoul's. I guess your logic of thinking behind that is like, okay, the only thing I'd really have to be wary of some is like Reggie Drago, pinging my my stuff on the bench. But if you go first and then you evolve into the Goldengo anyway, that doesn't really matter. But I still feel like the 70 HP ones are probably optimal. And also, we got a new 70 HP Gimmighoul that synergizes very nicely with the new way the deck plays. It's got its first attack, I believe it's called Minor Errand Running. You search your deck for 2 basic energy cards and you put them in your hand, which is sick. So hopefully we get a slightly more... that was a competitive game, I guess. It was 2 landslides on either side. At least we got to see both decks play, I guess.
Yeah, we got to see one go off and do exactly everything it wanted, and the other one get a donk and do everything it wanted.
So that means we'll meet somewhere in the middle for the third game. We're going to see a very competitively spirited game. I would like to see the Pikachu. Can we use the Pikachu attack, please? 3 mulligans, yikes. Giving Lost Box a free extra 3 cards to play with is terrifying.
Yeah.
You're starting Luminion, oh brother.
Oh. But hey, you're going
Please don't die.
first. You're going first.
That's true, yeah.
And you get the Togepi, I guess.
Oh no. Oh, thank God. Okay. We're getting somewhere. All right, we're going to get a couple of ghouls out in the bench here. Really zooming in on that SIR Pikachu. Really sick. All right, pretty run-of-the-mill start here. Gonna get a couple of flower guys out. Also, shoutouts for Hypnotic for using the optimal comfy art. I think this comfy is so sick. We love rap album comfy in this house. All right, looks like Greninja's going to be the choice here. The Pokestop, I'm going to spin it. We do have 2 of the... yeah, we got a couple of Night Stretchers in hand, so not a bad call to go for that. Here comes the Chorus.
Ooh.
That's tough.
Yeah. You're probably not seeing the metal energy get used, so I think it's completely fine seeing that go.
Yeah, I guess what I like about what Lost Box has into this specific matchup is that you're not forced to use the Pikachu unless they go into a Goldengo. Because Greninja and Sableye have proven to be just effective enough at just decimating the board if you're able to set up strong enough. We're going to grab the Cramorant here.
Get some damage on that fish. Get it ready for a Sableye.
Yep, Catfish is not going anywhere. We are gone are the days of Palkia V-Star right now. That fish is here to hang out for a while. Palkia is still probably like the best way to play this deck, but I do appreciate people trying the Togekiss, which I think is very funny.
I mean, you gotta try something.
I appreciate people trying. I think it's sick. I built the deck myself, so I pulled. You saw in a picture I posted last night of the most cracked ETB of all time. So I got all the cards I need to build the rest of the decks that I want.
I almost opened an ETB last night. Almost.
Oh no!
Oh no! The Moonlight Shuriken again.
That was turns 2, 7 in the Lost Zone. That was crazy. What the heck? I love Lost Box.
Yeah, this feels bad.
Zoink Scoob.
Like,
that is
like part of me thought Goldango would have a good chance or something, but then I didn't see that it didn't play Manaphy.
Yeah, I think a lot of these starts look a lot worse than they actually are because we just have not seen more than 2 Gimmighoul hit the bench ever, which is like really sad.
Yeah,
I think it's just like a problem this deck has sometimes where it's just like you really, and maybe I think that's more of a standard problem if you're playing like a setup deck. Like if you don't have a Buddy Poffin, or like if you don't have 2 Buddy Poffin in your hand, you just don't get to play the game, which is sad sometimes. But the box might be back. I don't know, man. I don't want to believe it because I love Lost Box. It's one of my.
I have kept my Lost Box stuff in my standard box. I have not put it away.
Real believers. It's so much fun. Like it's a real thinking man's deck. I guess if you can dodge Reggie Drago, then you're chilling. Ooh, counter catcher. Okay, but
Bring up the cram.
Give me the bird. All right, cramming up your cram hole, LaFleur. Let's go to the next turn. Sure. Yeah, it's
Sure.
fine, I guess. You're in such a great position right now. Oh yeah, Dad, we're fine. You're in such good position, and you're. I don't think you're worried too much.
You're about to hit 10 anyways. You've got everything in hand to possibly hit another Greninja here, just absolutely decimating their board.
I'm totally copying this Lost Box list. This is so sick.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm like, only card I would need to buy for this Lost Box list is Pikachu.
I should have waited an extra day before I made a $15 trade for a Pikachu card.
You always wait.
I
You
should
have to wait.
Well, because here's what it was. I had an illustration rare Ralts in my binder that I forgot that I even had, and a guy at my local was like, "Hey, would you mind trading me that?" And I was like, "Well, this card's like $15. That Pikachu's like, yeah, well, that's it. See ya."
Yeah, that's it.
Good night, sweet prince.
All right. Let's see how much time we have left. 40 minutes. We have a couple other stream games. Let's look at which ones are there, and maybe we can find one. OSU Kingling with the Terapagos Dusknoir streaming, so we'll go ahead and jump down to that one.
Maybe Manaphy's time to return. It might be Manaphy's time to come back.
All right, we're going to jump down to that. And Liza, is that you? Might be. Let me make sure I get everything. Let me make sure I get everything set up on my end.
Oh gosh, big bench.
And are we seeing a concession as we get into before we even get into the game?
Womp womp.
Let me see what their record was at. Said 1-1. This is going into game. This is going into game 3. So the numbers are right. The players are wrong.
The math is always wrong.
There we go.
We lost Eliza. Okay, we are at... What table is this one?
Table 8.
Sick.
Am I here?
Hi, Eliza.
Yeah.
Hi.
All right, so I will shut up for a while, and Koopa and Eliza, you have the game.
Cool. Thanks, Zoom. Hi, Eliza. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm in the parking lot of the hospital after my doctor made me come in so that way we could call my insurance together. But it's all sorted out. It's done. It's fixed. I have surgery on Wednesday, so we're good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing marginally better considering I didn't have to talk to insurance or my doctor today. So I'm glad everything got sorted out for you.
Yeah,
Me too.
I'm just coming in. Dealing with insurance sucks. Mrs. Doom could give you like a bajillion stories about it. So.
Oh gosh,
yeah.
I'm writing a novel. I love healthcare.
So I actually used to work for Blue Cross and Blue Shield as a call center rep. So it's even more fun for me because like I know the systems they're using and the knowledge articles and like what words you have to like say to like get specific responses and stuff like that. So it's always a game of like cat and mouse where they're trying not to give me information and I'm trying to figure out what their new like
buzzword is.
Yeah, what their new like what's the word? Like the sleeper agent trigger. I'm trying to figure out what that is.
The Winter Soldier activation words.
Yeah. So I'm constantly trying to figure that out, but it's solved now. I'm sorry if my audio quality is poor. I am using my phone for now.
You're crushing it. You sound great. So
glad to hear.
Anyway, so we are getting into this third game here. We got a bunch of birds out here. So
since I'm on my phone, I can't see the other deck, but I'm assuming it's Palkia Terapagos or just regular Palkia. What's going on over there?
Looks like it's Palkia Terapagos versus Terapagos Dusknoir. So turtles on both sides. You do have a bit of a secondary attacking threat in the Palkia here as well, but Marcus did not get to go first. So they're immediately on the back foot here, which is unfortunate. And we have 2 Noctowls in hand. So Kingling is going to be able to really ramp things up here and get basically everything they most likely need to get a big attack off.
Yeah, and having those Noctowls in hand to turn off the Radiant Greninja threat, they still have Fan Rotom, they still have Duskull on the bench, so that 2-prizer is still there. But now that they're getting to use their engine, they're actually going to be able to set up. So the Greninja, still threatening, but not nearly as bad as it would have been. And now we're grabbing the Manaphy anyway, so now it's not even threatening.
Yeah, suddenly Manaphy's stock, I think, has gotten up a lot more, than it has been. I think with the reintroduction of like Lost Box as a concept or an idea, makes this deck makes Manaphy a lot more of an appealing Pokemon to put back into your lists.
Yeah, and I've been jamming Dragapult a lot recently, and let me tell you, not having Manaphy in the list feels bad whenever you need it, but like, it's one of those cards that like you really have to be able to justify the space for it. And with like you said, with Lost Box coming back, with Palkia variants taking off, and Goldango going back to being dual types instead of single type, they're a lot more likely to be pulling off Greninja plays, and so Manaphy's stock, like you said, just keeps going up.
Hold on to your Manaphy's, folks. It's not over yet. There's still time. All right, so we're getting off to the races here. We now have Rare Candy and Dusknoir, so we're going to be able to pick apart the board here. And we still haven't supported yet. We're going to hit the Iono. So whatever cards Marcus was sitting on there, no longer a factor.
So for the Dusknoir, probably Greninja, right?
Yeah, I think that's what the play is. Okay, no, or you completely eliminate the Owl engines here. So I guess that's also not a bad play either, given that it's hard to know without knowing what Marcus had in her hand, but at least by eliminating both the Hoots, you can eliminate any turn 2 Noctowls to kind of help recover their board state, and now they're just kind of sitting here with a Palkia and a prayer.
And that play definitely does make a lot more sense, being able to remove both of these Owls. Just, sure, the Greninja's going to be able to draw 2, but we already see that they have Manaphy on the field. Even if their opponent has Canceling Clone, it's going to be hard for them to get it without the Noctowls. So going after those is definitely the right call there. If I would pause and think for 2 seconds, I'd probably get there too.
Alrighty, so let's see what Marcus can pull off on the second turn here. You do see the conceal cards, Earthen Vessel to grab some more energies out of the discard pot, as a deck here, excuse me. So.
And does he have the V-Star? That's going to be super relevant here on whether or not he can pull off an attack this turn. With a bench size as big as it is, he is already hitting for knockout here. Because what is it? It's 60 plus 20 for each? Yeah, so they're already hitting for more than enough for knockout. So yeah, so we are going to be able to see that return KO here. Just want to see what else happens to their bench. There's the Terapagos. Okay, so we're coming back from that double Hoot knockout at least.
Yeah, 340 big ones. That's going to immediately put Marcus back on the board here, and they have a 1 prize card lead due to the Cursed Blast. So let's see the response from Kingling here. We do have the Fez to draw a few more cards before we do anything else. Got an Ultra Ball to maybe get another Noctowl here to maybe help you get whatever other pieces you might need.
Yeah, and we have the Rare Candy, but with your opponent down to 3 prizes and them easily KOing Terapagos, which you need to swing with this turn, it's one of those things that you can't really go for that Dusknoir play unless you think you can win this turn, which I don't think the Terapagos is able to do 4 prize turns like some of these other decks are.
It'd be kind of cool if they did, though.
I mean, hey, double Dusknoir onto like the Palkia V on the bench and then just swing into the Palkia V-Star for knockout, but they don't have a second Duskull, so it is possible, just not with this current board state.
Yeah, unfortunately, we will be deprived of the 4 prize turn here.
Wait,
but instead
no, because they can use Dusknoir to KO the Radiant Greninja. Have they supported? Because their opponent will go down to 2 prizes, they'll go down to 3, and then they can just Briar.
Oh wait, you're totally right. I didn't even consider that.
But they need a way to get a double colorless energy here, and the only way to do that looks like it's Colress, which. Are they banking to take one off the prize?
That would be kind of sick. Does this like play an energy lotto? Let's
I think
Take
we
a look
saw
at
that they prized. Oh, is it 2 double colorless? Because they only had 1 left in deck. I didn't actually check the numbers, but
we are gonna
let's
hit.
see if we can check it now.
Oh,
Come on.
almost there.
Little
Just a little bit
Little
more to the
further.
right. I wish that every time I prize check my deck, it put everything in sequential order like this.
Big agree. Come on.
I feel like I'm. Come on, just a little bit more to. Nope. Okay, we're fine. You're getting colder, but it's fine.
I mean, if they prized even 1, that's still a 25% chance of just getting it here. Oh, they're out of them in deck?
Oh wow, that's not good.
Oh
at
no,
all.
they hadn't checked off show all. They hadn't checked off show all. Never mind.
Imagine. Oh gosh.
I was like, there's no way, right? Like, all right, so if we're just putting this here.
Yeah, I guess you maybe. Okay, we're gonna hit the nest ball first.
Maybe the plan here is to Iona them down to 2 and hope that they whiff on their V-Star, because if they whiff on their V-Star and don't have double turbo, they don't have a way to take knockout next turn, and they're hoping to hit their own double turbo here, so that looks like it's going to be the play.
Hey, every time. Never punished.
But so yeah, if their opponent has a V-Star, it doesn't look like they've used their V-Star power, so V-Star wins them the game, double turbo wins them the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of routes here for Marcus. Holding on to that V-Star power, very, very smart there. So we'll see what the draw for turn is here. But there's still a way out here. We still have time. We have options.
For most of the fan rotom, which either means they have nothing in hand and they're hoping to just sacrifice a 1-prizer, or they have a knock towel in hand and they know they can afford to grab a switch. So it's either crazy good tidings or the worst scenario for them over there, trying to see what they can pull off.
Sometimes hand disruption isn't a lie. Oh no.
There's the pass, so it is the worst scenario possible. But we don't have a Gust. We do have Prime Catcher in deck, so there's a world where we research here hoping to hit it. But then what do you go into? Nothing has free retreat. You'd have to be able to hit a switch on top of that.
You'd have to. Yeah, that didn't really do you anything.
Well, the good news is that all their double turbos were in deck, so that 4-prize turn was never on the table. So
At least we can move on knowing that we have closure on that. Yeah, I guess all we really have left to do here is just to knock out the active and then see what comes next. Again, Marcus still isn't really sitting on anything crazy here, unless we see the top deck of a knockdown to kind of help unlock the logjam. But
I mean, if they have an Ultra Ball, if they have Ultra Ball or Knock Towel, that just wins them the game, right? Because then all they have to do is promote Palkia, give V-Star, and then win. But I'll have to see what this draw is. Counter gain 1 energy could win it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go.
2 big ones.
There's
Show
the
me the
2.
money.
Was there an energy? No!
Oh, that is tragic. But now we're in another. Oh yeah, we just swing here for
We're
220.
missing. No, we're missing. It's only 220, right?
Yeah, we're only swinging for 220. I was gonna say if we had literally if they had attached one of those other double turbos to the benched bear, they would have been able to win the game. But alas.
If they had attached that double turbo to anybody, they would have won.
Yeah, that's true.
Unfortunate, but it doesn't even look like we're going to see anything from the other side. If that was an energy, they would have gone for it instantly, I have to imagine.
Oh, we're boss stalling, but we know what they don't know. Oh, wait a second. Oh no.
Ah, we got tricked.
Yeah, we we were hoodwinked into thinking that we had a chance, but no, we know what they don't know. There was the prime catcher looming there, so went for the right idea. Obviously, you try to stall something that can't, might be a bit of an albatross to move, but hey, that was a whalelord of a good time. That was quite the quite the end game we had there on both sides.
And the counter gain in the Palkia Terapagos list really is relevant in a lot of matchups because now you're able to swing with Terapagos without having that -20. And Terapagos' damage numbers get a little weird to try and manage when you're swinging into some of these higher HP Pokemon. So I really like that card in the Terapagos list.
All right, I want to
Specifically,
move
no,
us.
I
agree.
I want to move us real quick
Yeah.
to the caster hangout.
Woo!
And then you'll be able to see my screen, so you're not having to watch the stream behind. There we go.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna update the standings, and we'll see what's winning right now. Wiggles Piggles is number 1.
That's a name. That's a good one.
Charizard Pidgeot.
That is certainly a name.
That is very much a name.
You can tell me like Wiggles Piggles is like a British like children's television show, and I totally believe you.
I'm going to look it up.
There's so many pig-based children's television shows, and certainly that has to be one of them.
It's an online boutique where you'll find the latest on-trend design for kids.
Just what I needed.
Based in Australia.
Notably, not to jump back off of Wiggles Piggles, but there's no Lugia at 3-0 right now.
What is Lugia's overall?
14
and 9.
So, I mean, it's not bad. Alex Hamilton can still get the 3-0.
True.
Yeah, we were saying earlier that like I feel like Lugia's success, a lot of it kind of hinges on like how many lightning type Pokemon are relevant at the time, and I think with Miraidon coming back into fashion and Pikachu existing, makes it a little bit more difficult for Lugia. But I still think the deck is like positioned fine. I don't think this deck's ever gonna be bad, but it just might be a little bit worse now, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's pretty worse for Lugia to be. It's pretty like difficult for Lugia to be bad. I think the closest we got to Lugia being bad was during the single strike era, but even then we saw Reagan run like the same 60 for like the entire season and rack up tons of points. So like it wasn't even bad then, but that was probably the closest it got to being bad.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think when like maybe when like Charizard was like everywhere, that was like bad, like right before Minccino came out, where you didn't really have like great options to one hit knock out a Charizard. That was pretty bad. I love single strike Lugia. That's my jam. I think about that guy every day. I miss Urshifu.
I love Lugia so much, probably like in my top 5 all-time decks, but like that single strike era was like the worst I've done at regionals in the modern era, and so I'm just like permanently mad at it.
I do not blame you.
Brought it to EUIC, played, what was it? I played all 9 rounds of EUIC that year, playing single strike Lugia, and in 16 of my 21 games, I either started Stonjourner, Radiant Serena, or Pumpkaboo. And in the remaining 5 games, in 3 of them, I prized at least 4 of my prizes were either double turbo or Archeops. So it might have been like 3 double turbos, 1 Archeops, 2 double turbo, whatever. And then in the remaining 2 games, I actually got to play the game. And so single strike Lugia is just like permanently in the garbage for me. Like I'll never like that deck again.
I do not blame you.
I was so disappointed when I played Flying Pikachu Lugia, and I hit every single Goodra in the room, and so I ended up with a whole bunch of ties. I was like, oh, come on.
Give me a break here.
We
Shout
are-
out Lugia. Love that guy.
We are
What is
currently
the,
waiting on 10 games.
what is the metagame right now, if you don't mind
Popping it up.
throwing us up there?
Other is a lot of Cyril Edge and other things, so I mean, like,
Yeah.
can't fully
The
think
newer
it's a
decks
sem-
that don't have slots yet.
So Roulette Supremacy, though. I'm here for it. That guy's funny.
Let's see who the 3-0 is. Cyril Edge.
Yep.
Running the Palkia.
Yeah.
It just hits
Yeah.
for so much damage turn 2. Like, it's nutty.
No, it's kind of crazy. Like it's been everywhere on the ladder the last couple of days. I feel like it's got like the shiny new toy syndrome.
Yeah.
But it's like in practice, it's like actually like not that bad. It's still like at its core, like, you know, it's a 2-prize beat stick deck. There isn't like it's incredibly linear, so it's gonna have the same problems that those decks have. But like swinging for like 270 turn 2 is like still kind of nuts. So.
And using that ace spec to just throw 5 in the discard pile instantly, so you can just swing for 130 for free. Like,
Yeah, that's really
insane.
Which we
The
did see
regular-
the blender earlier today with Kelly Moore's Ancient Box deck.
Of course, Callie's playing the blender.
Yeah.
Blender go crazy. I love that card.
I hate that card. I refuse to think that card's good. It is. It is good, but I'm not going to like acknowledge it.
It was like
Is the brilliant Blender in a room with us right now?
No, but
Oh,
the single
man.
strike VMAXs.
That guy's in the room with me at all times. It's in my I bought like the SIRs when they were like dirt cheap before single strike Lugia was a thing. So I was just like, yeah, this card rules. I just like the art on it.
I think the only Pokemon cards in my car right now are those like Hydreigon promos from before COVID, or rather during COVID, where they just printed a bunch of Hydreigons from Darkness Ablaze that just say thank you instead of having like
oh right.
a pre-release stamp or anything. I'm sitting on like I have like 80 of them in my center console of my car, and they've been there since Pokemon sent them to us because the store literally didn't want them.
That's really funny.
Your car sounds like my brother's car, which my brother's car is just a driving bulk bin.
Well, so like that, this is the only Pokemon cart. Like my floor is clear, my back seat's clear, like everything is clear, except my center console has CDs and then Hydreigons, and then that's it. Like,
Okay, my brother's got like his center console's got stuff, his glove box has got stuff, his doors have got stuff, and he's got stuff on the back of his floor. Like he goes, and sometimes he'll even forget like grab like the meta relevant card and throws it in there. He's like, oh yeah, it's in the car somewhere. Here, let me check my door. Pulls out like an Arceus V-Star. I'm like,
Oh my gosh.
God.
that couldn't be me. I like clean and vacuum my car like once a month. Like I hate having my car be dirty.
No, Sam. It's like I have really good luck with like car packs. I remember there used to be a GameStop like right by where I used to work. So on Fridays I would stop by and like just buy random stuff. And I think from one car pack I bought, I pulled a full art Professor Burnett. And I'm like, all right, well, that's going in Lugia, so it's a sign. And then I bought like one of the 151 like mini tins, and I pulled a god pack of Charizards, and I'm like, whoa! Like I'm opening packs exclusively in my car for the rest of my life. Like I cannot, I need to be able to replicate this at all times.
And speaking of Burnett, whenever I'm playing Lugia, I'll find, and like I've been playing Lugia since it dropped in like November 2022 or whatever it was. Like I played it to that LAIC, but even today, like I'll break out Lugia for like a locals and I'll draw Jacques or I'll Luminion for Jacques, and I'm like, man, why am I not running Burnett? And someone always has to remind me that it rotated despite having a print in Silver Tempest, and I'm like, what? Why? How did it rotate? That doesn't make any sense. And I do this like once a week, and I just keep forgetting.
Oh my gosh, that's like that was the dilemma I ran into with the super spicy curry, because like I have to keep reminding people that card rotated, and they're like, "Wait, why don't you play the curry?" I'm just like, "Oh, it rotated," and then their next retort's always, "Oh, but it came out in brilliant." It's like it came out in like brilliant stars or something. I'm like, "Yeah, but I had an E block notation for some reason," and they're always like, "Oh," and I'm like, "Yeah, I miss that guy."
The poor crab is missing its curry, buddy.
Yeah, crab go crazy though. I love that guy.
The only crab I liked was Crabominable V. That card was insane. Being able to trigger Avalanche to mill or Destroyer Punch to like blow up anything, like that card was insane. I miss that card so much. I don't like any other crabs in standard. My friend's trying to make the new Crabominable work, the one that like attacks for less if you have Kofu in your discard pile.
Oh.
It has 160 HP though, so it doesn't get Dust Nord.
That's true. You do live past that. You can use the blender in that to get all your Kofus out of the deck.
He is running the blender in it. That's why I hate the card.
Oh man, the level of cook is insane. I love like the first week or so of like a set releasing, because everybody is just like Iron Chefing it up until like, you know, until we get to like the end game of the format where everything is refined and boring and optimal. It's like, no, what happened to Whimsy? What happened to playing the weird cards in your deck?
That's actually part of the reasoning when I started these. I used to do it the week after because I'll give people time to cook, and then some people were like, "Oh no, I want to see the weird stuff. Show me that. I want to see Swirl Edge with Diggersby or whatever."
Oh, Drillbur.
Drillbur, yeah.
Yeah,
and that was one of the
dig, baby. That guy's sick.
Yeah, I want to see that. And I'm like, I don't want to see a top 4 of just all Regidragos. Show me something weird. Like right now, we have Rory Moon is number 1 right now.
Wow, we're so back.
And I think is that the new Koraidon?
Yeah.
What
The
is
ancient
that?
box is
That's
back.
180 for 2 energy. That's kind of insane.
Yeah.
On a 1 prizer? Jesus. Now
Yeah,
here's the
that's
real
pretty sick.
question. Is anyone playing Shuckle Obsidian Flames 5 in their deck?
I asked. If someone asked, I said if they put that in the deck, I would double the pricing.
Can you
If they-
check Callie's deck list for me? Because
Callie
she's the
does
only
not
one
have
that
it.
would be playing it. Okay,
they,
then yeah.
They don't. We've already looked at it. Otherwise, I would have pointed it out. I would have been like, look, Callie's playing it. See.
No respect for Shuckle Obsidian Flames 5.
Fake fan, honestly.
I'm always looking for some weird reason to up the prize count, the pricing. But I always want something fun, like someone winning with like cloth in their deck. And then
My
I realized I had to say someone has to win with cloth as the deck, because otherwise they're playing Fusion Mew with just cloth in the deck.
Shout out to my goat Cloffington. I love that guy.
So we're actually
What a
moving pretty
goofy Pokemon.
fast. We only got 2 matches left, and they're both in
Oh
game
wait,
3.
what's all out Blitzel's deck? It's pretty
guess-
controlled. Like, what's his 60?
Let's look at it.
Whoa, here's
Oh,
some
the new
guys. Is that Kyurem? Yo,
So-
that's sick.
Buddy,
Kyurem.
what are you doing? That's so funny. Never mind.
Nah, that's heat. That is so cool.
That's
Is he
his-
only able to manually attach, or does he have some kind of acceleration in the deck? Oh, he has
Counter.
counter gain. Okay. Oh, that's so true! Control decks are so good now. I forgot.
Oh wait, I just completely, yeah, that just resonated with me too. That's actually kind of busted.
Because now electromagnetic sonar free, Fang Snipe's cheaper.
I mean,
Sob can be free.
Sob is free.
that's so disgusting.
Yeah,
We love that. That's
That's
heat.
so funny.
I don't have
I love
control
that.
brain. I'm not like, I do not have the mental fortitude to pilot control for like longer than like 5 minutes. So it's
Same.
like, I compare it to like what's a sport that's fun to watch but bad to play?
Football?
Fun to watch, but bad to play.
I'm trying to-
Basketball? I mean, I'm old,
Yeah,
so
I'm
my
too short
body
to play-
just hurts.
I'm too short to play basketball, so that's probably my answer.
Soccer.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I am not conditioned enough to play soccer. So it's like that. It's just like it's fun to watch other people play it, but like me personally, I'll never do it. It's like Olympic swimming. I can't do that, but it's cool when other people can.
Mm-hmm.
All of my finishes where I've gotten higher than top 128 or 128 exactly have been with control. So like I love that. I love any form of control. It's just I'm taking like the season off to like sit back and like get all my medical stuff in order. So like I'm not actually getting to play, so I can't sit down and play control because it takes so much actual brain power. It's such a bummer.
Does Shuckle Obsidian Flame 5 make it into control?
I've tried playing quad shuckle, and it had about a 40% win rate, which was a lot higher than I ever expected it to have.
That is so based.
I just took an Iron Thorns list, replaced the Iron Thorns with shuckles, and then replaced all of the electric-based stuff with grass-based stuff, and then called it a day. And it didn't go well, but...
I'm looking at now that we're on the subject of Shuckle. I just went on to its like looked at like the pricing of it on Limitless, and at one point it just randomly shoots up to like 16 cents, which is really funny, and then it just craters again. And I'm just looking at
Unironically, the reason for that is because there was a day where I bought like 120 copies of it.
Oh, I did that with Rotom once. One of the Rotoms.
market inflation. Let's go.
Because I was at my store and I had a bunch of store credits, so I bought all of our shuckles, and then I got home and I was like, how much does this one store have? And I think it was just TCG Direct, and they had like 200 and something copies of it, and it was only going to cost me like I think it was like $30 with shipping, and I was like, yeah, that sounds funny. So I just threw $30 at it, and the price went up for like 2 days and then cratered again.
That is hilarious. just start leaving Shuckles everywhere is like, you know, like behind on like the tip on a restaurant.
I just gotta start like making it rain with shuckles when I'm playtesting.
Make it rain, but with Shuckle instead, Goldengo. Make it happen. Someone do it.
So we are just currently waiting on one game. Otherwise, the standings are updated again, and this is sadly Wiggles Piggles number 2.
Alex did it.
Let's go. Big Lou is here to stay, baby. Happy birthday, Lugia.
Show me
Anything
the
new?
list. What's different? We're running 3 Chinchino instead of the Raikou Squawkabilly Rahul package.
Ooh.
Average energy count, average item count. This is like bread and butter Lugia. This is someone looked at Rahul's list and was just like, but what if we went back to the basics? Like this is
They're like,
This is
great ball time.
4 Great Ball? Hold on.
Yeah.
What did they cut 2 things for?
Oh wow. I'm curious.
Yeah, it looks like they're only playing 3 research instead of 4, but then again, you still have to find room for the Chinchinos.
It looks like they're down to 16 energy instead of the 17. Usually people will run either the 4th double turbo or the 4th mist. So it looks like they cut one miscellaneous supporter and then 1 energy.
Yeah, it could have been a boss or a research because most of the lists are playing a 4 of those. So I'm into
I
it.
usually
This is
play
like-
3-3-3.
Yeah, I usually like if I'm cutting anything, it's like I'll usually like try to like squeeze in a 4th boss's orders because I just like having that flexibility. But like, I think you're perfectly fine with 3. This list is sick. This is very similar to something that I tried playing in Baltimore because all my friends are trying to get me on like the Weird Ear train, and I'm like, no, that card stinks. That card's cope. I refuse to put it in my deck.
I played Weird Ear.
Weird Ear is insane. You can cut 1 Minchino, 1 Chinchino, throw in 1 Weird Ear, and then 1 extra card, and it's just value. You load up a Lugia, they boss to KO the Minchino. You load up another Lugia, they boss around to KO the next Minchino that you bench, and now that Weird Ear is hitting for like 320. Like, It's
That-
disgusting.
That actually won me a game at a cup. They thought I didn't play the Weird Ear package, so they kept going around with my Machinos, went after my Archeops, and I had like just a ton of energy on the board still, because I was using it every turn. I even overloaded my Lugias, and then bam, Weird Ear, switch out, bajillion energy damage. I don't even remember what the damage was. The guy just scooped.
Okay, so like you're both totally correct. I'm just a baby, and Weird Ear never shows up to work when I need him. Like Weird Ear never shows up to work when I need him to. I always start it. It's always prize. It's just like they're always bossing around to knock out my birds and to knock out my Archeopses anyway. So like I'm never getting that much energy into play, and I'm just a baby because everyone else gets to do 320 damage and I don't, and I'm really upset about it.
Are you using the full art or the regular?
I'm using the full art. Lugia is like the only deck I would have. Like, oh yeah, you're right.
Unironically, min rarity Weird Ear is optimal.
Okay, all right. I'm switching it in right now. That's my problem.
Because it's sprinting on it, which shows that it's moving in to get the energy, whereas the full art just has it standing there and it's lazy. It's not doing anything.
Bro's literally just standing there. It's really funny.
See, it's funny enough is I played the full art and I've used more of it with the full art than the running one.
Fake news.
Harvard University would like to perform a study on this. Thank you for your time.
Is Ponart running the Dragapult version? No, he's just running straight Thorns.
Dragapult Thorns is so sick.
We do have a 3-0 Dragapult, and I don't think they're playing anything new.
Nah, this looks pretty standard. The Calamitous Waste. Yeah, that makes sense.
And they're trying to get something stuck up there though too that they could take a swing at.
Yeah, the Calamitous Wasteland is sick. Interesting. Very interesting.
I don't know. It's interesting, but I'm definitely not on this train.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
it's like interesting, bad, like more than it's like interesting, like I don't know.
I don't know. He's the only one playing straight Dragapult.
Yeah. Show me the 60 again. I want to see it again.
Yeah, give me a sec.
I got so stuck on staring at the gravity gemstone that I didn't actually see the rest of the list.
And someone in chat was asking, is day 2 a separate tournament or not? No, day 2 is the same tournament, just like a normal regional. So your record carries over. That's why 5-2-1 makes day 2. But if you make day 2 as a 5-2-1, you need to win all 4 games.
Is there a gold stretcher in this set?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow. All right.
$37 right now.
Yeah. It's either groceries or the gold stretcher.
Man, why couldn't they have just reprinted Rescue Stretcher, but like eroded it to be Night Stretcher? Like I have a gold Rescue Stretcher that I pulled from a pack like years and years ago, and now it's just sitting there.
I want to say I have like stamped ones, like when they had all those weird trainer cards they gave stamped versions to, and everyone only just wanted the Ultra Ball.
The pink Pokegear? God, I missed the pink Pokegear.
I only ever got like one or two of those, and I gave one away in one of the regionals because I use the weirdly drawn Pokegears now that you got from the toolkit.
Yeah.
I like the lime green ones because those are the only ones I like was able to get. And I was like looking into like buying the pink ones, and I saw how much money they were, and I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. This is okay.
Yeah, I got the stamped ones where it's the stretcher up against the wall.
Oh, those are so sick.
Hammers in the case.
Those two. I actually have one of the hammers on my desk right now. The enhanced hammer.
One of my favorite arts. Just
one of our I think like a pre-release or something. One of my local league judges had just like a bunch of those just lying around, so he gave all of us like a bunch of them. They look so cool. That's like easily my favorite version of the enhanced hammer.
There's a store in Massachusetts that just has a bunch of their leftover like League Challenge and League Cup promos from the Sun and Moon era, and so I got second at their challenge, and they were like, "Here's a second place Lusamine card," and I was like, "Huh? Wait, why?"
I don't remember how my brother did it, but he got like places 1 through 4 for Acerola from a tournament. Like they just had extra. and like I think he won one. I think it might have been a pre-release. Even he won a pre-release. I'm like, we just have these extra. Here you go. I'm like, what? But then my prizing was a bunch of old stamped Hollow Energy cards.
Can't really complain about that.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, this is fun. I'll take that.
Oh, darn. I guess I'll take these.
Yeah, I got two of every energy. I was like, you know what? That's fine. That's fine.
All right. We still waiting on that other game? What's the other game?
Charizard
Why are they taking forever?
versus Rory Moon. Oh, not Rory Moon. Giraffe guy. Raging Bolt. So I am actually surprised it's still going.
Giraffe guy. You said giraffe guy, and my brain really went for a giraffe. Like what?
Mine too, though. Mine too.
No. Lion giraffe. Saber-tooth giraffe. There we go.
Long neck.
Tropius?
Tropius. How many
Bring back
Pokemon have long necks?
Oh, that's a fun question to ask. I'm asking that question the next time I hang out with my friends.
Depends. How much of Milotic is neck?
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
When does the next start and the rest of it end?
That's like asking when does a snake's neck end start? Right?
Yeah, it's basically the same concept. I like to
Superior. There's another one, but it kind of has arms, so you can kind of guess when the neck ends.
Gorbis?
I like the Gorbis might be all. Ooh, that's like
that's
my brain is firing at all cylinders.
Gorbis
right now.
and Huntail, actually.
Electric. Oh no, that's got arms. They've got arms.
Alolan Executor.
Bro is all neck. Love that guy. I like to my favorite question to ask people is if your favorite Pokemon forklift certified?
Don't say that around my brother. He was forklift certified, and he loved like those dumb shirts like I'm forklift certified, so all the women love me.
That's so base.
Being I am also forklift certified, but my favorite Pokemon definitely are not.
I mean, I wouldn't trust a Fuecoco with a forklift.
Shuckle is absolutely forklift certified. Built-in hard hat, goes slow around corners. Thing's insane.
It's got the tentacle arms for it. Like it can drive the thing actually.
Shuckle never ignores the 3 points of contact when getting into a forklift. You can tell me Shuckle has a CDL, and I totally believe you too. That guy can drive a truck.
Shuckle probably works for OSHA, honestly.
Shuckle will totally narc on me if my shoes are not OSHA certified.
Shuckle narked on me because the scaffold was held up by more wood.
There's a guy I watch on TikTok. He's called like Ricky and the Boss, and it's just about construction workers and like talking about OSHA or different nicknames they give each other and stuff.
Hell yeah.
That's my type of content.
There's the YouTube creator, I think it's like Brian David Gilbert or whatever. He like has a video series where he reviews different video game levels for OSHA violations, and he has one where he ranks every Super Smash Brothers Ultimate map based off of how many OSHA violations he can find.
Oh my gosh.
It's a very quality video.
When I was in
I gotta
school,
watch that.
There was an article that was out there. It was called "Bad Developer, No Twinkie for You," and it was about how long it took a game until you found a crate.
That's so funny. I'm trying to think which Wrecking Crew definitely does Wrecking Crew have any OSHA violations? I feel like that's probably the best one in terms of ones that doesn't have OSHA violations.
I'll be honest, I haven't played Ultimate in too long.
Yeah,
it's been a while since it's been a while since I've looked at the stage selection screen in Smash.
I know 75M has the worst OSHA violations with a grand total of like 100 and something. But
that tracks.
All right, we're just waiting.
on the same Charizard Raging Bolt game.
Just making sure there's no issues. I am not seeing anything yet. And to be honest, I'm watching their chat and they are kind of going back and forth at each other right now.
There you have
Just
it.
as a heads up, I got like 15 more minutes before I'm gonna have to drive home and save my phone battery.
All right, well, we'll get the next game going at least. That's
Yeah.
totally fine. We've got to shoot for as long as we can. Mellow Magikarp is a backup if we need them, which we shouldn't. So next round is up. Round 4 is up. Almost fun a game. Oh, now they call the judge. Oh, it's about stuff. They're not asking for a tie. They're just angry with each other.
They're angry at each other.
See, we get Supercell. He's up against Miraidon. Let's see if Supercell.
I'm into that.
Let me see if Supercell's up for it.
The Don, baby. Love that guy.
I hate Miraidon.
No, I do too. Miraidon is like
I got Scarlet because I did not like Miraidon.
See, I got Violet because my favorite color is okay. I have to stop myself. That's not true. But my like favorite gradient of colors is purple, and Emily's favorite color is red. So she demanded that she get Scarlet, so I ended up with Violet. Actually, let me ask you both this. So my favorite color is a very specific shade of brick red. Like if I was making a tier list, the specific shade of dusty brick red is in like quadruple S tier. And then the only S tier colors is every single shade of purple. And then every A tier color is just every shade of red. So I'm adamant that my favorite color is brick red, but my wife says that's too specific, just say it's purple. But that's not true, right?
No, I think you're in the right here.
All right, we're just waiting for Supercell Cambo to set up, and we'll jump down, go to their table, and we'll be ready. They said they're able to, so we will have Regidrago versus Miraidon, and it's the new Miraidon. They're both 3-0.
Is
Shout
the
out
new
Purple,
Miraidon
by
playing Rotom?
There they are. All right, let's go down there.
Please drag me.
I will. There we go. We got everyone there. It looks like they might have already started or getting to, but I've got everything else set up. And I will mute myself for you two. And Eliza, just tell me when you got to bail, and I'll jump back on. Also, Brother Beware, you can also jump on at that time as well, since you are, I believe, next round anyways.
I love looking at people's like deck name lists for their decks on live. Something about like Regidrago Louisville 2 is very funny because it's like, should I have watched the first one? Is this an anthology series? Like, how does this work?
I like looking at people's friends lists because as soon as I finish a round with somebody in an online tournament, I immediately unfriend them. Like, I don't want that list that long. Like,
Yeah. It's like when you have to do like a Discord server cleanse like every like 6 months. It's like, how am I in 111 Discord servers? Where did all of you people come from?
I've just stopped joining Discord servers. People will message me and be like, "Hey, we're testing for this regional. Can you help us out?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure. What days do we test?" And they're like, "No. Like, we're gonna like just test in Discord when we're free." And I'm like, "Nope, I'm not doing that. Sorry."
No, actually, I'm busy forever. Thanks for asking though. So, oh, they're playing the Executor. That's so sick.
Fortunately, a mulligan, so we'll have to see what the Miraidon player can do with the +1 card. I imagine it's expand their bench, but
Yeah, expand domain. Oh man, Alolan Executor is so cool. This card is so goofy.
all right, what does it do?
All right, well, Tropical Frenzy for a grass and water does 150, and you can attach any number of basic energy cards from your hand to your Pokemon, which is sick. And swinging, oh brother, goodbye, good night, sweet prince. Swinging Speed is the funny attack though. You flip a coin. If it's heads, you knock out your opponent's active basic Pokemon, and if it's tails, you knock out one of the bench basic Pokemon. So it's funny. And in
It's
this
pretty
matchup,
good into
actually,
Miraidon.
yeah, I was gonna say this matchup, it's actually pretty relevant. So, and also Sphene is a very pretty colored rock. So the geologist in me appreciates that.
All right. So we already got the Stellar Pikachu down on the bench there.
Yeah, Pikachu makes a lot of sense in this deck. You know, you are now all freed from playing Mewtwo EX. You've all survived. Now you can play
And
an
they do
actual Terra
also
Pokemon.
have the Magnemite for that energy acceleration. So not gonna have to rely on electric generators nearly as much. Always good for Miraidon. This is my first time seeing new Miraidon in action, so
Yeah, I've been playing. I was saying earlier that this is the only deck I was able to build for like my Surging Sparks, like my locals that are playing Surging Sparks this week, because it's the only deck where I had all the cards in paper and I didn't have to, in cardboard. I didn't have to like use like proxies.
yeah.
I think the Area Zero build is probably the best way to go here, because you just have to play so many support Pokemon in Miraidon just to kind of get off the ground sometimes, that you really need that extra bench space to do that. And the Magneton I like because it's good in situations like this where Miraidon's not a complete like albatross going first. Like you can at least like establish a Pokemon and you can like get some use out of the next turn. So it's pretty sick. And I like the Secret Box. Secret Box is hype.
Yeah, Secret Box is hype. I love seeing people run Secret Box. It's always fun to see where people are trying to make it fit. It definitely has its use, and it's definitely an incredibly strong card, but when it first dropped, it felt like it was super underwhelming.
Yeah. I do like that we're like I feel like I don't know where you fall on the stance that like we're getting too many ace spec cards now, but at least I like that certain decks have like the option to like, okay, if I don't want to play Prime Catcher, I can just play one of these. So
Yeah, I do like having more options with the ace specs. I mean, we had a decent amount of options during the black and white era. It's just a lot of them were Pokemon specific, you know, like the Genesect ones, the Kyurem ones, the Victini one. And so I'm really happy that we're getting ones this time around that are just like, hey, these aren't as powerful as, say, Prime Catcher is, but for your specific deck, this is like the perfect card. Like, I'm very happy that we're getting a lot more flexibility instead of just, oh, play computer search or play dowsing machine or go to bed, your call.
Go to Bed is my favorite ace spec card, personally.
Mine too. It's called Blocklax.
Oh man. All right. So kind of a yikes start here for Regidrago. That research hand was abysmal. That was, you really drew into nothing that you can utilize here, which feels bad.
Yeah, and having that Kyurem in the active spot while your opponent has this Pikachu on the bench, I don't know if they run the energy for it or if they're just using it as the bench sitter. But having the Kyurem there, if they do have the energy for it, it feels bad. And if they don't have the energy for it, you only use 2 prizers anyway, so letting them KO your Kyurem isn't necessarily a bad thing. So hopefully we can see this Kyurem get knocked out for the sake of the Regidrago player.
Yeah, this is actually one of those instances where you maybe wish you had the Prime Catcher, because only having the one Regidrago down, you can kind of zero in on that. But now we're going to see the Overvolt Discharge come into play, knock yourself out, and accelerate 3 basic energies to any of your lightning Pokemon the way that you want. Oh, show me the counter catcher.
Oh, no.
Good night, sweet prince. Yep, Photon Blast.
Rough.
Yeah, I was actually gonna.
Do we see the nest ball for the Pheasantipity so that way we can try drawing out of this abysmal hand, or do we see the nest ball for the Regidrago just so we can try and replace it?
It's tough because I feel like you're already, because even if you get the Regidrago down, like your hand still stinks. So I feel like it's still tough because you're only getting the one Drago on the bench still anyway. But they only play the one of the counter catcher, so they still have to move this Miraidon out of the active, and they only play the one switching card here. So They should be okay for another turn here, hopefully.
Just gutted. We see these 3 dragon Pokemon in the hand that are completely worthless, and the Mew in the hand. Like, if we just had an Ultra Ball or something, this would be such a better time, because we'd be able to get rid of those, either the Dragapult, the Executor, the V-Star, anything, honestly, and just start setting ourselves up. But just, this hand just not helping out.
Yeah, this is tough. I feel like people, you know, they'll talk about like Lugia as like a bricky mess sometimes. I feel like I've had more like bricky, unplayable games as Regidrago than I ever have with like Lugia hands.
I've been
Thank
saying
you.
this.
Thank you.
I've been saying this since Shrouded Fables dropped, but every deck has brick hands at this point, to the point where Lugia's brick hands aren't happening more than any other decks. Like, we call them Lugia hands, but every deck is bricking the exact same amount. Like, we have to stop calling them that. It's not relevant anymore.
I wholeheartedly agree. Oh, hey, Electric Generator. Oh, hey, you hit 2.
And that's a good time for one of them.
Yep, and now and now we get to play the game of gust something up with the Iron Bundle and pick your 2 prizer of choice that you want to send into the abyss.
I have to imagine it's going to be that Ogre Pawn. You can't lose your V, and you need the draw power of Pheasantipity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are unfortunately the weakest link here, Ogrepon. Thank you for playing.
But we need to see some kind of discard for the Drago player if they're going to pull any of this off. Like, they have the evolution, then they can bench the Mew, and then they can Super Rod back in the Ogre Pawn and those energy that they lost earlier. But then, no matter what they do, they're still stuck with these 3 dragon. Temple's not helpful here. I have to imagine you Fez before you Super Rod, so you can try and draw into a supporter.
Oh, man.
Legacy Star to hope you draw into a supporter.
Survey says... Okay, we have
Actually,
research.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I guess it's just, yeah,
Really?
Iono and...
I would have taken... I guess you can't take the research because you don't want to lose your Prime Catcher and stuff.
Yeah, and you don't want to lose all 3 of your energy switches either, so I guess you're trying to get whatever you can to, you know, get those cards into a safer spot into your deck. And
Why
then,
doesn't Django just run Serena? That seems pretty good to me. Discard
so
whatever
right.
you want, draw up to 5? Like, that's nutty. Why doesn't Lugia play Serena?
Hey, wait a second. You might be onto something again.
So what do we need? We have the fire energy. We need to find 2 Ogre Pawn, 2 energy, and get these energy switch back just to swing this turn.
We're boy. We're really asking for a decent bit here, but hey, Iota to 2, and I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and you know, they're still gonna draw 5 off this Iono. I guess they might be able to play down to less than 3, so that way they can use a restart. It's not the worst situation for them, but it's pretty bad. It's pretty awful.
That's a hand.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Okay, so you get to Teal Mask here. Energy switch, Earthen Vessel, intentionally fail the Earthen Vessel, and then restart. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like the play. Heel
Hope to
dancing.
draw another Ogre Pawn.
Wait, okay. Wow, that's crazy.
This has to be the best draw of the century.
Oh.
Just retreat into Kyurem. Hope you can buy another turn and pass.
I am once again asking you to knock out my Kyurem.
But even if they do knock out the Kyurem, they just need a boss. Like, does the Miraidon play Gust? We already saw the counter catcher. We saw the bundle.
They play 3 bosses orders, so.
Yeah, so I can't imagine this isn't the Miraidon players' victory. Like, they have the restart. They only have 29 left in deck. We haven't seen boss from them yet because they've just been using Countercatcher and Bundle. Sure, they might have prized 2, but even then, like, they just have, between the Raikou, the Mew, the Radiant Greninja, they just have so much draw power on their side that I can't see the Miraidon losing this.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be. I'd be pretty hard pressed to believe that that's the case right now, but we're gonna go for the fleet-footed. See one more. Oh,
There it is.
Yep, the box, baby. Not even gonna grab the other card. Just show me the Getsis, and we're just gonna go to the next game.
And that is unfortunately where I'm gonna have to start driving home.
All
No,
right,
of course.
no problem. Thank you for being able to come on when you can, especially after dealing with insurance issues.
Yeah, you're so much braver than I am.
I had casting in my calendar and everything, and my phone was buzzing at like I think it was like 110 or something like that, and it was like, you're gonna have to get on and cast with Doom soon. But I was like in the office, so I just swiped it away, and I was like, this has to be over in 10 minutes, and then it wasn't. So
we love it, but it was fun regardless. This was great. It was fun casting with you.
yeah, always happy to be here, and I'll be casting tomorrow, so it's not over yet.
Yeah, can't wait.
All right, I will talk to both of you another time.
Get home safe.
Yeah, get home safe. That is always the important thing.
Yeah, will do. Later, guys.
Bye.
So I'm trying to get Ryan on. He said he was available, so hopefully have him join. But for now, it'll be me and you again, Koopa.
Yeah, we're so back.
Which I have to bring this up. I don't think I brought it up last time I was talking to you. There's a song by Gojira called Mea Culpa, but the way he says it, it sounds like he says Mea Koopa. And every time I hear it, all I can think of is like, I go, oh, I gotta tell Koopa this.
Let's
And
see. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
How you doing, Ryan?
Doing great. How about you guys?
Doing all right.
All right.
Can't
so
complain.
Let's
Ryan-
see. Now, how do I join in the video?
Should be able to just press watch stream.
Sorry, I'm a bit of a boomer here.
Aren't I the oldest one in here?
You're definitely older than me.
Probably.
I'm 30, so
38. So
There we go.
I've got a kid who's about ready to start driving.
oh God, oh my back,
Oh,
it
boy.
hurts. It hurts so much.
All right. All right. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. You two have fun.
Yeah, I guess this will be my
Thank y'all
last
for
one
having me.
because Judge might have scheduled, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, excited to get into this game 2 here between Miraidon and Reggie Drago.
That first game, it was rough out here for a player for sure.
Yeah, it felt like just one of those like classic Reggie Drago hands you get every like 1 in 5 games. And Eliza brought up a great point that like everybody's has brick hands, but like Reggie Drago bricks feel like they can like make apartment complexes with how like heavy and bad they feel sometimes. So
Oh, absolutely. As someone who's been mainlining Drago for a little bit, it
Love
do
that
be
guy.
like that sometimes.
now still in
We
a
got the
dangerous
toughest
spot
one.
here. Yeah, it's tough because like I guess they don't play Prime Catcher in this Miraidon deck, so I guess in theory your one Reggie Drago is safe, so you can get away with just benching the 1. But we'll see what Miraidon's able to establish here.
For now, they're safe for now for sure.
Yeah, for now. Oof. They've hit 2 off of every generator so far. That's gas.
What's it like, man?
Can't relate. Not once. That card stinks.
Even and with 3 energy in hand too. Geez.
Yeah. This deck is playing 17 energies, which saying that out loud makes me kind of sick to my stomach. But like, when in Rome, I guess this is how you have to play this deck. So I can't say I'm shocked now. So
So Rule Edge, is that you?
I love that. Shouts to that guy, my goat. Arvin coming through.
There was I saw a list with Rapidash earlier today. It was in the 1-1 bracket. I don't know how it's doing now, but I was watching that one going, I hope we get to talk about that, because how long has it been since we've gotten to say Steam Up, you know?
It's been a hot second.
Oh no, here comes the amp on the Cleffa.
Oh, good night. This Cleffa's about to get punched in the mouth. Amp you very much, Cleffa. No, amp you very much.
But we do get the Iono to 4 into the Regidrago evolve, so maybe we can get something going here.
Yeah, we'll certainly take that, because there are no other attacking I mean, I guess the one Raikou is pretty dangerous, considering that we do have the bigger bench on the other side still currently. So if you're able to get Terra and another energy into play, which I imagine they will be able to, that Raikou is actually a much more potent attacking threat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That one scares me way more right now.
Looks like we're gonna get rid of the energy here. You have the jamming tower to bump the stadium. There we go. We're gonna.
Oh yeah, we get the teal dance.
We're
now,
dancing.
would you bench the Fez here in this spot, or would you wait until you've KO'd the Raikou?
I guess it's a tough question. I guess you're okay with it because you do get some more draw power here. So you're going to see 3 more cards before you maybe decide if you want to ditch some of these other ones away. And then I think you put the jamming tower down. Thinking about it first. So we're going to hit the Legacy Star first, see what we get.
See what we get, yeah. A Poultice hit the discard pile, so we've got an attacker to copy.
Yeah, looking at what we got here. You have the Giratina, but that's not bad.
So there's a KO with the Tina. Do we know if Executors prize this game or not?
I'm not sure, actually. So we were saying that I really want to see that attack get paid off. That's really funny. It's like actually oddly relevant in a deck against Miraidon, because all you play is basic Pokemon.
Yeah, in this very specific matchup, absolutely.
It's so funny. I'm gonna get
another Ogre, draw some cards.
Seems like the play here. There we go. Drop the jamming tower. So we've now closed off the big bench for either side, and also you turn off that rescue board, which is oddly relevant too.
Yeah.
So
Grabbing just the one grass. Okay.
There he is.
Look, an Executor.
Oh, he's so handsome. That card is so sick.
But do we have an energy switch to be able to put that third energy on? Because the fire was the attachment for turn, right?
Yes. So we still need to find the energy switch.
Eesh, this creates some problems. Putting the Radzard back in the deck makes sense. Do we see the E-switch?
From deep? Nope. we were half right.
We were a few letters short there.
And the thumbs down react. Always my favorite.
And I think our Miraidon player here is breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief. And you're still in a bit of a precarious spot if you're the Drago player.
Yeah, you're still not in a great position here. I guess nothing can get amped right now, so I guess you're in like an okay spot. The Magnemite's coming down. There isn't really much else working here for Miraidon, so they kind of. This is a problem I personally have with Miraidon in some of these like weirder games, is that like you kind of run into these spots where your deck just kind of stops. I feel like your middle game can get a little awkward sometimes.
Now, with the new set coming out and Magneton possibly seeing a little bit of play, do you prefer the new Magnemite, which we see here, or maybe the Scarlet and Violet Magnemite that gives you a switching option as an attack? I mean,
that's a good question.
There is such a thing as optimal basics.
No, I was actually looking into that myself. I actually thought I wasn't sure if there was a 70 HP like Magneton or not. I thought the Scarlet and Violet one was, but I guess I was incorrect. We're just gonna hard retreat out with the big guy. But yeah, I maybe.
Oh man.
Oh, see you, buddy.
This is not a great spot. I guess you can Iono to 2, take the KO next turn, see what happens.
Yeah, I guess it's tough because like we mentioned, that Magneton really fixes a lot of problems that this deck has. So like you don't mind giving up the prize card, especially when you're up big like this. So.
And does this list play Raichu V?
It does, yes.
It does. Oh yeah, Magneton into Raichu goes really hard.
Actually, let me just double check if I'm talking. Yeah, no, it does. Okay, I thought I saw that in there. Raichu's sick. Oh, yeah. I'm so glad that guy's like back in the fold again.
Yeah, we had a list we were looking at earlier. Did not play the Raichu. So,
but it played Magneton?
Yeah, did not play the Raichu, but played the Magneton.
I mean, I still think Magneton has plenty of utility, but like, why wouldn't you? It's another Forest Sealstone user. If all else fails, Fast Charge is always an option.
Yeah, and I feel like with these like bigger, you still have to like compete with the V-Stars and stuff. So like it makes your Regidrago matchup like a lot more palatable if you have it. So Apex Dragon coming through. If he was a real one, he would have used the Swinging Sphene, but oh well.
Nah, this takes more prize cards.
Yeah, but the other one's funnier.
True.
What happened to Whimsy, huh?
What happened to... I believe Whimsy went out the window when you're down 1-0.
That's true. Whimsy's over. It's time to lock in. Makes a lot of sense here. So
exactly. Time to lock in. Pack it up, pack it in.
All right, 3 prize cards to 1. Again, that unfortunately Magnemite only, no matter what Magnemite you play, they only have 60 HP. So that is an easy knockout there on the bench.
Oh
so
no, not the Motivate.
Is it time?
I don't think so. I think that's just a pivot so you can use Generator, but it would be really funny.
It would be pretty sick. Yeah, this is the kind of a tough spot to be in. Without the Magnemite in play now, this makes the rest of this navigating the next knockout here a little bit more awkward. So.
Oh, for sure, for sure. See what we grab here off the tandem unit.
It could be Big Peaks. Is Big Peaks coming into play? Probably not.
Pikachu to put Area 0 into play, maybe. There's the Raichu. You've got a fast charge.
Yeah, you can't lose the game on this turn. So, I mean...
Right.
You can buy yourself an extra turn.
Buy yourself an extra turn. Maybe Motivate is the play here if you whiff the Generator, just so you have an out to use Raichu the next turn. But there is a boss. You don't know if your opponent has the boss, but you know your opponent has a huge hand, so you gotta assume there's maybe something good there.
I just need Squawkabilly to look at me and tell me he's proud of me. That'll save me.
Oh boy. Generator first. Makes sense.
From deep. Hit 2. Every time!
From downtown. From downtown.
I am simply not shuffling my cards enough. That's why I'm never hitting 2 off Generator. Clearly, I'm the problem.
Oh boy. Let's see if those 3 cards were anything good. God, I love that Pheasantipity art so much. He's dabbing. Looks just like the Oreo.
Oh yeah. Full art is definitely the wave. Is that card also? I want to, because I know the SIR is like still like buco bucks. So
see, I don't like how that looks. Might be.
Yeah, I hate it too. I also don't like it.
Ooh, so maybe attach fire to Radzard Prime Catcher, knock out Raichu, or trap Iron Hands.
Yeah, Iron Hands is kind of an albatross right now, especially given that Miraidon is now bench
Apex Dragon to copy the Executor.
Wait a second. Hold the phone here.
To trap the hands.
Please do it. Oh.
Nah, Phantom Dive.
All right. It's still not whimsical time yet. We still have to win.
No. Good counter placement too, putting the 10 on the Fez, essentially forcing us that way. Even if Iron Hands hits the bench from a switch cart, you can still hit with 6 counters and take the knockout that way as well.
Yeah, you give yourself some options here, and there's a big old Iron Hand stuck in the active as well. And because that Miraidon chose to bench lock themselves,
right?
There's no way to get like the Latias EX into play. So this Iron Hands is very safely stuck here for right now.
Arvin fail into the concede. We are going to a game 3.
We're so back. Also, the Pheasantipity full art is only $13 right now. So,
I got my Pheasantipity Mew combo is the solid pink background, essentially, from where the Mew has the sunset and it looks like the pink sky. So when I'm visually searching my deck, I know I have my pink engine every game.
I love like the color grading they chose for the full arts. They all look so awesome.
The arts have all gradually gotten so much better over the years, because I started in Roaring Skies and the full arts looked good back then, but now they just look better and better each time. The full alt arts. Solid start here.
Yeah, no, we have a very strong hand here for sure.
I would be ecstatic if I had that starting hand.
Yeah. Kyurem is not going to be stuck as your only starter. We're so back.
Nah, if Lost Box sees more play, there might be more Nest Ball for Kyurem plays.
That's true. The box is back.
I had at a local, there's a couple Lost Box players here in my area who that's all play. So one of my opponents thought they'd be cheeky and go, oh, I'm just going to play this Chorus and then Palpat it back in. And I'm like, huh, that sucks. My Kyurem's on the bench now. But what are they going to do? Not play Chorus?
Yeah, right. Show me that guy. Show me the person brave enough to play Lost Box without Chorus in it. I'll call that guy's playing in 2028.
Oh, absolutely.
Alrighty, we are now going to the next turn here, and I like the choice of making Regidrago go second.
Yes,
because most V-Star decks, they obviously want to get that first to go first to give them that evolution the next turnaround. So I think by forcing Regidrago on the back foot here, you give yourself a much better opportunity. It's like the numbers are like starkingly different for Regidrago when it goes first versus when it goes second. So,
and I do like not putting down the Drago until you absolutely have to. I believe Raikou math is what's being done right now.
I am still so bad at doing Raikou math. It like hurts my brain.
80, 120, 4160 potentially. If they fill their own board without putting a stadium and a Pikachu in play. Now, if there's an Area 0 and a Pikachu coming down, then the numbers go off the rails a little bit. But right now, I think you're fine. If you're the Drago player, you're still extremely content with how this board worked out, even if you didn't get to play a supporter or do anything funny like that.
Yeah, no, for sure. You put yourself in a decent position here. We are ultra balling away for
the other card.
It was Lightning Energy.
Lightning Energy? Okay.
So, not bad. Again, you want those Lightning Energies into discard to get the benefit off of Magneton.
Absolutely.
So now we're seeing what we want to grab here. It is going to be the Iron Bundle, so at least...
Not the bundle.
Yeah, which means good night, Ogerpon. You have been once again...
Good night, Ogerpon. Good night, Moon.
Yeah. Your services are no longer needed right now, Ogerpon. Thank you for your service.
It's okay. As long as the hand isn't altered, we'll get it back eventually.
Yeah, there's always more.
Still don't think it's going to be a KO, though. But it'll still be a nice chip to have. It'll be nice to essentially force a switch card out.
Yeah, I guess if you maybe get the other energy to attach here, because I guess as a play, maybe a hard retreat with the Greninja into the Raikou and then pop the Magneton.
We're gonna see the Magneton pop first.
I guess that makes sense. Because if you're okay, no. We have nothing to discard anyway, so it's fine.
So Ogerpon services are not going to be needed here, as you said.
Yeah. Actually, Ogerpon, you get a random day off. You're fine. We don't need you to come in today.
Because with the V-Star power, you still get it back. You still have your free retreat out.
There we go. It is going to be Miraidon coming through with the Photon Blaster. That's 2 prize cards. And you put Regidrago on the odd prize cards. The place for none of these decks want to be right now. So
none of these decks want to live there at the moment.
Alrighty, the promotion of the Mew. We do have the V-Star in hand. I guess the only disappointing thing is not going for the energy switch on that first turn. To move that energy off of the Ogerpon to the Regidrago, because now you need another.
You would almost rather have the energy switch in hand. That way you can guarantee the next turn energy switch once and then palm the energy switch off of Drago's V-Star power, do it again.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Ooh, the Earthen Vessel's nice to have too. That way you are guaranteed an out to an energy, and a research is really nice here too.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, grab another ogre. Because you're going to be researching anyways, so.
Yeah, you don't mind ditching these guys, so.
Yeah, grabbing just one grass makes sense here. Yeah, I like that play a lot. That way you still have the outs to more attachments in the future.
Yeah, no, smart stuff. Oh, 2 researches.
Losing the second research kind of stinks, but what can you do? You play 4 of them.
Yeah.
Most of the
time. You should at least, hopefully. And there we go. The research.
Oh, there
the
we
hand.
go.
Yeah, now we're cooking with gas.
Cooking. Ultra Ball with the Executor. You know you want to.
You see, he wants to do it so bad.
Field Ants first. See if you get another thing that you could copy with it.
Well, all right.
Best ball for Drago, E-switch onto it. Yeah, I still think this line's all right. I mean, granted, we are going to have to rely on Executor, but maybe a counter placement knowing that they can't Photon Blaster. Oh, there's only Kyurem in there. Oh, but they're set up pretty good for next turn. That way you can guarantee 2, 4, 6. Yeah, I like this line. Force the Bravery Charm out of them.
Yeah, no, good stuff. Good. Let's see what the response will be here. We do still have the Latias in deck, I believe, so that will... Yeah, and we're going to see the Area 0 hit, so... Pikachu could be coming here. We do still have the tandem unit to search that out, so we're going to be able to at least get all, like, the bulky support Pokemon we need here.
Oh, yeah, board is getting expanded for sure. You know that your opponent can't Pheasantipity because you didn't knock anything out. Yeah, I like this line the more I'm thinking about it.
Yep, domain expanded.
There's the Pikachu and the Raichu. Now their board expands.
So cool that you get to play both lines of Pikachu now in the Rhydon. Very cool.
Yeah. And here
the people that know, like...
lad.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, the people that know, like, nothing about Pokemon, there's like, oh, I can play Pikachu and Raichu in his deck? That's so sick.
Oh, yeah. A lot of our casual players at locals are like, I can't wait to play Pikachu. That there's a good Pikachu.
We love to see it. We're so back.
Like, Lost Box is playing it. Miraidon's playing it. It can be its own archetype. Pretty neat. I'm here for it as long as I don't lose to it all the time.
Yeah.
Getting rid of the squat's a good call. See what we get here off the Ultra Ball. Get the Latias to free retreat. I love that card.
It's so
Big
sick.
Latios fan.
And I was saying, the full art for that card looks absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, the full art and the alt art both look amazing.
Yeah, they might be my favorite cards in the set. They look so awesome. They've been in their bag with the set arts recently.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think Executor, that Alolan Executor is going to go insane.
Yeah, that's gonna look
The
great
pricing.
hanging on my It's gonna look great hanging on my Christmas tree in a month.
Oh yeah. You mean you don't have your tree up already?
No, because I have a soul.
True.
I respect Thanksgiving in his house.
I like Thanksgiving too. Don't get me wrong. It's not a Christmas tree though. It's a holiday tree.
You're right.
That way,
You're right.
that way you never have to take it down.
Yes, it stays there forever.
We see the fleetest of foot happening probably here. Or draw for turn part 2, as my good friend Cole calls it.
That's good.
And I'm pretty sure, let's see, 20, 46, 20, 40. So 260, 270 is what we'd be capping at with Raikou here. I think ultimately you're still cool with not knocking that out though.
Yeah, because then you get to
Forcing
turn
burn.
off stuff like, yeah, you take away saying things like Fez, so like it makes I think you live with it. Ooh,
Pheasant Skibbity, Ohio. Lightning Rondo for 10 short.
yeah, Skibbity Riz will do nothing for you here. So no V-Star power executed, no
Super
knockout.
Rod.
So the Super Rod might
Super
help,
Rod to
though.
increase your outs to the grass energy is nice, but let's see. So we can go from there, potentially Ultra Ball. Is there a world where you grab another Ogre? No, I like grabbing the Fire better. That way you can power up a second Drago. Yep. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, no, like that a lot.
Now this is a tough decision, actually. If there were one more card in hand, this decision would be significantly easier.
Yeah, no, you're just kind of like spinning your wheels here a bit.
Because you can't really restart.
Yeah, I
Unless
guess
you discard one of your energy switches, but
which feels
you need
bad.
the energy switch.
Yeah, because then you're going to be playing with one left for the rest of the game, which feels bad. But I guess that's the choice you have to go
Yeah.
with here.
Second V-Star to thin it out. It's always nice to have.
Attached to the benched one. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. That one in the act is not going to do you any good anyway.
Yeah.
So
E-switch, then restart for 3.
for the full Monty,
Ooh,
this is awkward.
that is a little fishy.
I guess you just kind of let it rock here. So
Oh man, that's rough.
yeah, don't love that.
Another turn to build up the board. Oh my god, here comes another generator. I believe that's generator number 4. 2 I'm right on. Oh boy. I mean, you can still win with Jamming Tower second Trifrost. It's just getting powered up before and not losing before that.
All right, we're moving into the active here. Yep, that Skyliner gives you free retreat.
Yup.
We got plenty of energy in play. You only have to, and because the Regidrago is already so battered, you don't have to discard all of your energy. Oh, doesn't matter.
boy.
You're just gonna. Oh,
Oh,
that's
boy.
smarter. Yep. Now we're
Yep.
now we're looking
we're
good.
cooking.
Resource for one
Yikes.
big one. Yeah, this is playing a full 3 of boss. So
Oh yeah. I like the high boss counts in general, just to have that ability. I mean, from a balancing perspective, am I a fan of Gust with no drawback? No. But from a deck building perspective, I just like having the high counts of boss usually.
yeah, no, I've been running like at least like 3 of of a boss in my deck at all times, though.
But there is still a world where the win can happen this turn. A grass, we see a grass. Then we see Ultra Ball 2 Pulse for Pheasantipity. Catch Fire for turn. Oh, right, no Fez. Radiant Charizard can come in here. Restart for 3. There's our tower that we needed. Ugh.
Yeah, still there still isn't a lot going on here.
This still ain't great.
I guess Radzard. I guess
Radzard, hope they don't have boss.
that's oh god that
Tower gets rid of all the damaged Pokemon though.
that's true. Yeah, they have no problem just ditching the damage guys now. So
Yeah. Oh boy.
this is
Looking
Reggie. Yeah, we're having real Reggie Drago moments right now.
Absolutely. We hate to see it. Oh boy. Because now you just get Photon blasted next turn.
Oh,
no.
big
Oh
clef.
no, the clef. Big clef. See what Big
Go
Clef
get him.
gets us.
Go get him,
Go
pal.
get him, buddy.
Show me the boss. Show it to me.
Like at this point, I'm expecting it.
Come on. I know you have it in there.
Because there's only one that's been burned. Concealed cards today.
Ain't no way they're the last 2 prize cards.
I mean, there's always a possibility.
That's true.
The mathematical chances are non-zero. We hear the gears turning a little bit here. And we get draw for turn part 2.
Show me the boss. Every time.
Heavy ball. Both bosses' orders there. No, that ain't happening.
Okay, fine. Lightning Rondo, I guess.
Because now your Trifrost Wincon is essentially gone.
Yeah. At this point, it feels pretty chalked. Like, it's really isn't much else you can do here. Except, again, attack with Radzard and hope that they don't have the boss again. But even then, at this point, it doesn't really matter, so.
I mean, if your opponent disconnects,
It would be a shame if something happened.
yeah. But Miraidon still knocks out your Radzard. Eesh.
Okay, if that happened on this game, I would be like, no, I know what's happening. I can tell what's here.
I've seen enough.
It's like we do have people come in like I go to 1 if XYZ happens or whatever. This I'm like, no. I can
Yeah.
Nah, this one's a little this one's potentially chalk.
Would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids. Oh
It
gosh.
wasn't for your meddling tournament organizer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there we go. Yep.
And we have packed it up and packed it in.
Good night, sweet prince. Cool. Well,
that was fun.
Right on.
All right, I'm gonna move us real quick. But yeah, Miraidon. Wow, 1.
Miraidon Autumns, baby. We're so back.
All right, let's go ahead, update the standings, and let's see where everyone is at. Right now, 4-0 with the moon.
Ancient box, baby. Ancient
4-0
box.
with the moon.
Lou, something. 4-0 Dragapult. Only Dragapult player.
4-0 with the Dragapult with no Dust Noir.
Punart TCG 4-0 with the Iron Thorns.
Is that the Iron Thorns Dragapult list or is it straight Quad Thorns?
Just straight Quad Thorns.
Oh boy.
Makes a lot of sense.
Cash, who is like up at like 3-4 in the morning, his time.
Yeah, I have no idea how he's doing this.
I know.
Bro's
4-0.
locked in.
All
We've
out
got All Out
Blitzel.
Blitzel at 4-0 as well.
Day Camp
Controls.
4-0.
We've
Was
got
off.
2 Miraidons at 4-0, including one of them that we just saw. And
Anti
we've got Anti
4-0.
at 4-0.
And Wiggles Piggles lost.
No!
Not the Wiggles Piggles.
Piggles.
Now, Anti's list, is Anti playing Pikachu?
I believe so. Yep.
Yep. Pikabox.
Heck yeah.
See,
The
Cash
box
is
is
doing
back, baby.
Cash is doing the reverse now. Instead of being like lunchtime for him, he's actually having to play when all his opponents normally play during the tournaments of Doom.
I do want to point out the Gravity Mountain as well, here in Anti's list. That goes insane. I was wondering if we'd see a little bit more of Gravity Mountain play since Pikachu now hits extremely relevant numbers.
Yeah, we would definitely see it take down the Charizard a lot easier.
I saw there was a gold card of this.
There is.
It looks so sick.
Yeah, it's there it is. Oh yeah, that is pretty nice.
It's got Strudel.
I
Love that
love the
guy.
little Strudel guy chilling there.
Yeah, if
Strudel's
you-
big. He's big chilling.
If you look at every single
So-
gold stadium, there's usually a small Pokemon hidden there.
Flamingos in
that.
Beach Court, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Flamingos and Beach Court, Electrodes and Power Plant.
I think
Power
Collapse
Plant.
Stadium has Golett. I think.
Let me see.
Yeah, first pre-release I went to for this set, I pulled one of those gold night stretchers and I'm like, great, now I gotta buy 3 more.
Yeah. There's the
Little
Pokemon.
gold-like guy.
there. Yeah.
I didn't know there was a Pokemon on that one. That's so cool.
All right, now
Bro's
what about
hanging out.
Turffield. Where's the one in Turffield? There's gotta be one. Maybe Turffield's one.
Is it real far back there? Back right? Is that a little sandy gas? Maybe.
What is that?
No, that's fencing. Maybe Turffield's the only
Fencing.
one that doesn't.
What species of Pokemon is fencing?
Steel.
Oh, it's Arcaludon. Got it.
Yeah. There's a fence Pokemon. There's a bridge Pokemon. There isn't a fence Pokemon yet, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. So maybe not
Sure.
every one of them, but I mean, there's a good deal of them have it.
Winden Stadium. I remember playing that as a one of the new VMAX when it first came out.
Oh man, I miss those days.
We
Although
were
it's
playing Latios unironically.
Oh, I've typed in stadium, and it didn't give me all the stadiums. It just gave me the cards with stadium in
It
the
just
name.
gave you Stadium Nav. I've gotten some points with Stadium Nav. Great card.
All right.
The DC Open years ago.
There we go.
Here we go.
There's,
Yep,
the Glamora. Each course got the Flamingo. You can just see it right there.
Then the Lechonk and Artisan.
Little Shonk and Artisan. Easy.
Bro's big chillin'.
April Stunky. I actually didn't know the Stunky was there until right now.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Then
There's a
Temple. Which Pokemon is Temple?
Murkrow.
I think that's Murkrow.
Oh, that's super cool.
Path
Is there a
of the Peak.
Pokemon in Path?
Yeah, Snom.
Oh.
Oh, I
big
never
guy.
noticed it.
So there's a Snom. Jubilife's got a Bidoof. Oh man, now I kind of get that card now just for the Bidoof.
It's really funny that Path to the Peak has a Pokemon in the background that doesn't have a rule box, so
Yeah.
Snom is free to exist. Does Magma Basin have one?
Yes.
Where is it?
We're looking.
I don't think it does.
I don't see a Pokemon. That would be an optimal card to put a Slugma on or something. Come on.
You know why? Because
Or
I think
Torkoal.
I think the stadiums that have like the field or something like that don't.
That makes
Didn't
sense.
Beach Court have a field?
Does Beach Court? No. It has a well, it does. Oh, that's weird.
That is strange. Maybe
Yeah,
you just
because,
don't do
like-
for everyone.
Does Training Court have it? Don't see one on Training Court either.
Wow, that's
That
a weird design
probably
choice.
would be where one of the starters is from Sword and Shield, I would assume, if they put a Pokemon there.
Yeah, and like Crystal Cave doesn't have it. I don't think Stormy Mountains has it either.
No. What about
Okay,
a great
so they
place to put a
started putting
dragon
Pokemon
type
on at some point.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well,
Weird.
we know though, like Power Plant had it.
I guess
Martial
they
Arts
just maybe
Dojo.
just
has Voltorb.
Yeah. Maybe it just depends
Dojo
on like
has
the
Mankey.
thematics of it. That's
Like, how do you fit in Coronet? But like Brooklet Hill has the Magikarp,
yeah, bro's hanging out.
That's so cool.
trying his best.
I never noticed this detail. Aether Paradise, does it have a Pokemon?
Lediba.
Oh, it does? Oh, that's a Ledian. That's so cool.
Oh, Ledian, not Lediba. I always forget the two. And
Love
also,
that little fella.
we're just waiting on 2 matches as well. Otherwise, we'll try to find another match being streamed. No, there's just 2 left. I don't even. Let's see what the matchups even are. Lugia versus Lost Box. So I can see that one taking a little bit.
Yeah, it's gonna take forever.
Carnivore,
Yeah, 'cause Lost
Carnivore
Box has-
versus Zard Pigeon.
Lost Box has painful decisions to make.
Yeah.
So yeah, both of those could take a little bit of time. I think that's it for gold stadiums, because that after that we just have regular stadiums.
Let's see. It's twitch.tv/Tournament of Doom, right?
Senior Doom, SENOR
Senior Doom.
_ Doom.
Yep. Just letting my friends know.
Yeah. But I think now is where I have to take my my leave. So
Yeah, if you want time to say, I know Keiko's ready to go.
yeah, I gotta.
Kupo, it was awesome spending time with you, man. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, likewise. And thanks again for having me on, Doom. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early. So
Right, yeah,
got the
you're
opening-
round.
Heck yeah.
You're round, technically round 1, but if you want to call it that.
Yeah, we
Round-
got the opening shift tomorrow. So
Yeah, you gotta get it open. I'll make sure when we close up tonight that we clean the fryers.
yeah, thanks, man.
Yes.
It'll really make the rest of my, really make the opening shift a lot easier. So
Yeah, but the hot dog roller, I'm sorry.
yeah. All right, boys. Good talking to you guys. I will talk to you guys later.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
All right, let's take a little bit look more here on what's doing well. Go ahead and update the standings one more time. Well, yeah, things updated here. We do, yeah, Maridon doing pretty well. If I
Yeah,
remember,
Maridon seems like it's in a really strong spot right now. Callie's what, 4-0 with Ancient Box?
Ryan now is.
Ryan now is with Ancient Box?
Kelly, I think, is 3-1.
Oh yeah,
maybe.
Callie doesn't like the Koraidon.
Right. Kelly even came in and said no Koraidon. I'm looking. We have lots of 3-1s, which is good because 5-2-1 gets you in to day 2. 9-2-1 gets you into cut. I had to do a
Get
lot.
you into cut?
Yeah, I had to do a lot of math to figure that out.
Quick maths.
I was like, okay, if we do this, 12 rounds. Do I need more? Do I need less? Like, and while I was looking at the numbers, I'm like, yeah, this seems to be where it's at. Well, Kelly's 2-2. Lincoln Carp with the greatest name ever is 2-2.
I mean, in the end, does it even matter?
Yeah. Again, like you can lose 2 and still be fine. You just have to win more. And with a lot of 3-1s, I mean, we could get there. We'll have to see.
There we go. Had to make the post on the socials. I completely forgot.
Because we will be going into round 5 here in a moment.
So which match are we thinking? we might feature?
Sec. I mean, we're at a point like we could see if Cash wanted to. Pawn Art's usually available. Ryan's usually available. Day Camp's possible.
I would be down to see Cash.
We'll see what matches show up, which ones don't.
Anyone in the Twitch chat got a preference as well? Always something to take into consideration.
As we are just down to the last match, which is the Charizard versus Gardevoir. Because of course.
I know I can do it on mobile. Virtually never use my computer though.
So we definitely there's a couple people. Hypnotic is another one, but we had Hypnotic on earlier. Who else is
Yeah.
already still streaming? Franzies, I don't know which one they are at. Franzies 3-1 with Cerulean Edge. That might actually be worth it. We haven't seen Cerulean Edge yet.
How are our Cerulean Edge and Conkeldurr players doing? Because I saw a couple Conkeldurr players started 2-0.
3-1, 2-1. It looks like it was a 2-1 drop. Yeah. But the one that is playing Pizza Date is currently 3-1.
Okay.
So I think Frenzies here is probably the best one to do. Since they are playing, we haven't had a Cerulean Edge yet. And I think it would definitely be worth it.
We haven't had Cerulean Edge Palkia yet. I know Cyrus Davis is also playing it as well. I believe Cyrus is streaming on their own Twitch channel.
Exactly. And the thing is, like, it all shows up as other. So I can tell you, tell you it's not 35 of them. Because, like, Savid, who sadly 1-2 dropped, is playing Annihilate.
Yeah, I saw that one. I was really intrigued by how that was going to do.
All these 0-2 drops. What do you mean you don't want to play it out? And then we're just waiting for... Oh, there he is. What's up, Keiko?
Hey there. How you guys doing?
Doing good. Also, thank you for being my brother at that cup. That was hilarious.
Yeah, no worries. That was actually really funny. Yeah, so me and Senior Doom live like relatively close-ish to one another. Like, or I guess in the same area. You're on Washington. I'm in Vancouver.
Within like 100-ish miles. But
yeah, exactly right. So sometimes me and my friends, we go down to the States to play a cup, and the one we went to was same one Doom was at. So I happened to play against his brother round one.
Okay.
We did get the win. And it was funny because at first I hadn't seen Doom in person ever. But then I heard you say something, and I'm like, oh, I'm pretty sure that's Senior Doom. So that was funny.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what? Well, at that point, most people like recognize me anyway, so I was like, yeah, I'm Senior Doom. Who are you in chat? And you're like, I've been with you. I'm like, wait. I'm going through like every voice in my head.
The amount of people that come up to me at regionals and stuff and go, man, I always forget how tall you are.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'6".
But you're just slightly taller than me. I'm 6'5".
See, I grew up in one of the college basketball capitals of the world, Lexington, Kentucky. So unfortunately, my height is not really that tall in the grand scheme of things.
Makes sense.
Everyone goes, did you play basketball? No, it's too short.
Let's see.
So how has the tournament been going so far? I've been kind of following on a little bit on and off, seen some matches. But as the first kind of bigger event online with the new format, what's showing up?
Right now what's winning as Miraidon's the new hotness again.
Yeah, that's the one deck I have been able to try out so far, because I think Miraidon does get a lot of really cool little small improvements, but they kind of add up.
Lost Box with Pikachu is having a pretty good time.
Yep.
It's currently, we got a Kaforo, a bunch of 3-1s.
Yeah, my buddy Cole there, dabbing Ukrainian, is also 3-1 right now, which is awesome.
Drago's not doing too bad. It's not as dominant as it could be, I guess, but it's not doing too bad.
I
still think Drago is one of those decks that's just always going to be good, but it will always have its moments where you're just like, why am I?
You mean like Lugia here? We have like a pair of 3-1 Lugias, and I think we actually have.
Yeah, Alex is 4-0.
Five Lugias, also pretty good contention right now.
Now, something I wanted to bring up while we were talking about Lugia, something I've been thinking about is the Great Ball or Dusk Ball question.
Right, because I think both lists here they're right beside each other are actually playing. Nope, this one isn't. No, this one is playing Great Ball. We had one that was
Dusk Ball has not made its way into lists yet, and I'm kind of surprised by that because of all the decks that play Iono.
Right. Look, this one's playing Roseanne's backup.
Ooh, I like that, to kind of recycle the legacy energy.
Is legacy energy only just once a game? Oh, the effects
you can only use the prize card effect once a game. It can provide rainbow all the time.
That is true.
So just to have that extra little bit of flexibility is always really nice to have.
Because
I know a lot of people have complained about it being too slow.
We had one Lugia that was playing a more simplified version. It might have actually been Alex Hamilton's list.
Yeah, because his list is like four Great Ball, 3 threes Chinchino.
Yeah.
Any quantity of Carmine less than 3 makes me want to throw up, though, because I hate burning Lumineon to Carmine.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. But sometimes I need to use that Carmine. But then again, like if I Carmine like 6 energy or like 4 energy, you know, it just
then you've just lost the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I remember at the cup, we were actually at Doom, and the finals would end up being Lugia mirror match. But at least I know one of my friends who's in the finals, their Lugia list, which is kind of what I'd seen online, people had moved away from like Great Balls at all, and they just played Nest Balls. And yeah, they also like cut the Carmines and stuff. And I'm curious if that sticks over, or if people, yeah, like the list we're seeing this tournament right now, seem to gravitate more towards Heavy Ball, or sorry, Great Ball.
Yeah, in that cup I played Lugia. I hit Iron Thorns, game 1.
Oh yeah.
Then I beat 2 Dragos. And then I got the Lugia mirror to end, and it was just a matter of who got set up first, and I didn't. They got the hand set up, and then they just went to the races, and I was like, yep, this is it.
Yeah, fair enough. I remember I played Lost Box without Manaphy, and I played against 3 decks with Kyurem.
Oh, no.
But I did manage to top cut that, because I won one of them, and then squeaked in as the 3-2. And one of the Kyurem decks wasn't even Regidrago. It was just the Charizard that just put a Kyurem in.
Well, there's someone else who did that too. Like one of the Lost Zones, I think, has a Kyurem in it just for the Lost Zone mirror.
Yeah, I saw that for this event, and I do think Lost Zone, you know, has some new tools and it's exciting to play now. I think that's a little getting ahead of yourselves if you're thinking Lost Box is jumping that. Is there any other matchups it's like hitting, right? Like no, right?
What are you gonna do? Not play Colress?
No, yeah, exactly. For Lost Box, it's great. I'm just wondering, are there other decks that play like Tenacity that, you know, you also get value off Kyurem, or?
I've seen some rogues play it. The Aegislash deck, I believe, plays it pretty heavily. There's an Aegislash in this tournament playing it heavily. But I'm not sure how that deck wound up doing. I was looking at all the 1-0s and 1-1s and stuff early on.
Yeah, it's easy to lose track of a deck. Like you can possibly go to metagame and see it. Like there's a Noivern that was 0-3, Ogerporn Noivern 0-2. But that Dusknoir is actually 3-1. Aegislash went 1-2. So
the Meowscarada deck's really funny because it's not a Meowscarada deck in the traditional sense. It's playing Tatsugiri. I looked at this list and was really hoping it would do well so we could feature it. Look at how insane that is.
Yeah, it looks like they're all good, so we're going to head and let's get the next round going. Because I just want to keep things going. Things have been moving. I like when the tournaments move. It makes my day easier. It's everyone else's day easier.
Vroom vroom time. Time to go fast.
All right, round 5 is up. And then we were looking at... I got double... Remember the name? It was... Franzies. And make sure they know that they are on stream and that affords them an extra 5 minutes.
Yep.
All right, let's go ahead and move down there. All right, and then I will make sure to get set up, and then once we are going, we'll see Wiggles Piggles.
Wiggles Piggles time.
Wiggles Piggles time. This all good there. So Wiggles Piggles versus Franzies. Dekai we'll just say Franz Bread. As we've got the Surreal Edge going up against Charizard Pidgeot. So a little bit, we're seeing like a deck that we've seen. Charizard Pidgeot's had a pretty good day, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. Charizard's another one of those decks that's always going to be decently positioned no matter what. And it can kind of tolerate a lot of the shenanigans of other decks pretty well. Like other rogue decks, it beats up rogue pretty well usually.
How do I keep Cash? I don't know.
Just get paired better, Cash.
Yeah, get paired better. Cash, you are, I believe, number 1 still in the standings. Which I will pull up the Doom standings. Also, the winner of today gets the first invite to Doom Worlds.
Doom Worlds.
It will be automatically in. So yeah. Oh yeah, Cash is way up there. Cash number 1, Callie Moore number 2, Ryan Now number 3, Pawn Art number 4. Top 16 get in. So right now, Savid is on the bubble.
Okay, so it's top 16 and then automatic invites from each regional.
Yeah, and they all get into automatic day 2.
I like that.
Because I have to set up day 2 as a separate tournament because we can't run the worlds we have now and get day 2 invites. I have to set them up as 2 separate tournaments.
Right.
Otherwise I would run it like current worlds. As where the game is set up, I would run it like current worlds and have like a round 1 bye, but I can't do that. So do as best I can. I will be going on mute. Ryan, Kego, the casting is yours.
All right. So this is definitely going to be an interesting game because it's a kind of a new matchup. You know, the Cerulege deck, one of the newer spices I've seen.
Now, this is a Cerulege list with the Palkia V-Star line, correct?
Yeah, it's got a 1/1 Palkia there, which seems good. Palkia in general, just a strong attacker early if you need to.
Oh boy. See who goes first here. So we can potentially see what the shoes goes into. Ultra Ball's nice to get. Maybe we see Fish for Carmine. But then again, you really don't want to put the 2 prize liability up if you don't have to.
Yeah.
There's a squawk ability too.
There's the ability just to squawk if you don't think 1 extra Pokemon is enough. You do have the research for next turn. I feel like this deck just it does want to just turn through its deck to get all those energy in the discard, so it might just be a squawk angle. Ooh, one for Ninja, so they're looking for a bit more, but they don't want to squawk.
See what the concealed cards gets. Another Charcadet, that's always nice to see.
Yeah, and this might just be fine with them being like, I don't want to discard this hand because I have research next turn, so that it's a little bit more conservative with the Ninja. Maybe better long term, I guess, to get more energy in the discard.
Yeah, and 2's always going to be more than 1 anyways until you get a good read on what your opponent's playing. And you know they're playing Zard, so Zard usually hits good numbers on those support Pokemon.
Yeah, fair enough. And I guess this is just a matchup where if you give the Cerulege enough time, it can one-shot these Zards. I think technically it's possible, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, like 17 energy in the discard.
Most of the Cerulege decks I've seen, yeah, this one has 18, so yeah, it is mathematically possible to get there. Grab the 2 fires, so you can always Palkia at some point too. Pokestop come down, replace the collapsed. Oh yeah, we're in business now.
Yeah, being able to get a pretty easy kill this turn is going to feel really nice to just keep the pressure going on Zard, make them do something. Yeah, you can't really like go for a boss or anything because killing the Charmander would be better than this Cleffa because you're activating their Fez.
Blender gives us that instant plus 100 as well.
That is true. Luckily, we don't need it, but that's going to be good to have if they set up a Zard next turn, which I'm assuming is...
defend out the squawk so you don't draw into it.
Fair enough.
Big brain plays.
Yeah, they do seem to have access to a lot of energy in the discard already, which is a really good sign. Yeah. I guess that, yeah, they're just combing through the deck, maybe prize checking here. I don't know, Cologne might be another card that you're not going to get useful if you want to discard, but you might just need to discard more energy.
I suppose it depends on if Manaphy's in the list. Which Manaphy stocks have been up in this.
Oh, that is true. That's very true.
Guarantee another attachment there. Oh yeah, I like where this is going. Do you spin the wheel here? I assume you do.
I assume you're a deck that wants to spin the wheel every turn. usually if you play that card, that should be the case. Because you use 1 more energy in the discard or hit more tools, or not tools, items.
Every time I see my opponent play a Pokestop down, I'm like, do it. Good.
Oh yeah, whenever I'm playing a Pokestop deck and my opponent's not, and then they have to take the desperation spin, it doesn't usually work out.
So now Charizard would be doing 210, which, as long as there's no Defiance or Vitban shenanigans, doesn't knock out anything on the board. Or doesn't knock out the Palkia, sorry. See the Fez draw 3.
So
there's got to be something in that hand, though.
You'd think. I'm sure they can start developing their board now. Getting the Zard, though, is kind of the main step one, just to preserve that Charmander and also just get some damage. It is really awkward, like you said. You cannot get a 2-shot knock or 2-prize knockout here. In theory, you could go for like a counter catcher play. But we'll see how far they get with this hand. This is a pretty standard. Get some Terra
Pokemon on your board to mitigate the Greninja. Oh, there's a Manaphy. Manaphy stocks are up.
There we go. This is a pretty standard kind of Zard Dusknoir list with the 2/1/1 Dusknoir line, so we can see if they develop that. Because even if they can't get a one-shot with the Zard this turn, if they put a bunch of damage and set up for Dusknoir, you can take out that and potentially something else in one turn later.
Yeah, just to make that math a little bit easier, we do see an Ultra Ball for Lumineon here. See what they grab.
Thorn.
Ooh, baby, the Thorn.
Thorn's always a spicy one. Whenever they play
Thorn,
Thorn, it's okay. Oh, we're getting a Pidgeot.
Okay.
Yeah, they do their 3 cards. Now they're gonna get a Pidgeot. They're gonna search for whatever they want. That's
they could have Night Stretchered for the Fez to do it again, maybe. No, wait, you can only use 1 per turn.
Yeah. Now, do they also have the Zard,
yep.
or is this just get the Pidgeot, stabilize your board, and try and set up for next turn?
Yeah, I think maintaining board stability is going to help out a lot. One of those things Charizard usually has as an advantage over their opponents is I can get set up and you can't. Consistent.
Exactly. And yeah, whenever Zard gets to this board state, they got a Pidgeot, they got a Zard attacking. That starts to get scary. The one upside is that the Zard player did not get a Duskull in play. And they've used their Thornton, so there can't be a surprise Dusknoir next turn, I think.
So we're doing 170 right now. Night Stretcher's always a nice card to have. See potential Nest Ball play. For another little guy.
Yeah, they don't even have a whole lot of energy left in the deck. How many are in the discard, do you know?
Makes me wonder how many they prized.
Yeah, because there's 7 from the hand deck in play. I don't know how many are in the discard. And this deck plays at 18, I believe.
190 currently with the Abyss. You obviously don't want to give your opponent more cards. You don't have to. But their hand's kind of at a standstill at the moment.
Yeah, it's a little awkward if they don't want to Iono to fill up their opponent's hand again, or else they could keep digging. They might, they could just go for a Palkia here. It's a pretty good beat stick. It does not get one-shotted back by the Zard.
However, Ceruledge does have a 2 retreat cost.
Correct, so you'd have to use the ability.
Kind of surprises me.
Yeah, it's not optimal. You can still retreat it with the Palkia ability, but then you have no energy saved on board or put into play from that. But this deck is pretty low amount of energy needs to attack, right? You're only using the fire for the first attack and then Palkia. Using Palkia here does mean you eliminate Ninja later, but the Manaphy's in play, so it's going to be hard to get value.
So Ninja play was never really something you would consider.
Yeah. Oh, the Palkia can only attach to water Pokemon, I believe, right? The ability. Yep. Okay. I see. Did he? I guess he already attached this turn.
Yeah, and they're preserving the attachment.
Okay, so
hit into it, threaten the Palkia.
Yeah, I guess one of the upsides of letting the Ceruledge die to an attack this turn as opposed to like switching it out, is Dusknor later can't really take advantage of it.
Exactly. Because I mean, if you're the Cerulege player here, I think the thing you want to avoid is having as few Dusknor targets as possible. So like getting both those Charcadets evolved could be huge as well.
Yeah, the Zard deck from here, it's pretty limited into doing anything too tricky or manipulating the board state other than Dusknor. And in theory, the Cerulege deck could try and like boss to take them out if they're really worried about it.
What set is the 70 HP Charcadet? Because I know there's 10 different standard legal Charcadets at the moment.
There is a lot. I feel like every time I open packs, whatever set it is, there's a Charcadet in it.
There's just always the new one. This one must be from this set. Because it's not on PKMN cards yet. Yeah, this one must be from this set.
20 for 1 is sufficient.
And it's got 1 retreat. Yeah, definitely the optimal one, because all the others that have 70 HP and 1 retreat, their 1 energy attack is 10 damage.
You never know.
And all the ones that have greater than 70 HP have 2 retreat, which is atrocious. I wouldn't think a little lad like that would have 2 retreat.
Nice, slow boy apparently.
Further research to churn further.
So we are digging here. We do have the knockout on the Zard guaranteed. It's just kind of what's the plan afterwards, because
what's the momentum?
If Zard can, one shot this Palkia, and then the next thing they're ahead on the prize race. So you have to find a way to try and swing that race.
And then the moment they get down to 1 prize, Zard can just one-shot anything.
Exactly. Especially because you haven't been able to eliminate this Pidgeot, Zard is basically going to have
whatever it wants every turn.
Whatever it wants every turn. As long as it's only one thing. But that's still pretty good.
I know knowing 4-4 isn't super duper efficient, but it's not the worst play in the world.
Yeah, it just depends what you think you're digging for, or if you don't think there's any reason to have a read on your opponent's hand, but keeping them at 4 is fine. I guess the one thing you're hoping is that they don't have Defiance Band Zard next turn. So that's 2 cards. So you could Iono and hope they don't draw either. So even with Pidgeot, they only have 1, but there's a lot of outs to Charizard usually.
Double Night Stretcher draw means that there's some potential to get an energy if needed to dig a little bit deeper. Down to 3. So now Charizard is one-shotting any of the Ceruledges.
Yeah. Currently 10 short of the Palkia. But there is Defiance Band as a way to modify that.
So Defiance Band is in the list?
There is a Defiance Band in the list.
Limitless has been acting up for me, so...
Oh, no worries. I gotcha.
Something about a big pocket tournament going on?
Oh, yeah. Another card game? Ooh. Check that out.
I haven't whaled entirely on Pocket. I've kind of only spent like my Google Play credit.
Fair enough. I actually played Pocket back when you could just... there was a point where you didn't need a VPN. You could just download the APK and play it early.
Yeah.
And I've been really enjoying it. I definitely think gameplay is a little simplistic, of course, because it's only one set, but
absolutely
a lot of potential, I think, down the line for interesting.
I'm intrigued to see where they go with it.
Yeah, because it's definitely a collection first type game, as opposed to really in-depth gameplay. But it's still a fun time. They've kind of kept the spirit of Pokemon. They've made a bunch of cool art for the game, and it's also weird the fact that a lot of the art is just old TCG art.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that Weezing regular art and went, man, I played that Weezing when it was a psychic type.
Yeah, exactly. So it's surreal because especially I played back in Gen 4, Diamond Pearl eras when I started. And there's even arts from there that I remember. That's kind of a cool callback.
Oh yeah, I love seeing all the different arts. I could use some other cards. I still don't have any Zapdoses, but I have 4 Art Rare Pikachus somehow.
Ooh. So it looks like the Zard player here didn't need to get the Defiance Band because they're going for the counter catcher, and that stamp on top is brutal.
Yep, that's huge.
Yeah, this is the thing where like the Zard lists have a bit of everything, and if you can assemble the right things on the right turns, this deck has nasty turns like that. And the Duskull too, if he needs it. Don't think he will though, but from this spot, I'm not sure what.
Now here comes the fun part. If another Charmander doesn't come down, we're at 10 energies in the discard pile. So 200, 230, 250, 270, 290, 3. There might be a world.
And the retreat. Can he actually get this one shot?
Potentially, if he spins the wheel.
Yeah, he gets to field cards. He gets to spin the wheel. You know, maybe, yeah, I haven't actually seen this deck in action before, but if it gets the one shot here, then it's
well, so 240, so we're at 270 right now. Treat. We're at 310. We need 1 more energy in the discard. Let's see if the Pokestop hits it.
Oh, he does.
Pokestop hits it. Oh, man.
Huge.
Night Stretcher for another Charcadet. Yep.
And yeah, this knocks out the Zard. There's no other Charmanders in play. The Thornton's been used. There's no Palpad.
No Palpad on the list?
There's no Palpad, so I don't think there's any way to, surprise get a Zard out here.
Maybe trap something in the active and deck them out might be the only win con left.
That is true. Palkia, if you drag that up, that's a 2 retreat liability now. And there's only 2 cards in the deck, but there is this Palpad.
For the boss
puts
to
one
ensure
back.
I have it. Clone 2 boss in the hand. And 330. Let's see what happens from here.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, the Charcadet has advantage here to win next turn potentially, but if this Zard opponent has a boss effect on this Palkia, I think they just win. I think they ran out of energy. They don't have any recovery.
Yeah, I think there's nothing else they can do.
But we'll see if they see that. They've used their 1 counter catcher, but they do have 2 boss, 2 counter catcher, so that's a lot. But will they go for that angle?
Let's see what the Force Field Stone gets them.
Wait, never mind. They have
Radzard Defiance Band.
Radzard Defiance Band.
Let's see if Defiance Band is in the last 2 prizes.
I feel like if they're grabbing these cards, it must be. Yep.
Defiance
and that
Band.
actually gets there too. Wow, that was.
The Iono into it.
That's true.
The Iono into just one of the pieces.
But just having
all you need is just one of them.
Yeah, having Steelstone plus Pidgeot, that'll get you there most of the time. So huge swinging.
Let's see what happens here
back
in
and forth game 1. There's actually a lot more things in this matchup that can swing it back and forth just because both decks can get to that one-shotting state. Pretty relevant.
Absolutely. Being able to swing the 2-2-2, I think, is going to be the best game plan for the Serral Edge player. Cole, what's your record right now? See how long it takes him to respond. I could just look it up on Limitless. That would require effort, though. Why would I do that? Oh, Cole, you are 4-1 now. That's awesome. I'm on regular limits. See, Cole is playing a Lost Box deck.
Oh. All right, so we see Charcadet going first again here.
Beat Gouging Fire last round. What I'm seeing here. All right, so we've got the lone Charcadet at start. I guess since you're playing against Charizard, you're not really actively hurt by starting just one Pokemon. You really don't want Pheasantipity to take any chip damage if you can swing it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not really much threat, so you don't have to do anything. I guess your idea is next turn you're hoping this Iono lets you discard some energy, and at least one shot at basic. I guess that's one nice thing about this deck is it's kind of low like maintenance. You don't need a whole lot going on or a whole lot to set up.
Yeah, but the big problem becomes if you force them behind too early, they can play all their counter cards and blow you up 2/2/2.
That is true. That's one of the frustrating things about Zard in general. It feels like you get punished a lot for just taking prize cards. So you really have to think about it strategically and what they can possibly have. Looks like he's just digging a bit deeper with Ninja, getting more energy in the discard. It looks like he was dragging on his Palkia. I think his Palkia V-Star is prized.
Yep.
So they're probably not happy about that.
Oh yeah, I would be a little upset about that right now. Not being able to just go, okay, I'm gonna pop 2 Charmanders. If you also don't do anything, then they've just set up a Charizard for free, so it's a tough balance.
Yeah, I mean, I think taking the knockout here means they could Charizard back, and that is a big threat. But if they do not also set up the Pidgeot, they can kind of be vulnerable later on to just running out of steam because that can like just 2-shot Charizards. So you usually want to set up a Pidgeot first. So it's really putting them to test. Do they have the Pidgeot and the Charizard next turn?
Abysmal Flames for 130. Abyssal Flame. Get another Earthen Vessel off. That way you can add another 20, another 40 with the concealed cards.
Yeah, no, this deck definitely seems like it's good at getting these energies in the discard. There's so many ways to use it as a resource.
Time to flip the script. Let's see. 9-card hand. Gotta have something good in it.
If the Charizard player could get Charizard plus Countercatcher and kill this Fez, that would be huge.
That would be a huge momentum builder.
Yeah, that's the games where it starts to feel real rough.
See one of the promo Mander as well for the Roaring Moon matchup.
Fair. It's got all the text for everything. We see an Ultra Ball here. We'll see if we see a Pidgeot or a Charizard. Might dictate how the rest of the turn is going.
See Collapse Stadium. Hit the bin for a Pidgeot. And Pidgeot usually just means automatically good board state.
Yeah, even if they don't have an attack here, Pidgeot is just guaranteeing a good setup next turn onwards. But looks like we see
another
Charizard. All right, now the cherry on top is if they have the Countercatcher. Or boss, have they used a supporter yet?
I don't believe they've supported.
Ooh, that's Luminion. That could be for the boss then. And I think that's what you want to do if you're a Charizard player here.
Definitely a little fishy.
Oh, Luminion. Oh, getting the art. Oh, they can Arven for Countercatcher. Same thing. Plus, you also get the tool, the Seal Stone. More value. Yeah, this fish is. Ooh. They went Defiance plus Stamp. Does that get a knockout here? You're only hitting 240, I believe. Or they're just they just want to hit a Countercatcher.
Yeah, they just want to limit. Options.
Okay, so just Burning Darkness for 240. So they.
I think you're still fine with that.
Yeah, this Stamp is very limiting to this deck. You can hope that maybe they just don't even have the next Charcadet. Ooh, these are some good draws. Getting that research, getting that Pokestop means we're gonna get dig a lot more. Now,
dig time.
This deck can dig, but I don't know if it can dig hard enough to kill this Charizard this turn. but I'm
Maybe
happy to
not.
be proven wrong.
Maybe if we dig enough.
Doesn't hit any energy.
Pidgeot can be a target potentially. Let's see. How many energies
Yeah.
are in there? 6, 120, 30 is 150.
Yeah, so we're still
Yikes.
a bit of ways away. You don't need to knock out this Zard because you can knock out like a Luminion or a Fez with this boss. I think that's what they're trying to figure out right now. Ooh, are they? If they're only hitting 150, they can't.
So if they
boss
attach,
the
if they
minion.
attach retreat, Night Stretcher for Cerulege boss. It's a play that.
Oh, that if the Cerulege EX is in the discard, they can do that.
Because I believe they Pokestopped one away.
I think you might be correct.
But I think
But they're-
going 2/2/2 is an option as well. Going after the Duskull is a good option, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
not
they didn't
having
have
to
the
burn your
Cerulege,
resources until you absolutely have to.
if they don't have the Cerulege, yeah, and you have to kill one of the one prizers here, the Duskull is definitely better.
I think you're still okay with that if you're the Cerulege player.
Yeah, it's kind of the only play you have right now. You do have the luxury of kind of you've taken 2 prizes. You are ahead of the 2/2/2.
Yeah, but
But-
now Charizard can knock out anything.
Yeah. And if they can make
What's
it
that?
where they can't streamline Ceruleges,
And it's
actually
curtains.
yeah. They have the Night Stretcher for the next one if the first one dies. But the following one, that's where the Zard player could try and make a comeback.
I have a feeling we see Charmeleon this turn. I don't think we see Rare Candy Charge unless we absolutely need it.
I believe the Charmeleon got discarded to the Ultra Ball earlier. But
Oh,
they
it
could like
did?
Rescue
Okay.
Stretcher. It did.
Thornton time.
And yeah, this list only plays one. Oh, Thornton again.
Oh no. I love the Forest Seal Stone on the Duskull. Yep. Pop the Duskull.
Oh, that's
take
huge.
the knockout. Oh man.
So now, yeah, the Zard player can either kill both the basic and the stage 1, or like knocking out this Fez. Also not bad.
Jeez. Price card. Ah, there it is.
There is the Palkia.
We did that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it's tough because you don't want to put the Palkia V in play because it
absolutely
can
not.
die to the Zard, but now you can't take advantage of drawing it off your prizes. So the Ninja's going up as the sacrifice, hopefully for the Zard, but they could have a counter catcher here still.
Oh gosh, yeah. That snore just to thin it. Because I think you almost don't want to knock out the Greninja.
Yeah, you'd want to knock it. I mean,
Second
You have to take
Charizard
a
has
knockout.
hit the board.
yeah, they're good on the Charizard department.
Oh, something really funny they could do. Not that I think this is the right play at all, but putting 3 energies on Pheasantipity, sniping the Charcadet could be fun.
I wish you could do that, but I think the Palkia can only put it on water Pokemon.
No, I'm talking
Yeah.
the Charizard player put 3.
Oh, on their Fez. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. It's not optimal by any stretch of the imagination.
Actually, I actually don't even know if that's bad. No, I think that's actually. If they have 3 energy to do that, that might have been correct.
They definitely seem like they're doing fine.
Yeah.
Nest ball, grab another Shark, potentially. To have another fella on the board.
Now this turn is where we see if they can pull off a one-shot.
I think we're still a ways from that, though, unfortunately.
Yeah. But we do have Fez, we do have
In the wheel.
Pokestuff, we do have Research.
Eesh. Losing Iono kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I don't even know if there's much they can really Ultra Ball for that's relevant for this deck. Not really. They have no more like, draw cards like you or anything to dig deeper.
7 energies in the discard. 9 would be 10. Oh man, they would need like
I think they need 15 in this deck.
Yeah.
So yeah, they have to like research into like more Ultra Balls to discard more energy, or like
They need like Ultra Ball Blender.
yeah, or like Stretcher for Ninja. I mean, yeah, Blender's always gonna be good. It would get them there. This deck, interestingly enough, it has like Luminion, but it doesn't have like a way to get an item card, right? Like I feel like having a way to get your Blender would have been useful, like if you had Arvin or Iridas or something.
Yeah, since you're already playing Luminion. Maybe even
Yeah.
Irida to grab like Palkia Blender.
Yeah, because you have Palkia, you have Ninja, you have Luminion. Like that could be an interesting card to try including in these lists. Because having access to Blender is good. But they do get a knockout here.
Yep. There is a world where they're still in this game. Patch onto a Chark. Yep. Abyssal Flames for 210.
Going down to one prize card, so all they need is a boss or the ability to kill a Charizard next turn. Although the Zard player doesn't, if they don't bench anything else that's smaller, even boss might not be enough if they have to kill a Pidgeot.
Yeah, because I don't think they need to put Radzard down right now, because they wouldn't take a knockout on Charcadet with it.
Mm-hmm. So currently 9 energy in the discard. A 10th could go in the discard if the Cerulege gets knocked out. And yeah, then if they hit research for Blender, that would get them to 15.
Yeah, there is definitely a world where they're still in this game.
Mm-hmm. I think it's gonna be big. If it would have been big if Zard could disrupt on this turn, but they already used Arvin's and Caniono, and they have
we've
Stamp.
seen Unfair Stamp already been.
Yeah, exactly, right? So that would be the one big thing, is if they could Stamp here. But it's going to kind of give the Cerulege player a lot of leeway to try and get to that 15 energy.
Super on for Pheasantipity Luminion, okay. Night Stretcher maybe for another fire to have a second Zard powered up. That way the first one can't get trapped.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything better you can get. I don't think there's really a point in, you can't develop like a Duskull or anything.
Yeah, because then that just hands the game if they have another boss.
All right, so the Zard player is just saying, do you have it?
Let's see what happens. This could be a really interesting final turn here.
Yeah, I think they got it. I think they have a lot of drawing. They get to look at like 16 cards, I believe, with Fez, Pokestop, Research.
And then Palpad Boss back in. So we're at 12.
12. So that's 270.
270.
So you're right. If they get one more in there, they boss is an extra out.
Yep,
The Pidgeot.
Greninja. Yep. And then Palpad the boss is in. Yep. Sealed cards and then Pheasantipity into 3 more. Maybe Nestfall the Thin.
Nest the Thin. Yep. Might as well. See how he's checking. And then flip the script. Okay.
I think that gets them there. Because Earthen Vessel will fire for 2 more energies, Ultra Ball energies. Yep.
Yeah, they can grab energy and research or Ultra Ball. They got more than enough ways to discard it. Yep, they're triple checking the math. Discard the hand. Yep. Get this.
That should be game.
Yep.
Yeah, there's the boss's orders.
And 250 or 350. Wow.
On to game 3.
Yeah, I hadn't actually seen this Cerulege deck in action, but it can get into one shot of killing Charizard, and that's a big deal. Because that's kind of the point of playing Charizard. Exactly, right? You kind of play Charizard because it's the big beat stick that's really hard to one shot. And if the Cerulege deck comes and kind of can prove that doesn't matter as much, could be a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, absolutely. So now it's time for game 3.
Mm-hmm. So we kind of saw in the last game that the Zard player couldn't, like the Cerulege took the lead, and the Zard player couldn't really stop them from just kind of consistently streamlining their attacks. I wonder if the stamp early, that seemed like kind of a good play at the time, but it didn't work out. Wonder if it would have been better to keep that for the end of the game.
The Peeves redeemed. I like bacon. You know what, Peeves? I like potatoes. And we get turn 1 blender. Oh, baby.
Yeah, I guess you might as well, like, there's no reason to hold on to it, right? Blend it right away. The Zard player does get to go first this time. So let them get an early turn 2 attack if they have a good setup.
Because we know the best thing they're going to be able to do turn 1 is Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
rule the region for a Pokestop, but you really don't want to leave. You don't want to leave Palkia V in a position where it can get one shot by like Dusknoir or Zard shenanigans.
Yeah, exactly.
We see the turn 1 fish going first.
So this could be because they have a Seal Stone in hand that they need to use. Yeah, preemptively fishing just to put a support in your hand is not the greatest, especially when your opponent is Iono. So I think this makes so it makes
Seal
sense
Stone
because they
used to
need
grab
to use the
Poppin.
Seal Stone.
Yeah. It's the only reason I can think of.
So fair enough. The Poppin's kind of needed if they don't have any starters. This can probably grab Pidgey, Charmander.
Which is ideally what you want, obviously.
Yeah, having the Duskull here would also be nice. It allows for like your best high roll turn 2s. If you hit like everything, but this is more than enough for turn 1, and we'll see what they have on turn 2.
Blender go burr.
We go instant snap that blender, get a discard 5 energies.
That was a frame 1 blender.
Yeah. And yeah, in this case, I don't think there's any cards you can immediately get rid of other than energies. But, thinning your deck down.
An immediate 100 damage.
Yeah, we're just grabbing more energy. I guess we just got a Iono here and pray. Could burn the Cologne.
I think maybe you don't want to burn that because you could potentially Cologne Ninja later on.
That is fair.
And ripping the Squawk immediately is nice. See what the shoes bring us. Oh no, you chuck that immediately. There we go.
Yeah, already.
What's it
7
like?
Energy in the discard. It feels good. I don't know. Is that good? That
the
good.
question is, do you want to put the Fez in play? Do you want the Squawk in play? Like those are.
Yeah, I think if you're playing the Squawk, then you're playing the Fez as well.
Yeah.
And I think you do. I mean, yeah, because you kind of need to Squawk because if this Cerulege, or the Cerulege, like whatever the basic's called, dies.
Oh my gosh! It is Squawking season.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, this turned out well. You get more basics down. You have the Ninja for draw. They've drawn through more than half their deck on turn 1. This is very fair in normal Pokemon.
Cards hitting the
they can Vessel. Yeah, they can. Well, they even have energy in their deck. Like,
I believe that's 2 energies left in deck now.
Yes, the Vessel would get
unbelievable.
And they have the Cerulege GX.
Will-O-Wisp for 20, baby. Let's go.
I don't know. This deck seems kind of good. Like, if you can do this.
This is the first time we've seen them be able to do that.
Like, how much energy in the discard? Is the Zard just dead already?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I lost track.
Because if there's 2 in the deck, 5. No, okay, so there's like 12 or 13. There's 10
in the discard currently.
So
that's 230.
They do have a couple of them prized then, right? We think there's 2 in the deck, 2 in the hand, 1 in play. So you need 1 more energy that's prized. Or 4 energies prized? Is that the math?
Either way, it's a lot
really
of damage.
Close. They're really close, which is crazy. And they do get a dig. They got shoes. They have Ninja next turn.
Impressive. Getting rid of the Defiance ban must mean all those other cards are real good.
Yeah, it could be a spot where if the Zard's going to be attacking first, they're probably going to be either ahead or prized in Titan prizes, so then don't get to use it as much. But yeah, it
And
could
their
also
ace spec is reset stamp, or unfair stamp, right?
Yeah. So they do set up the Zard. Don't set up the Pidgeot. They might just think they just need to get aggressive here because the Saralash player has already dug through so much of their deck.
Yes. That is 250 damage currently. See if we can get 4 more energies in the discard pile this turn and have an attachment.
Yeah, or even if you get a boss and you kill the Luminion, that's fine. Okay, so they actually have 3 in their deck.
Now.
So it is possible. So if they discard all 3 of these energies, draw their 4th, they can knock out this Zard. They do have boss, so they don't need to necessarily.
And we see a Nest Ball as well.
I don't know if they have another Sarlage. I think maybe they have 1 more in the deck. I'm gonna flip the script.
Has to say.
Good
Second Sarlage. I like waiting to evolve it.
Ultra doesn't do a whole lot.
Making
Unless
sure
they're trying to set up like
the discard.
Yeah, they do take it though.
I think you almost don't want to evolve it.
The thing is, if you don't, it could be bad if they kill your active and you get stamped.
290.
Jeez, it's so close yet so far. 290, it's actually 310 if you used Ultra on the one in hand. So you're literally 1 energy short. That's crazy.
And I think just taking the conservative play here, taking the KO and not overextending is smart.
Yeah, you need to, if you take a 2 prizer, you stay in the lead here. Killing the Zard. Oh, draws both pieces of the Palkia. Alright. I guess you can do that also. So this Zard now only hitting for 240. And they discarded that Defiance band. So it actually
discarded
does
the Defiance
matter.
band.
They can still.
However, the Dusknoir might matter.
Yes, they can Dusknoir. They could also boss or countercatcher, kill the Fez or the Squawk. But even if they keep on taking 2 prizers, they are down on this trade. I guess you can go take a 2 prize this turn, take a 2 prize next turn, and Dusknoir the Ninja. Okay, so they are going to try and do that to offset the trade, fix their math.
There's the other fire.
Yeah.
I believe that does put them in Zard range next turn as long as their hand isn't altered.
Yeah, this does mean Sarlage can knock out the Charizard. However, this Charizard takes 2 prizes here.
Could be coming here.
Yes, not unfair stamp. Goes for the counter catcher, unless they already have the stamp. Oh my god, they get rid of Fez and they have the stamp.
Yeah. See if they have it.
Oh, that is brutal.
That's brutal.
So the main issue here is that the Zard player is just ahead on this race. They're going to take 2 prizes this turn, and they just need to take 2 prizes next turn. So even if the Sarlage can one-shot the Zard, assuming the Zard player gets a Zard next turn, they're going to win. And they hit the Pidgeot, which feels like it makes it so much more likely. Do they just have another Zard set up this turn? Ultra Balling. They could Pidgeot for Candy. Ultra Ball for Zard.
Maybe Charmeleon as a backup policy.
Yeah, okay, they do have Charmeleon. I couldn't remember. It was last game they discarded the Charmeleon. So setting up, yeah. So assuming the Zard player has a fire, which they should, they play 5. If there's 2 left in deck, a Charizard they set up next turn would guaranteed game.
Yeesh.
And yeah, in this case, it was the Dusknoir on that Ninja that fixed those numbers, right? Because otherwise Zard was going to be down on the race. And Sarlage doesn't play like Briar, right? No, it doesn't.
This list doesn't.
Yeah.
But that is something Sarlage can utilize.
Yeah, it is a Terra type, and Briar seems very strong. Yeah, I haven't seen these lists, but it'll be interesting to see how they evolve over time.
Pokestop.
Pokestop does get the energy.
One
You
hits
can
the
get the
pin.
knockout. You do get Iono, so I guess no. Yeah, your one out is they draw all their fire energies,
Ooh.
so they can't Charizard them. Oh,
Hit the
going for the
concede button, yep.
concede. So yeah, they kind of see it writing on the wall there.
Yep, I don't blame him.
Interesting. So that was a close matchup, right? Like
That was a lot closer.
Yeah, it was a very interesting matchup. Hi, I'm back. I'm Senior Doom. I'm going to move us real quick. So now we can talk some standings and other stuff, and someone said roundabout art as well.
Heck yeah, I'm down.
Always a good thing. Currently Alex Hamilton with the Lugia coming in at 5-0. Pawn Art TCG with the Iron Thorns. Oh, Lugia's like, oh no. You get out of there. 5-0. All Out Blitzel coming in 5-0 with the Pidgeot control. Ryan now takes their first loss.
So Ancient
4-1.
Box is now 4-1.
Pentachu, Lost Zone Box 4-1. Lee, let's say Lee. 4-0 with the Dragapults. Tigger TG 4-1 with the Thorns.
Now, is that
R2D2.
Thorns Dragapult or straight Thorn?
Let's find out. This one is Thorns
It is the
Dragapult.
Thorns Dragapult with the Milotic Girafarig. Okay,
Ooh.
can someone explain this deck to me like I'm 5 because I don't get it?
You're trying. It's like Thorns is meant to stop certain decks. Dragapult's like your attacker. Farragraph or whatever.
Yeah, for Farigiraf.
yeah, I think Farigiraf is the counter for
Like
Raging
Raging
Bolt.
Bolt.
Yeah. And
Cornerstone.
yeah, Thorns is good for like
Cornerstone is
yeah,
Zard.
And then what's Melodic? Oh,
Parapagus.
Melodic. Anything Terras. Oh yeah.
And Ceruledge.
And Ceruledge. And certain parts of Regidrago.
And Pikachu.
Yeah.
interesting. So this feels like a whole like counter deck, right? Where you're playing all the counter threats that hopefully one of them is good against your opponent, and that gives you enough of an edge. I did see lists from Japan from their city leagues that was just Dragapult and just Iron Thorns. And those seemed a bit more streamlined. But I wonder if they just wanted to be prepared for every matchup in a wide format.
I do like the trolley a lot in a deck like this where there's so many moving pieces.
Yeah, Trolley's one of the aspects for like I don't immediately know what it's going to be best in, but there has to be some deck that if you just get to put is like full bench setup that you're good to go.
It's inherently insanely strong.
It's like who was it? The one that once GXs came out became inherently really strong. Bridget,
yep.
Yeah, it's like a Bridget.
Even
Also,
stronger than that.
If only you could play 4 of those.
Right. And also, Pawn Art also redeemed random facts, so we got a little bit of redemptions we still need to do as well.
Heck yeah.
Hypnotic 4-1 with Lost Zone Box. Daycamp 4-1 with Regidrago. Cyrus Davis coming in with, I think, Ceruledge. Yes.
With the Zamazenta.
The Zamazenta. Is Grabies 4-1 with the Gardevoir. Gardevoir's not going quietly in the night. Same with Hunter Gibbon. Like, is there anything new in this deck?
Does it need anything new?
I don't think so.
We see Moonlit Hill in this one.
That's a callback.
Works with the secret box.
Let's see. Then we just looked at Hunter
My
Gibbons.
buddy Cole here is also 4-1, dabbing Ukrainian. He's 4-1 with Lost Box as well.
Lost Box seems like it's back.
Oh yeah.
So is Miraidon. Lost Box and Miraidon came back. We do have a Snorlax Pidgeot at 4-1.
They usually always bring something really unique. That name's familiar.
Shane Goldshane coming in with the Pidgeot Control at 4-1.
I'm gonna sing the Doom song now.
Sorry. BG Mass, thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Always appreciate it.
Absolutely.
As a new member of Doomco, please report to the fifth door down the 6th hall, and there you will find your uniform and the taco stand. Please take one uniform, please take one taco.
We have a taco stand?
Yeah, Doomco. It's
Heck
awesome. I always see Senior Versace, and I always call him Senior Knockoff.
Ah,
Just because we share part of a name.
very cool deck.
Very cool deck. Yeah, look at the Bennett Dust War. I believe they're the only one playing this too. Let's double check.
The Kofu, the one of Kofu I saw in that list as well.
Yep, only one.
Interesting.
So they're coming in, they're holding it up.
You guys see the new what is it, Badoo?
Yes.
Yeah, item lock for no energy,
Yeah,
10
just-
damage.
Yeah. A lot of people are saying that card is probably gonna be very good, but that it makes Bayonet decks a little worse, because every deck can kind of be a Bayonet deck with that.
When I
Yeah.
first started playing was Seismitoad trump card. Yeah, I picked the best possible time to start, clearly.
That's when I
So
quit.
anytime there's item lock, I just start getting flashbacks.
All right. So, gotta do the random fact.
Yes.
Some people believe that the tradition of birthday candles began in ancient Greece, when people brought cakes adorned with lit candles to the temple of Artemis, goddess of the hunt. The candles were lit to make them glow like the moon, a popular symbol associated with Artemis. That's why we put candles in birthday cakes.
So where did the numbered one start?
Probably when someone with capitalism figured it was a good thing to do.
All my homies hate capitalism.
Yeah. You guys got any random facts?
Ooh, put me on the spot.
Oh, I always do.
What do you think of one?
You are allowed to use use Google, so
We're allowed to use AI in Google.
so
My phone is entirely pocket screenshots.
I've been recording mine, and what I'm going to do on my TikTok now is I'm gonna post a pack opening a day until I pull a god pack.
Heck yeah.
Ooh,
That's
that's a good one.
Currently have like 5 videos. I'm getting them prepped for the next week, and this is going to go on for quite a while. And the other thing is,
that 0.005% chance.
also on top of that, hashtag gifted. I gotta double check what the wording was from the email. There's a proper legal disclaimer I have to say with what I'm about to say. Video. Big thank you to the Pokemon Company International for the in-app gifts. I was gifted a ton of gold, so I've opened a ton of packs. And yes, I haven't hit a god pack yet, but I have 2 decks. So it's about equivalent of about, I want to say about one of the big gold ones. Let's see. But for me, like spending that, not having to spend that was kind of nice, but I mean, you do need to spend money in pocket.
Oh yeah, I have a complete meta deck, and then I have a couple decks where I'm 2 cards away. But of course, they're the ones that are like 0.5 and 0.4% chance of getting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've opened a good amount. Like I played the game early before it was out, and then I bought the welcome, but like the good value bundles that are like extra stuff.
Mm.
And I have like I've got the Mewtwo deck, I've got the Pikachu deck. That deck's broken right now. But I can't play Charizard because I haven't hit like Moltres or I haven't hit Starmies either.
I haven't hit
one Moltres.
I have like 1 Moltres. I have, I think, 1 Charizard. And then I have like 4 Zapdos EXs, and I've pulled the Illustrator Rare Gyarados 4 times now.
I pulled 4 Illustrator Pikachus.
See, like
It's insane.
Yeah, I would like that. Ooh, Anti coming in with the 5-0. So all these 5-0s just need 1 tie and they're in for tomorrow. But then if you're in tomorrow, you gotta win 4 out to get a cut.
Yeah, so getting more now today
Yeah.
is always beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
So we have no idea how much cut will be. We have no idea how many people are going to make it because like we have a whole bunch of 3-2s. They can go 2 A whole bunch of them can win 2, tie once. We'll see how big day 2 is. It's not going to be like a huge day 2, like a normal regional, where it's like, hey, there's like 160 people made it or something. Oh, I forgot to reset the countdown timer.
Whoops.
Oops. There it goes. So we see, yeah, Wiggles Piggles. Why did you have to beat Frenzies? Oh.
Let's see.
One thing I'm not seeing right now that's making me a little sad is I wanted to see someone try and pilot the Reggies with Pikachu.
Yes.
Right. What was the name of that going around?
I always called it
or something?
Reggie-Chew, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think that's one of the we've already said that Lost Box and Miraidon are 2 of the shells that kind of were taking advantage of Pikachu. I think Reggie-Chew was kind of the other one in my mind personally. I know there's also like some Blissey trumpet kind of shenanigans I've seen, but doesn't seem like I've seen much other than Lost Box, I guess, that are using Pikachu really to attack with.
Yeah, the list I had saved was Reggie's with just 2 Pikachu and a Latios. But I've seen others with Iron Hands and other strange energy cost attackers.
Yeah, because once the Reggie's engine's on, you can kind of do whatever you want in terms of attacks.
Counterpoint, Lost City.
True.
That card is rude.
It would be very rude, but I don't think a whole lot of decks are playing the city right now.
No, I don't even think. Like, I wish I could have the entire tournament card set up and see how much percentage of a card shows up in a deck.
Oh yeah, that'd be kind of cool to see, like meta percentage wise. I do wonder, like another card I'd be curious about if people are packing now is a bunch of canceling clones in decks that weren't normally playing it, right? Just to try and have ways to kill the Pikachu.
Right.
Like one of the reasons why I like Drago is because Drago already got value out of playing it, and you just kind of get to keep on playing it and have an answer to Pikachu. I know in the past sometimes like Zard decks would play it. Sometimes, was it Thorn decks were playing a bunch of clones?
Yep.
Let's see. I'm waiting on one match again. Let's find out what that one match is. It's Lincoln Carp versus Andrew H. And that's
They're trying hard.
Lost Zone versus Cyril Edge, but this one's playing with Victini and Entei V.
Which Victini is it?
Flippity flap, shuffle your hand, draw 6, or Singe off, discard a special energy from your opponent's active.
Interesting.
I didn't know this was a card.
Yeah, it's from I don't know.
What is it?
Temporal Forces.
So this is for Singe off, I guess. Flippity flap.
Flippity flap,
Seems
maybe. Like it could be a decent.
Yeah.
I think it's just to have something single prize in the active.
Yeah, like Cleffa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like then play Cleffa, but unless the Singe off sometimes matters, this is Lugia or something.
Alrighty. Yeah, that's the only match we're waiting on. Otherwise we are ready to get on to round 6. I'm ready to get on round 6, man. Let's go.
Yeah, only 8 rounds today, right?
8 rounds today, 4 rounds plus cut tomorrow. Which depending I'll have to see how cut goes. I think with the math I was looking up, we should have 12 people making cut. But I have to watch everything, and if it doesn't happen, I have to change the numbers and just make it a straight top 8.
Are you doing like the ASIM cut?
Yes, but I can't just say asymmetrical. For me to set it up, I have to go in and assign a point value.
Oh, gotcha.
So that's why the point value is 921.
Yeah, but you never know with ties and
Right.
Yeah.
whatever.
And the 921 it gives a chance for someone to go 5-2-1 and have a chance to run it back on like a normal regional. Otherwise, I would have done 6-2.
Yes.
Yep. definitely think that makes sense. You want everyone in day 2 to have a chance to make it.
So I did 5-2-1 to increase the chances of making day 2. And then on top of that, I made it 9-2-1 for the cut to again increase chances for people to have a cut. Because if I was doing it correctly, I was like, if they made 5-2-1 and I did a top 8 cut, they have like no chance. But asymmetrical, they do. So it could be 4 rounds tomorrow, top cut. It could just be 3. We'll have to see how things play out. We'll have to see what people do.
Absolutely, because at the end of the day, it all depends on what they're going to do.
If the natural ties, do they want to call it a day now? Like ask for ID this round, then take 2 off, whatever.
I am pleasantly surprised by the lack of ties so far.
Yeah, there's a couple natural ties out there, but not that many.
I wanted to ask if that was kind of normal in your experience for online events, because I could just see like the game automating shuffling and stuff, like saving so much time.
It does, but the problem is the decks you see take the most ties. Snorlax stall for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gardevoir, because the animation takes so long with moving the psychic energy. Which it even takes natural ties normally at IRL. But the animation stuff just takes too long. That one ends up a lot. Let's see what else. Dragapult almost never ties. Iron Thorns almost never ties, surprisingly. Pidgeot Control hasn't come up today, but it has before. And then you just get the occasional random deck that will. It's just like...
Is that a Gholdengo I see in the 4-1 bracket?
Yes. I believe we had him on earlier, and they lost to Lost Zone, who just Greninja'd 4 times over 2 games.
That was brutal. I saw
after they got donked. Oh, match is done. Here we go. Round 6 time. Gotta find a game. Round 6 is up. I got it. All right. We can ask Ryan. Ryan's up against Pidgeot Control with a Ancient Box type list. Pawnar is up against Gardevoir with Iron Thorns. I don't know if Mike can, but he's up against... Oh, no, that's a bad one. Never mind. That one's a bad one. Maybe Cash. Cash is up against... That'd be Bolt versus Gardevoir.
That's probably the least boring one we've seen so far.
Right. Let's see who else is already streaming. Just seen. Hypnotic was on earlier, but they are playing the new Lost Zone box, and they're up against Daycamp and Reggie Drago.
Have we shown Daycamp already too?
No, we have not.
Okay.
Hypnotic would just be because he's already streaming. It would just be easier to set up than anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm down for any of those.
Then, yeah, I'm trying to see who else. I would say Osu Kingling, but they're out. Supercell, Cambo's already been on. Kelly's been on.
Why drop at X1?
I don't know. Maybe they just wanted to see how far they could go. We've had Celio's Network's done that before. He sees how far he can get, and once he drops one, that's it. I'm going to do the Hypnotic because it's a newish deck and it's against Drago. And funny enough, Celio's Network is a Tournament of Doom regional winner.
He's won one of these before?
Yes, he won actually the first one.
Okay.
Nice. So, yeah, interesting to see the Lost Box deck versus Drago, because assuming Drago is Kiro, that's a tough one. Could come down to, does Lost Box have the Manaphy? That's also good.
I love seeing what people name their decks.
Okay, they're going. I'll have it up in just one moment. I'm just finishing out, putting in their information, and then updating the round. There we go. 0-0. Yeah, I see in the chat Hypnotic says, well, GG's, but I'll try to win. So we'll see, though. Anything can happen. All right, I'm going back to the void. You two enjoy the game.
All right.
So taking a look at these lists, I mean the Lost Box list looks basically like the Lost Box from last format, but you added a Pikachu and a Kyurem.
Kyurem likely for the mirror.
Yeah, so I don't think not gonna get to use the Kyurem here. Pikachu could be good. You can one-shot a Drago if you set it up. But they don't have a mana fee, which is a very key one because the Drago also has their own Kyurem. That is good against Lost Box.
Bit of a zoinks there, Scoob, because what are you gonna do? Not play Chorus?
Yeah, exactly, right? Unless you like go for the play Chorus then immediately Pal Pad it angle. Hard to do, but you know, it's possible. One thing else that I'm noticing about this Drago list is they're not playing Prime Catcher. They're playing Scramble Switch as their ace spec.
I like that a lot. Because sometimes you have to attach energies to other things in order to not lose.
Yeah. There's a couple of spots where, like, of course, it's basically kind of like an extra energy switch with the Ogre Pawn. Sometimes against like some aggro decks, you want to put like a fire energy on a Radiant Charizard right away to threaten it. But then you can also scramble switch it to a Drago if you need to.
Exactly.
But otherwise, looking pretty standard for like a Drago, and same with the Lost Box here. The Drago does have Cologne as well, so they can Cologne the Pikachu. So if we see Lost Box go for a big knockout, that's a good counterplay that is optional. We do see the Drago kind of getting a strong start here with the Squawk and Seize. Getting to dig some more.
Where are all the fun new decks? My brother, we just put Cerulege on last round.
Yeah. You get to see some new cards.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
nice.
Usually not a lot of new decks are going to be the most refined.
Exactly.
And oftentimes they can just lose to decks that have been around.
Yeah, especially now. It's like very early in the format. Like, you know, this is literally like the first big online event with the format. People tend to gravitate towards like modifying decks they have versus new decks sometimes because, yeah, new decks aren't as refined. You can give people time, let them figure it out. Be more consistent.
Absolutely, I want to see everyone cook too.
Yeah, we've seen some people cook. Like, I think the way this set panned out, it's more of
Kyurem bench.
I need to stall a turn with Kyurem so my Comfy doesn't die. This is.
I am once again asking you, kill my Kyurem.
Kyurem is the least effective card for this Drago to have to kill if they have to kill anything. Another thing they could have done is they could have just put up the Pikachu because that's also hard to kill if they don't have Cologne, but maybe that's exposing the thing you want to attack with too early.
See, because I believe Hawlucha and Cologne are in this Drago list.
Oh, right? You're right. There is a Hawlucha as well. Okay, so
that could be a problem.
Okay, but we did see that Hawlucha has been used, so it's not going to be a problem for the Pikachu. But if this Drago gets a Dragapult to attack this turn and kills the Comfy as well as the Kyurem, that's a really tough spot for Lost Box.
You see Giratina hit the bin as well. And there's lazy people like me playing Raging Bot.
Hey, Raging Bolt is a very strong deck. I don't think it gains a whole lot from this new set, but sometimes you don't have to if you're already in a good spot.
Okay.
In such a good spot.
I gotta come in with Cash about that real quick. Cash, you once came into one of my tournaments and played, what was it? Miraidon, because you were too busy with other things and you ended up winning.
Sometimes when you have the least expectations is when you play the best.
Yeah, if you just have one pet deck that you know, like, don't get too fancy with it, just play it.
Oof. That was a rough turn.
Yeah, so in the grand scheme of bad things that could happen to Lost Box, it's not
That's
the worst.
one of them.
It's pretty bad. It's not Kyurem, but
I'm still salty they didn't call it flower picking.
Yeah,
I might have complained about this last time I casted here.
I don't blame you. That's one of the more egregious ones, especially since you have to use it so many times that you're always reminded of it.
Mm-hmm. Radiant Frog come out to play, I believe. Yeah, this might be the first time they've been able to prize check this game too.
Yeah. So if they can not put any more Pokemon that is less than 110 HP, they could try and quote unquote minimize Kyurem's effectiveness.
I mean, who needs prize checking when you have Heavy Ball?
Yeah. Now, I guess their plan is they just need to attack with a Pikachu this turn. Oh, they hit a Chloris. They're at 4. Chloris goes up to 6. Then they just need like a Vacuum or another Comfy.
Oh no, not the escape board with Jamming Tower in play.
Oh no. Don't think they have their own stadium to bump it.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm not seeing them getting to an attack this turn.
I'm not seeing a great line here.
Yeah, they can just attack with their Cram.
They're burning an energy to do it though, right?
Yeah, it's not
Bear.
Okay, they can't bear yet. If they hit a gate, they could have, but yeah, this is tough because the one kind of good thing Lost Box could have tried to do was have an immediate response and then make Drago, have the another Drago set up right away, but now you're just giving them time to set up another Drago. They're gonna Iona you.
Zoinks. Okay, there's the vacuum we needed last turn. Ogre for an energy. Second Drago V-Stars hit the board. See, why can't my deck work like that?
Exactly, right? Like,
it's the same deck.
That's what I feel about Lost Box, is whenever I see people playing it, it looks so cool, so everything works so well, and I play
so
it
fun and unique.
Clunky hands. Yeah, this is one of the tough matchups. Like, I believe kind of last format, the people that were playing Lost Box were like, yeah, we're kind of good into everything except Drago. We kind of just take Drago as a loss and don't worry about it. Yeah, exactly. But it is tough because Drago's also a good deck right now.
And Drago's going to continue to still be in a decently strong position as long as the card pool it has access to right now stays around.
Yep, but if anyone's gonna try and figure out a way to survive, I believe it's Lost Box players. They've been around for a while, and the people who are good
very
at it
dedicated to their archetype.
Exactly.
Let's see. Does Regidrago have a way to do exactly 300?
I don't believe this list does. They're just playing the Tina, the Dragapulse, and the Kyurem.
So as long as Pikachu can stay healthy, it's always going to take 2 hits.
Yes, other than Cologne. Unless they've already burned through it.
But even if they Cologne, they still cap at 280, right?
Yeah, but the Pikachu's 200.
Oh, it's 200. Sorry, I keep thinking about the damage number. Whoops.
Yeah, no, you're good.
The number's only right in front of my face.
Yes, they went for Chorus. They took a Chorus over a Mirage Gate, but
which is
I thought they needed the gate there. Unless I don't know, maybe they did the Lost Zone count. I thought they were close to 7. But
we've still got another
they're
dig
switching, so they're digging again. So, but I feel like now they're just digging for the gate that they.
There's
they got a gate. Okay.
Never punished.
No, they got super rods, so they can get the energy back too if they need to. I think there is a metal in the deck still, unless no, I think they lost zoned it. So they're putting these back.
I know there was a water that hit the lost zone.
Gotcha. So as long as they have grass metal here, yep, they do.
Yep.
Okay, so they still got one gate left. Okay. Yeah, I guess the plan is they're gonna Pikachu, and then they're gonna see, do you have a clone next turn? And if not, you can Pikachu again, and then go
Want to see me
bear.
do it again?
Yeah, exactly, right? They got a thin deck. There are only 12 cards left in the deck, so they do get a dig. Try to find Mirage Gates.
They needed a switch card, true.
Oh, gotcha. Drago
Trying to
already
see what
used their
Daycamp has
V-Star.
for us to follow up. I think they did use it earlier.
Yeah, if they did, then this is pretty good for the Pikachu. The Drago's already used the V-Star, which is a big one.
Oh.
Oh, there is the Cologne, but do they have the energy switches? Oh, this could be a scramble switch.
Is it scramble switch time?
That's... Why are we putting a fire there? Because we want to restart.
Oh,
'cause
so
we need to
Mew
draw
can copy it.
grasses. Well, Mew can copy it, but it does. Oh no, but the clone would get through the ability. Energy switch. Okay. We still need one more energy switch, or we need another. We need to draw a grass and then energy switch.
Yeah.
Or
and a way
scramble
to put
switch
the grass
to the
on.
Mew. Okay, I see.
Now E switch.
Yeah, E switch or scramble switch. It does get the knockout here. It's to
With
Fez.
Serendipity to dig
Oh,
deeper.
there's only 8 in the deck. There's gonna be 5 after this. Does
There's
hit
the
the
E
E switch. Does mean they get a Dragapult as well, right? They get to kill this Pikachu and set up the board, or kill this Comfy. Oh no, they kill the Comfy. Yeah, it's just
Yeah, they win.
3. Okay.
So
Oof.
on to game 2.
That was a game where Dragapult or Regidrago didn't even need to use Kyurem. That would have also been a route to win.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup. I think like the ways that Lost Box can kind of try and deal with it is minimizing the amount of times they have like 3 Pokemon with like 110 or less in play.
Exactly.
Try and dissuade them from using Kyurem, but like they also have Dragapult plus the Hawlucha. Hawlucha was kind of a card some people are playing it, some people have been cutting it.
Starting it hurts so bad.
Yeah, starting it is tough. But having it in those spots where the modifying 10 is so good. And in this spot it really feels like it's paying off. Wonder if Lost Box, a lot of them like cut the mana fee, right? They just decide to forego it. Because even if you do have mana fee, they could still, clone it. But it feels like kind of the only thing
have been starting to go up a little bit.
Yeah, right. And it just feels like the only thing you can really do to make that matchup not feel so terrible. We're gonna see Lost Box decides to go first.
Yeah.
Which makes
mostly
sense. They
probably to
wanna...
keep Regidrago from going first.
Yeah, they can hit like their really nutty turn 2. Like they can attack with a Pikachu turn 2 sometimes. And that's probably their only way to really get ahead and try and like stop the opponent from even playing the game.
Take that mulligan, take that extra card. You never know, you might need it.
Hey, versus this deck, I'll take whatever I can get. Does have the Poffin, so this is a pretty good turn 1 for Lost Box. They're going to get to select some flowers.
Let's see what's prized here.
Also, another interesting inclusion is the Silene in Lost Box.
I just noticed that.
I have seen some people online just they kind of just been putting it in the list. I think that spot is usually where Roxanne is.
Because it's something you can use.
Yeah.
vast majority of the time versus the where Pheasantipity and Mew exists now in standard. Roxanne doesn't hit quite as hard as it used to.
Yeah, exactly right. Just it really ain't the same disruption anymore. Silene does mean you get to proactively reuse things like Prime Catcher for a second time. That's always good. You can use
Ooh,
Mirage Gates.
That's a painful decision there.
That is, yep. That's.
I don't blame them if they take the Colress, but man, that hurt.
That's the Lost Box life sometimes. Yeah, the thing is, Bear is just so good at finishing up the game. If you can take your first couple of prizes with like a Pikachu,
We've seen
then-
one metal hit the bin. The lost zoning one doesn't hurt as
yeah, this list actually plays 3 metal. Which
makes sense. 'Cause you want, speak of the devil.
Okay, I get it now. They're playing 3 metal because they want to be able to Trifrost with Kyurem, like by Mirage gating to it.
Yep,
Like just
that makes
paying
a
the
lot
whole
of sense.
cost. Yeah, I mean sometimes Lost Box can.
Oh
go, like,
no,
double
the
Mirage
celestial
gate.
roar.
Oh, the roar for an energy there.
Oof.
That's making it that much
let's
easier.
Let's see if the donk can happen.
All right, I think they're not that far away.
We're at 3 in the lost zone right now.
Yeah, you have a
5 with
Chorus, you
Chorus.
have 2 switches. They might actually have this. As long as they don't like lost zone it energies awkwardly.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that just gets
I
them.
think the lost vacuum seals it.
Unless they only have 1 grass, 1 lightning in their deck, so they have to super rod their lightning. As long as the grass isn't prized, they'll probably double check.
Yep.
It's not. Okay, so yep, super rod.
There's
Get
one
back your
lightning in the discard, right?
Yep. Yeah, and looks like they see it.
Oh yeah, they can just double Mirage Gate.
Yeah, they can triple Mirage Gate. They
Oh my gosh.
there you go.
Bing bong.
This is what we
Exactly.
mean that anything can happen.
Yeah, this is like I said with Lost Box. You can just do this on turn 2.
Ouch.
And finding a way to, steal a nice game 2, nice and easy.
On to game
Hey.
3.
Yeah, see if they can do it again.
Do you want to see me do it again?
I'm sure if you're a Lost Box player, you.
I hate that message so much. Don't be mad that you lost. Be happy that I won.
That's a good BM one.
I
That's
use
the
that
biggest,
one.
the biggest kick in the face, especially after I've lost because I've bricked or something. Oh, it hurts. I do love that when there's no MVP, it just randomly picks a card.
Oh yeah.
I noticed that with Pocket too. There are times where none of my Pokemon have done any damage, and it'll be like, Meowth was your MVP.
Man, there's no emotes in Pocket or like any messages, right? Or no, there is. There's like an intro message when you start the battle, but I wish there was
I'm
more.
kind of cool with that. I do not want my opponent sitting there spamming an emote while I'm trying to sequence.
Oh, but I want to spam the emotes. I want to be that person. I remember like when I play like Hearthstone, right, which had kind of the emote system. You can always mute the opponent, right? Same with live, I guess you can do that as well.
Yeah, TCGO had that option too.
Yeah, which that's fair enough. I think if you're gonna put that, you should be able to not have to deal with it. But just I don't know, it's just like a little like personal thing that's fun to do. But heading on to
Game
game
3, Drago chooses to go first, and we see a lone cram start.
Yep, this is. I mean, Lost Box does have a nest ball, so they get a cook.
That is
a
the
little.
Lost Box life.
Yeah, living on a prayer. See how good this Drago gets going. Ooh, nest ball. See, there you go. See, this is why you just need. Yeah, just thumbs up. You know.
Good for you.
Okay, so the Drago has to squawk aggressively, so that's a bunch of cards discarded, but they do get to see a fresh 6. Well, they're making some attachments. Teal Dance could be digging a bit deeper. Ooh, they don't have a grass. So that could be a sign of a weaker hand from Drago.
Grab the Ninja to thin a little bit, draw some cards, because you
Now-
have more outs to Comfey than you do to Greninja.
Yeah. Now I don't think this is a great start from Lost Box, but
Oh no.
the fabled turn 1 7 in the Lost Zone is possible.
I love it. Let me go read my own card.
Just
Isn't
enjoying
that
the
Rob
art.
pretty?
Yeah. So
I think the
big
Dragon
field
Ball
cards
one
here.
is a little bit better looking.
Yeah. Come on, Chorus. Oh, that
Oh
is
my
not
gosh.
Chorus. That is not comfy.
Oh no.
Oh no. I
It's
guess
not great.
No. This
On
is
the upside, you're not getting Kyurem donked.
Yep, that's the one thing is they can't actually do that. They can't win next turn, but they might not need to with this kind of hand.
Boss
So yeah, they're
crack
going for a
something up and pray.
boss for Squawk. Just the hope, making them have to have one more resource is enough.
Motivate
is-
to be able to knock out with Kyurem.
The thing is, yeah, like Squawk, like Motivate isn't even that bad. Like the Drago player doesn't have to have a great turn here. Do you get a research?
We see the V-Star. It feels like it's been flip-flopping between who gets to play the game and who doesn't.
Yeah, that's the thing is like both these decks kind of have that brick potential. I think Lost Box is definitely like least favored when both get to play the game, but it's definitely not favored when you don't get to play the game. Oh, the preemptive Kyurem.
Oh, Kyurem.
There's just
The
dare them
preemptive
play a
Kyurem.
Chorus. Just do it. I dare you.
Because what are you going to do, not Colress?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And then this might just be a Motivate turn.
We haven't seen a V-Star power yet.
No, and I don't think there's a real reason to use it this turn if you can keep it. If there was a chance to win the game this turn, maybe, but
Yeah. Your opponent hasn't shown any... Legacy Star?
they are going for an attack here. Okay. So they can hit like energy switch plus maybe double energy switch.
Yeah, double energy switch maybe, but then
They
you
need
don't have
to
enough energy to
retreat,
attack.
unless they have Prime Catcher. Seems like they have the switch or the
Oh, they
energy.
have the attachment. Okay.
Okay, so they get a Dragapult, which good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, like I mean, Lost Box is in such a bad spot. Even like, their best case out of this would be to like have a huge pop off turn, get to 7 and like Pikachu, and even if you do that, they still can just Kyurem you. This
Okay,
Colress.
we
That's step
see a
one.
Colress.
Oh, this Colress doesn't even get you the comfies. They can't even dig anymore.
Oh my god.
They have to like take this Kyurem to not die.
You have 4 comfy in the deck.
For comfy, the nest balls, Poffins, there's even Pokestops would have been good. Like there's so many outs there. Night Stretcher can't even attack with the cram. This is brutal.
Oh jeez, this is rough.
It is also, I mean, these Pokemon are kind of awkward for the Drago to kill, right? Like, the Dragapult spreading damage will add up, but
We see a fire energy hit the Kyurem.
yep, it's all ready to go. I think, yeah, you kind of just,
Oh my god.
because you don't even need to put aim on the cram, right? You're setting both these up for Kyurem. Yeah, like every turn, Lost Box just has to have like even like they need to Pikachu this turn. Is like they're only maybe any amount of the chance.
They need to play the game is what they need to do.
Yeah, they do hit Buddy Poffin. That's a good one. That can get some comfies. They do have the gates, so they just need to get. They've got 2 in the Lost Zone, so they need 3 from Comfy and 2 from a Lost Vacuum potentially.
We see a flower picking.
We need to find Pokestop's a good one. I think you're fine with, yeah, you don't care about the water energies. So you need to find...
You're good on waters right now.
Mhm.
In the wheel?
Looking for nest balls. Switch
Oh
cards
my
aren't
God.
bad. Need to find another Comfy to keep digging, and then you need to find a Pikachu. There's the
Oh,
Comfy.
there's your comfy.
Ooh. Hey. I guess, I don't know how many super rods are in the Lost Zone. It's really awkward. Sometimes you need to keep them.
Well, there's 2 in the hand.
Yeah. So they just want to attack with Cram. Okay. That is something.
That is an option.
Did they had to get rid of their bear, or was that last game they got rid of the bear?
It was last game they lost Sun Bear turn 1.
Okay, you're right, yeah. So they do have bear. That might be their plan, is to attack with bear and hope it doesn't die. But
Which
it's
Giratina, I believe, is already in the discard pile.
Yeah, well, I think, yeah, you want to kill the bear, kill this Drago, and then they don't have another Drago follow-up is the hope, but there's still that Kyurem that's going to come down at any time, and it's brutal. Right, now you just take 2 prizes, so the Kyurem for the 2 Comfies finishes the game.
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't kill the ninja, actually. Oh, they're trying to set up... They're just kind of spreading the damage around, because Kyurem will finish it.
I mean, at that point... Greninja's getting knocked out no matter what, even if you switch card counters.
Yeah, this is... I mean, this is just...
Super odd.
Yeah, I think you needed to take that Comfy last turn and keep on digging and try to go for the Pikachu play. I don't know if it would have worked out anyways. It's a really bad spot regardless.
Oh man, this is rough.
But yeah, that's kind of, right now if you're playing Lost Box, this is kind of the trade you're making is, you're pretty powerful, but please don't show me a
What
hero.
cost?
Sableye, I don't know if there's any, I mean, maybe.
I don't think you need the Poffin anymore.
There's nothing you can, stall up, really, right? There's nothing with, multiple retreat other than the Kyurem, which you definitely don't want to drag up. So I'm not really seeing a way to stall and spread with Sableye.
Yeah, just double check the resources.
Yep. Interesting with this list, too, is they don't even play the Iron Hands. They just play Pikachu and Ursaluna as, their big EX attackers.
Yeah, it is really interesting seeing how streamlined these lists are now.
Yeah, the one interesting one with this is that they're playing the Kyurem and the energies to attack with Kyurem instead. So that maybe that's kind of their alternative. If Hands is good against basic Pokemon with low HP, Kyurem's the same.
We see Kyurem, Metal shuffled back in the deck.
Could be going for the Kyurem attack for the swag points. I respect that. If you're gonna go out, at least do something flashy.
Don't play Metal Water. Okay. Bear, yep. Okay, okay. I believe, yeah, that's only 2 energies in the deck currently. But
Yeah,
all 4 Mirage Gates.
they can attack with whatever they want this turn. Unfortunately, don't think it really matters.
Yeah, concede button.
Fair enough.
Woof.
That was not Lost Box's round to win.
No, once I realized he didn't have the Manaphy, I think he realized too it was gonna be a hard one. But
Yeah.
they are not out of the tournament. 2 losses does not kick you out. We've been prized my lightning that game.
Yeah, the lightning was prized. That makes sense.
I wasn't paying attention because I was dealing with a judge
There's
call.
only 1 lightning, right?
Yeah, this list only 1 grass, 1 lightning, 1 psychic.
That's running a little thin there.
Yeah, it's because they're playing 3 metals to try and attack with Kyurem alongside the 3 water.
So let me go ahead and move us and I'll update the standings updated. Womp. 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 All right, sure, go ahead and share my screen with you guys. There it is. Womp. All right, so currently pawn art number 1. Iron Thorn's doing Iron Thorn's things. For some reason, number 2 with Moridon. Alex Hamilton. Number 3 currently with the Lugia. Lost Zone Box coming in at number 4. Is Gravies Gardevoir 5-1. Livic 1971. Yeah, Livic 1971. Pidgeot Control at 5-1. R2D2 Rec. Lugia Archeops 5-1. Daycamp obviously 5-1. All Out Blitzel is currently playing at 5-0. Who are they up against? Oh, they beat Anti. They just beat Anti because I just updated the standings. Which Anti actually, I was talking to him on Discord. He said he had a bug like game 1 that prevented his win.
Oh, no.
Which sucks.
If it's like the ones where you can't like select cards from your deck, that's the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think it was.
I feel like that's the new one.
No, he says Pikachu bugged.
Oh.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah.
Like, how does it bug out? Like the ability doesn't work or the attack or?
Yeah, I don't know what the bug is. But again, if you're 4-2, keep playing it out. You still have a chance. Go 5-2.
Absolutely.
You can take the ID, take the night off for the last round, right? Get in and then just be okay, I got to win four games tomorrow.
Easy.
Like I expect us to get pinged with IDs at the end. Just like, okay, I want to, I say it, put it this way, I want to drag my corpse into day 2, but I stand a fighting chance in day 2. Which still, this one, OSU Kingling, 3-1 drop, man. Supercell, come on. How's Frenzy doing? Frenzy's still playing. Could jump down there and see how that game's going. See, is he
How
still
much
going?
time is in the round?
29 minutes, so definitely jump into another game is definitely worth it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Something.
Just get a little something on.
All right. Looks like we're not seeing Lost Box get bodied by Akira again.
Oh, this is with the melodic?
Ooh, yeah.
Give me a sec here. I gotta set this up for our fine people at home. They're going melodic. What is he talking about?
So this is the melodic that does not get affected by Terra Pokemon.
Right. That's why we see 2 energies on the Luminion currently.
Yeah, we see 2 on the Luminion. We see the Palkia attacking. We see the Fez even getting loaded up.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, this is why the Palkia is good as a 1-of, right? It's just a reliable attacker that...
But you're still 2-shotting while they're 2-shotting you back.
They are actually currently tied 1-1.
I love myself a good awkward turn with Luminions.
That is 2 energies on a Pheasantipity as well.
Yeah, he's good to go.
This is so good.
I like to imagine the Palkia also portaled to the Luminion.
What's my Lodix attack do?
Something.
It's 160 and does it put stuff to sleep?
Yeah.
Does it heal damage from itself?
160, your opponent's active Pokemon is now asleep.
Oh boy.
This is playing Bricks and Bats with the Gastrodon and the Melodic.
With the 1-1 Gastrodon line?
Yep.
Yeah.
I've got a judge request. I'm going to back out for a moment.
The Iono for 5. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's a world where, yup, that's the deck out. Yup.
There's no way that
game.
I didn't even realize he was so low on cards. Wow.
Yeah, the Iono to 5 means they don't have enough cards left in deck. Wow.
That's wild. A couple times I've ran into those spots where late game Iono's good.
That's so wild.
But I mean, yeah, the alternative, even if it wasn't a deck out there, is they were gonna have to start attacking with Luminion
Or attacking with Pheasantipity as well.
Yeah, right. So you're only doing like 100 or 120.
But that's fine because they were 100 HP away. Or 100 or less on both my Lodix. So unless they bench something else.
Yeah.
So all they needed was time. But the Iono to 5 gave them no time.
Brutal. Yeah, looking at this control deck, it's definitely interesting. It has Heroes Capes. I don't know if that had already came up or if it could have come up with the matchup.
That was potentially relevant for sure.
The Gastrodon, that's kind of been like the new tech that I've seen people want to play. Turning off the abilities of your opponent's bench stage 2 Pokemon, as long as it's on the bench.
Yeah. So promoting it to the active turns the abilities back on.
All right, we're going to move this up real quick.
All right.
Sorry, I don't think Callie's still playing. Actually, you know what? I'll double check before we go. They are still playing. We could run down and see Callie possibly real quick.
The Lumion 3 energies would go back to the deck cache, but I think then the problem would be getting the Fez would still get 2-shot, and there's a sleep flip to worry about there.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. How's this game going? How far into the game 3 are we right now? I'm just
There's
asking.
One card left in Callie's deck.
Oh, this game's probably over.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, by the time I get set up and on stream, it'll be over. Okay, we'll watch it out. Chat, we'll do a version like if you were blind. They have now played Flip the Script, which brings 3 cards into their hand, bringing a total of 10 cards. All about
the Night Stretcher as well.
This Ancient Box player only has 1 card left in deck, but they do have a pal pad to put 2 more back, which might be relevant.
So the Ogerpon knocks out the Roaring Moon. Unfortunately, 15 cards left in deck. So Great Tusk isn't as quick of a win condition.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to this. Like chat's like, what are they talking about? Currently, the board state is Regidrago has down to 2 prizes with an Ogerpon attacking, and all Callie and the Ancient Box has out right now is a Radiant Greninja. But they just
well, there's the Super Rod.
They just hit Super Rod.
Feature Run promotes. Feature Run promotes. Sada accelerates the energy.
Yeah, that should be game. I believe they can attack with a. That did come down to the Super Rod being the last card in the deck.
Oh, absolutely. Ultra Ball. Starting 1 and 2. Roaring Moon.
Yeah, Kelly's got this 100%. Sorry, chat, you don't get to watch it because, like I said, by the time I get this set up, the game's over.
Hatch for turn. Feature Run to promote.
330?
330.
Ow.
Yeah, I guess we have all the ancients.
Yep. All right, I want to move us back up so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Yeah, we got 23 minutes left. But we can definitely look at the standings as games come in. How many games do we have left? 8 games.
Yeah, what matchups do we have left?
I know one game I just had to send. It's only in game 2. I had to reset. So Gamut 180, Dabbing Ukrainian, 1-1, Wiggles Piggles, Senior Versace just finished. As I was saying that. Jorge R and Lou. We can actually look at Lou's game because he is streaming. We'll sneak in here and still look. Oh, it looks like he just either won or lost. Looks like they just won. So, yeah, that looks like it was a clean sweep there. So,
a lot of quick games, or at least the ones we got to see.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the games are moving pretty fast today. We have had very little. We had, I think, our longest judge call after the game ended was like three or 4 minutes.
Was that the one where both players were hurling insults at each other?
Pretty much.
Come on, y'all. This is a game.
I was really getting ready to press that double game loss button. I was so like, I got so happy, and I'm like, oh my god, I can finally press it. I can finally press it.
The banhammer.
Pretty much. They got put into my notebook of shame though.
Oh boy.
Where you've caused issues, and I always cross-reference it. And if people are causing issues, and that's what happens. It's like, yeah, no. You don't get to. So Pawn Art, All Out Blitzel, for some reason, have all punched their way into day 2.
Guaranteed.
Those guaranteed. They are in. They are. It is in their best interest to keep playing, though.
You finally get.
It's the truth, though. Almost every tournament, if I get a chance to do it, I'm always like, "Oh man, here I go, double game," and then like the people say, like, "I'm sorry, okay, I was acting out of place or something," and they go, "Okay."
Looks like Cole is 1. He is 5-1.
The one I had to restart here was Tigger and Mike's game.
Okay.
So they're only on game 2. Just started game 2.
They're just starting game 2.
Yeah, but it's Charizard versus. Okay, I can see why it took forever. Because like Charizard. Oh, it looks like they lost. Charizard just has issues with, or we have a different issue. Let me see.
Yeah, the thing with Charizard versus Iron Thorns is sure they can't use the abilities. We can just manually attack 2 energies.
Yeah.
And then what does the Thorns do?
Crazy how fast matches go when you don't have to shuffle so much. That was something I noticed when I came back from the pandemic and played against people who had exclusively played online before that.
Yeah, and they just start playing live, and like they're not.
Yeah.
They just don't think about it, right? Like, yeah,
Right.
it's kind of how you can kind of tell the long-term players versus like the newer players is like how, I don't know, smoothly their shuffling and their actions are and stuff.
Yeah, this actually something comes up is like one of the things I've started doing is if my opponent riffle shuffles, I'm going to shuffle their deck.
Really?
Part of it is like I've watched enough magicians riffle shuffle, and I have no idea if my opponent knows how to line a deck like that and do it. So it's just a thing, and every time I've done it, like I've watched them donk, so now it's become a donk, get themselves donks, like so it's become a thing. Like I'm like, oh yeah,
Interesting.
If it works, nothing wrong with shuffling your opponent's deck. But that's always one of my things. Like I'll see those card tricks, and like sometimes you can kind of, if you like slow the video down, you can kind of see what's happening. But sometimes I can't, and then I'm like, if that person just played the card game, I wouldn't know what's happening.
right.
I
And
usually just randomize what I do in those situations.
And is your opponent doing it or not? Probably not. 100. I would assume out of everyone out there, there's like no one.
But it's better to not risk things either.
Right.
I can understand that. Me, I just like the cool noise it makes when I riffle.
Yeah, that's cool.
It just feels natural, and like
It like puts me, it centers me.
So yeah, so when my opponents do that, I give them a couple shuffles, boom.
And then usually I would cut the deck after.
Yeah. And there's a contentious ruling that if your opponent shuffles your deck, you're supposed to be able to cut it.
yeah,
Some judges say no, some judges say yes.
I think that's like you can't do that, right? At the end of the day, I'm pretty sure the rule book says you can't.
If the judge themselves shuffles, you're not allowed to cut it.
Yes.
But if a player shuffles, like say they shuffle your deck to verify, my understanding has always been that you are allowed to cut your deck after.
you can cut if they shuffle, but you can't cut if they cut.
Right.
Right. So we are going to have an extension on one game. Just some issues happening. Just trying to make sure everything's getting set up. And then I'm going to give them a 10-minute extension because of issues.
Game freezing up or something?
Game froze up. Had to restart, and then they also because of the freezes and stuff like that, things have just taken about 10 minutes altogether. So I'm giving them the extra 10 minutes. It also Wards of Doom, Marcus7 or Marcus7. Thank you for the follow. It's just the way it's because like usually it's easier with best of one to do a restart and say what happens. But with this one, it's like, okay, you just get one free restart instead of being like, you get to go first now because your opponent crashed on game 2. That doesn't seem fair to me because you should be, if you're in game 2, it should always go to the person who lost, and a game crashes out of their hands.
Right.
Yeah, makes sense.
Now, day camp, I didn't see any X1s or better that were the new archetype. But
Same.
I believe we have one Ceruledge at X2.
Yeah,
Two Ceruledges at X2.
Which they win their next 2, they're good, or if they can go 5-2-1, they're good. Preferably, you kind of want to go 6-2 because then it makes it a little bit easier to get there.
Yeah, it makes your path a little more linear.
You see a lot of Zards in the field.
New toys are great, but you've got the existing decks that are established and have been built in a way to where they can kind of tolerate a lot of the BS. I know that there's quite a few Lost Box decks that are playing Pikachu, and then there's a Miraidon deck. Is that Miraidon playing Pikachu?
Which one?
For some reasons. It's for some reasons playing Pikachu.
Some reason. All right.
Are they
I
playing
don't
the
think
stadium?
so. I think they're playing the Raichu. Well,
They're
they are
playing the
playing the
Raichu.
Yeah.
They're
And
playing Raichu, Pikachu, and Magneton, and Lab. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're
So
only
we
playing
have
the,
some new toys and existing archetypes, but not a lot of brand new archetypes that are doing anything.
So
Yeah,
this is
like. Oh, I was gonna say a couple Lost Box doing well. This Miraidon deck been doing a lot better.
Vision Control having a pretty good time.
Yeah, Pidgeot Control's been having a good time too.
So we got 6-0, 5-1, 5-1, 4-2, 4-2. And we had a 3-1 drop. And Arctic and All Out Blitzel are two people I know who have been playing this archetype a lot. And All Out Blitzel's drawn 3 Lost Zone boxes.
Wow.
I was going to say, I'm a little surprised he lost to Ryan now, who's drawn 3 Pidgeot controls in a row.
Yeesh.
Right? But I don't think Ryan doesn't play the Frenzy Gouging.
Yeah, he's not playing the Fetch for Run EX, is it?
Yeah, and he's playing the Great
He's doing
Test.
exclusively single prize.
Yeah. And Risk Control, you really want to switch out.
So he had like 3 worst matchups in a row, and that happens. And it's the suckiest thing in the world.
Alas, that is the nature.
Yeah, it's tough at the beginning of the format though to make those meta calls because you don't know if people are going to stick with the same things or if you want to try out the new spicy deck or whatever.
I think once we finally do hit a rotation, we'll probably start seeing new decks. Obviously some of them are going to be, but we'll have a little bit more interesting.
I think it'll be great to see once it is just Scarlet Violet forward because it definitely feels like Scarlet Violet era had very different card design and the choices they made. And when we stop having to deal with kind of like the the V's, the V stars, the Lost Box, all that, and just see what the game is with the new block. Hopefully things will feel different.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing Arch Eladons. I don't even think we saw any in the metagame at all today. Well, they'll probably still be under other.
Pikachu kind of destroys it though.
Yeah. What did Evan run? Evan played only 101. While Terrapagos Pikachu EX.
Oh, what? Oh, wait. That's so
True.
Trapago. Wait, is this a deck lister? What does this do? Attach.
Prison
Okay, no.
Purge.
So this is
That's
powering
actually
up a
pretty cool.
Pikachu. Okay, so this is... You power up a Pikachu. You have the Hourglass. Okay.
Okay.
I'm here for it.
I was just seeing like any of the O2s or O1s or something play the Arch Eladon. I have a 1/1/1 here again with the Cyril Edge. Because all these others, like, we just don't know what's in there. I mean, we could look at cards. Like, you know what? Actually, we could look at cards. It looks like the majority of them are Cyril Edge.
I do see an Archaludon.
Wish it would tell me who played it. But someone played it. Someone played Dundun Sparse. That's a card that just...
Someone played Sylveon EX today.
Someone played Vanillux.
The Vanillux deck. The Vanillux deck might have been the Meowscarada that we saw earlier.
So we had an 0-1 drop with the Arch. So, I mean, they're out there. They were out there 100%. Just wasn't as much as we thought.
It just needs more time to cook. Let them cook. We'll come up with the list.
Let them cook a little bit.
Oh, the Terrapagos Pikachu is Green Zard. Okay, I see it.
Goldango, 4-2. We had a 3-1 drop though, too.
4-2.
Just keep it alive. Keep it alive.
How'd the Conkeldurr decks wind up finishing?
Probably poorly.
6-7, no.
They had a good start.
Yeah.
3-2. I think he dropped right after that. Keep the winning record.
They did beat the Chin-Pao, though.
Yes. Dragapult Dusknoir, 5-12 to end the day. If almost. Yeah, I think that was the last one. Miraidon, definitely the big surprise. If we go by win percentage right now, Dragapult, Banette Dusknoir, Iron Thorns, Pidgeot Control's having a good day. Gouging Fire.
I believe the one Gouging Fire went 3-2 drop.
Yeah. Which kind of sucks. I wouldn't mind seeing Gouging Fire.
Raging Bolt's win rate, about 40%.
Wow, it just got owned today, and the person carrying it is Cash. Dialga Matang 1-2. Banette Gardevoir 5-7-1. Wow. This is the one that still surprises me, is the Dragapult straight up.
There's only one person playing it.
One person playing it, and look, it's just the Rotom version. Couple Crispins.
Yeah, you gotta play the new Terra Orb.
New Terra Orb. They're not even playing the tool. They're playing Prime Catcher.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he's playing more energies. Uses Crispin, I guess.
Well, Crispin, if you're able to find it, is just a really good card.
Yeah.
So you have the Terra Orb. Like that's why I need. That's what, like all my Surging Sparks buy list right now. It's like Terra Orb, and
yep,
that's like it.
Dive Ball for Terra Pokemon.
Yeah, I've seen some Drago lists would put it in because they can get the Teal Mask and the Dragapult.
Yeah, Teal Mask with no drawback, Dragapult with no drawback. Yeah, I can see it. I could see Zard potentially playing it.
So out of our top cards right now, who doesn't want to play who? I'm guessing Pidgeot Control probably just want to play Miraidon.
I think it depends.
Let's see. They could sob something probably.
There's a world where Sob DTE lock.
Mimikyu, I think, is the other issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only way to get around Mimikyu is Zapdos and most Miraidon lists.
Let's see what the top Miraidon list has. There's a good chance they play each other. Oh, Magneton.
Yeah, no
Is that
Zapdos.
80 for 2?
Yeah.
40 or is that 80?
40 for 2.
Ooh.
That's
40
their.
is a little rough.
They don't. It doesn't look like they play Cancel and Clone either.
No.
Yeah, they're gonna get they're gonna get Mimikyu blocked. So bad.
Yeah, they could Mew EX, but then you put a mist on the Mimikyu.
Which I'm assuming all
There's a
Blitz will
miss.
place 2 of them.
Yeah.
At least. Yeah, 2
Yeah,
miss,
2 of
2
them.
dough. So they would need a fast enough start without Mimikyu being out there to win.
Yeah, if you like can run control off the board before they set up, maybe, but yeah, the fact that you can just plop down a Mimikyu and then immediately a big issue is tough.
Exactly. Let's see what Livik's control version looks like.
The Rotom.
The Paldean Tauros.
That card's funny.
They
I
put
didn't know
two-
this card existed.
Oh, I didn't either.
That's kind of spicy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Charizard.
Yeah, there goes Charizard. There goes Dragapult.
Also the Bouffalant, just the energy hater. What is this Rotom?
Crushing
Oh, that
Pulse.
Rotom's a real jerk card.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm surprised
I remember
Miraidon
this.
hasn't been playing this as like you turbo through your deck, turn 1 going second, and then just go Crushing Pulse, and your opponent doesn't get to play.
that could be good versus like Zard and yeah, some other decks.
Erica's, Sob, obviously. The Lost on Buffalant.
Black Kyurem counter gain DT is funny.
Yeah. The one of Mimikyu. I mean, even the fan. Counter gain. Lively Stadium. This is definitely a deck.
Control decks are just getting wilder and wilder.
That is a deck of standard legal Pokemon cards.
Yeah. And you know who still beats it all? Lugia.
Lug.
True. I don't think Lugia wants to see that Iron Thorns or the Miraidon. So they're hoping to match some of the other decks.
Oh, you have a Mimikyu there? Here, meet my friend, Minchino. Oh, hey, you're trying to stop me in the active? Meet my friend, Jet Energy. Oh, you want to get rid of all my item cards? That's cool. I don't play that much anyways.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
like 11 item cards total. Like none.
Yeah, Lugia's kind of just a resilient deck, and it kind of gets to do its thing, and you have to be proactive about dealing with it.
I
And
do
if
like the
someone-
stage 2 stadium with Dusknoir and Archeops.
Yeah, how you can finally kill the Archeops. Is
Be
kind of
like,
spicy.
no.
So, like, looking at it, Pawn Art is going to get all out Blitzel, or for some reason, one of these three is going to get down paired.
Mhm.
I don't even know who they get down paired into. A lot of 5/1s. And then 2 of them are going to get each other. So, like, we got to look at Pawn Art real quick. How many?
Well, just 4 Iron Thorns. That's it. That's the deck.
Right, I'm seeing how many counts and clones they have. If they have 0, they just lose them in Mimikyu.
Oh yeah, they're not
Oof.
even bothering.
They have the Lost Zones, they just don't have the clones.
Yeah, I guess they just decided they didn't want to respect the matchup. It's tough though to play control at the very beginning of a format because it can be so wide that you don't know like what answers you need to have.
Exactly.
Right. So how this last matchup's going. Oh, it's not even Mike. This is the game. This game doesn't even have an extension, so once time is up, time will be up.
Hmm.
LAIC, that the one's coming up, but that one's not with the new format, right? That's
Right, it's
old
old
format
It's
format.
just before.
Yeah, it's like the week before. I wonder like if that was intended or not. Because that seems they usually do it at the beginning of a format, right? Their ICs.
Right. This is Sacramento format.
Yes, that's the first major with it.
Played none in Louisville because so many times you lose at least one Cologne to Erie or Sisters. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Mm.
I hate when like all the games move fast except for one. It's even like that at regionals. Like everyone will be standing around, and there'll be one last game with like 4 judges standing over it.
I have been the last game at a regional before, and the judgment is very strong.
Yeah, I was actually round 1, and I had put Temple of Sinnoh out, and I KO'd my opponent's Pokemon, and he instantly drew 7.
Oh no.
Yeah, it gave me the game. Like there was judges right there, and they tried to stop him, and he had already drawn so much, and saw so much. They're like, "We're sorry."
There's nothing.
Yeah, and that just gave me a game right there. Oh, got a judgment request. Okay, they had a judge call, and he thought his opponent was slow playing, but it turned out they actually crashed.
Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah. So he was like, they're both kind of like, "Are you playing slow? Are you?" kind of thing. No, it just turned out, oh no, someone crashed. But hey, end around there. So with that, you two want to give yourself some self promotion here before Emmy comes in and we get round 7 going?
You can go ahead and go first if you want.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I don't do a whole lot. I am on the webs. I'm on Twitter, I guess, as Kago. My next event I'm going to is probably Toronto Regionals. So that'll be new format, so that'll be exciting, but we got some time to prep for that. Otherwise, yeah, that's just that's me.
And I'm on Twitter, the app formerly known as Twitter, as @E5tweets. I do a lot there, do a lot on Facebook. Other than that, really not that big on social media. But thank you all so much for having us.
My pleasure.
We get to come back tomorrow, correct?
Yeah, I gotta see who's on the schedule tomorrow, but people are coming back tomorrow.
Perfect. I will see you all then. Thank you so much for having me.
And thank you both for coming.
Yeah, no worries. Good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Yep, we got 2 more rounds today, and then tomorrow's the next one.
All right, excited to see what wins.
All right. So for the players, round 7 is up, and I'm going to find a game.
Have fun, everyone.
Have fun.
Yep. Good luck.
Let's see. Ryan now is up against. You know, I do want to see Ryan's deck. He is essentially on a winning in. So let me see if he is up for streaming his game. Right. And Emmy's. Oh, drag me in. Womp. Hey, Emmy.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yep. How you doing? It's been a while.
I know.
Life,
Not
right?
cast for a long time and then hop right on for the regional.
So
How's it been so far?
It's been pretty good. We had some really good matches. Not too many new decks, like Lost Zones come back.
Mm-hmm.
Controls kind of come in pretty hard. I'm asking Ryan now if he's able to stream, but I'm also looking for a backup game. We do have Cash versus Callie, and we do have Callie streaming already, so I mean that's a good backup. Because the 4, you make it with 5-2-1. So the 4-2 is playing out.
Right.
6-0s, you're playing for positioning.
Mm.
5-1s, yeah, you're still kind of playing for positioning. Because you need to hit 9-2-1 tomorrow to make cut.
That makes sense.
So that's how we were able to. I haven't heard back from Ryan yet, so I might just do Cali Cash. Because the other thing about Cali Cash is they are also the 2 number 1s right now.
Oh, they're both like seated in first.
Okay. Ryan said yeah. Yeah, they are. Let me pull it up on the leaderboard.
Oh, yes.
Callie and Cash right there.
First
Number 1 and
second.
number 2.
That's awesome. Oh no, so they paired each other on the basically like a win, losing out.
Yeah. So one's going to get. So once we get this up, we'll watch Charizard Pidgeot go up against the new version of Ancient Box.
Okay.
Which has the new
Koraidon
in it.
I'm really not sold on the new Koraidon. I played in a for fun limitless tournament yesterday with it. And there were multiple situations.
Ooh, that was exactly what you were saying about it. Callie was saying the same thing earlier today.
Yeah, because there's times where you're like, I need to attack with this turn 1. Oh, it does 30 damage.
Yeah.
That's not enough. Yeah, so I'm really not sold on the new Koraidon, but I do see that it has the potential.
There we go. I'm going to double check Eli's deck real quick because we had the Charmander on earlier and it turned out to be Terrapagos Charizard. Okay, this is regular. This is Charizard Dusknoir with Pidgeot.
Okay, just regular.
So regular, good old Charizard. Now, Ryan does play 4 of Great Tusk, 4 of Koraidon, 4 of Roaring Moon.
That's really fun.
So he is everywhere with his deck.
And I mean, with this situation right here, it's like, okay, I better start the Great Tusk because I gotta attack with something before I can attack with the Koraidon effectively. So that makes sense.
I mean, a mill doesn't hurt. You mill out some stuff. You call it. You get lucky. You get rid of some of their good cards.
Not only that, I mean, depending on what Charizard plays, I mean, I just played Great Tusk Mill in a late night not that long ago, but also back when I played it at Orlando, Charizard was actually a pretty good matchup. Unless they were playing the ToD list with 2 Turo plus Palpad, then it was not a good matchup. All right, Iona here. That actually might help us because we didn't really have any energy, and guidance would maybe help us, but we already got an energy in the discard pile, so Sada's going to help us cook here.
All right. What is the setup issue?
Oh, you got a judge call?
Yeah. I think someone's not showing up.
Okay. Well, you do see... Oh, sorry. I was just going to blabber while you handle it if you want, but...
Yeah, I just think someone's not showing up and they're just asking what happens if they don't.
Okay, sounds good. Well, we got Rotom instant charge at the end of that turn there. Only got 1 Charmander, but obviously this version of Lost Box, or not Lost Box, Ancient Box is playing no Prime Catcher, just that Secret Box. There's so many box words, that's why I said Lost Box instead of Ancient Box or Secret Box. But, that's interesting also, the Bravery Charm. Because I guess you can also put that on something that's not an ancient Pokemon with those, or ancient booster capsules. We got 2 energy in the discard pile, so I definitely don't think it doesn't hurt to Sada here. And we got one of the Koraidons back as well. I mean, no matter what you're doing, you want more ancient Pokemon and ancient cards in the discard pile to be able to ramp up your damage, but also, like, no matter what you're doing, you're not doing damage this turn, right? You're just going to be milling. So, I guess it doesn't hurt to just get those cards in the discard pile now. I'm not really sure what you would... I guess if you charm the Greninja, it can't get knocked out from a Dusk Noir, so that would be helpful, but no matter what you charm or, not, it's going to get knocked out by a Charizard. And that is another thing. I don't know if it was talked about earlier on the stream, but Crydon does die to a Dusk Noir versus all the other ancient attackers, not so much. So that is kind of a hard sell sometimes. Like, yes, you can have that ancient booster capsule on it, but if you don't, it can die. Alright, we saw Duskull and Cleffa and a Nest Ball, and I didn't catch the last card. Hit the discard pile with that land collapse.
I wasn't able to catch it either. But we do see the Luminion. We're probably going to see... Are we going to see a Charizard coming out now? I would assume you put the Pidgeot as your primary.
Yeah, it does look like that's what we're doing. Rare Candy and a Pidgeot. We definitely need to get it out another Charmander. Obviously, evolving this into Charizard will be great. Is very, very... pretty much almost impossible for our Ancient Box opponent to knock out a Charizard in one hit. Traditionally not a great matchup. That Bravery Charm on that Greninja, though, is definitely helpful. Right, we do see the attach on the Duskull retreat into that Charizard. I would like to see a Charmander come down right now, but I guess I'm not sure if we even have the out to it, depending on what's in hand.
They also play a really, really thin line of Charizard. I believe it was a 3-1-2.
Ooh.
It was not that good. It was not what you wanted to see.
I mean, I think we saw quite a few Charizard players doing that last format before Surging Sparks, so it's not very surprising, but, it was also kind of scary. Does help we're up against a matchup that's not as scary to not have a second Charmander, since this Charizard is very unlikely it's going down, but do see that Sada's Vitality, so this Roaring Moon is ready to attack, and that Earthen Vessel is going to get another ancient card in the discard pile on top of itself, so discarding that Great Tusk.
150.
How much are we doing? Was that 180?
150.
150. Jeez, it's not very much.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're going to try to usually two-shot a Charizard, but it feels really bad.
Yeah. I mean, so we have Superior Energy Retrieval, so we could counter catcher knock out the Luminion if we use Superior Energy Retrieval to discard 2 more ancient cards, like Explorers and Grey Tusk. Maybe because there is no Charmander, it's correct to just try to two-shot this, and then, yeah, Pidgeot is set up. Oh no, that's 170. We're at 170 already. Okay.
So you could take the KO on the Luminion, but I feel like the Luminion and Rotom are your last 2 KOs of the game.
That's true. It's very true.
Put damage on the attacker, get the attacker. I don't think we'll ever see a Dusk. We might see Dusclops, maybe. Probably not. So they put the charm onto the Greninja.
Does the Charizard player play Briar?
That is actually something we should look.
Because the Dusk Noir will be very clutch if they do play Briar to time the Briar correctly.
They do play Briar.
Okay, so that is, I think, a little extra tough also for the Ancient Box player. That Briar, and you know, there's times you can play around it, but Dust Noir kind of makes that impossible. And all it does, we're just gonna get rid of the Rotom. It's interesting to get rid of the. Oh,
and there's the fish. They've cleared the board.
Never mind. Ignore what I was just saying.
Well, you know what? That is still the right move. And now you have fish back in your hand.
Wow. Huh. So we're gonna knock out Charizard here, so we'll be even on prize cards. 4 for 4. But
you've lost.
Ouch! You lost your 2 kind of liabilities you were really, really kind of banking on. So how many cards are left in our opponent's deck? Let's I at this
25.
point. Okay, so 25. At this point, they've taken that many prizes. I don't know. I don't think it's worth it to switch to kind of a mill strategy, but
I don't think they are. I think they're going to continue with the strategy we're seeing right here, where we're going to see a couple more superior energy retrievals. It does look like they're checking their numbers for a possibility of going after that Pidgeot, because if they get the Pidgeot, that would be really, really good for them.
Yeah, that's very true. As soon as you take out the Pidgeot, because, there's no other Pidgey in play, we kind of get rid of that consistency. They do have, a 6-card hand, so the fact it's very likely that they're going to have, an out to either Charmeleon or, another Charizard. I say we might as well attach the Ancient Booster, because that's another, energy or ancient card that's going to hit the discard pile, just help us boost our numbers. We're at 230 now, so we need 5 more. So knocking out this active will add 2 more, so we need 3 more after that.
Ooh, the boss's orders too.
Oh, nice. I feel like playing Ancient Box is like doing a very, very long mathematical formula.
Yeah, we've sat here, we've had it on a couple times, and it's just been like over and over and over. Just like, how much is lost this one doing? How much is this one doing? Like Terapia goes, how much is this one doing? It's just like, what's the math, please? Like, I'm glad most of the Ancient Box players click and see what their math is. Right.
No, 100%. It's always interesting too. Obviously we're playing on PTCG Live and we can see those numbers. But it's always interesting to see how players do it in real life too. Like, how they kind of lay out their discard pile, make cards sideways, whatever they do to kind of try to keep track, or use a dice or something. All right, we do see backup Charizard here. Lumineon coming down, Luminous Sign, gonna grab us a supporter. That Iono, so we're gonna get 4 cards. Oof. I feel like this is a lot of good stuff going to the bottom, and maybe I'm kind of wondering, maybe we should use that Pal Pad? Oh no, we're chilling, never mind. We're okay, we got Explorer's Guidance, we're cooking.
Now all you need to find is that Counter Catcher, the Explorer's Guidance, you got it. KO, you got both the fish and the Pidgeot out there as possible targets. I think the problem with that is that, well, I guess, so they're only down to 3 prizes. We take 2 prizes here, if we can manage to pull that off. We definitely need a backup Roaring Moon for sure. Yeah, I mean, you have the Stretcher. You can get it. You have a couple different ones. So it's a matter of trying to find where that card's coming from.
Hello there.
What's up, everyone coming in from Azul GG stream? I'm Senior Doom, professional illustrator, tournament organizer, and part-time lumberjack. Joining me is the ever amazing Pokemans, as we are on round 7 of our 2-day regional tournament in the current Surging Sparks format. We're currently watching Ryan Now go up against, why can't I read his name? Eli McLean. Both are 4-2 and both are fighting for their day two hopes and dreams, as we see Ancient Box running heavy Koraidon, actually running 4 Koraidons, 4 Great Tusk Mills, going up against your pretty classic Charizard Dust Noir. Hopefully everyone had a good time with the SPE stream, as we are watching this one. They are currently hitting 250. They'll hit 260 here. Still a little bit short.
Yeah, we do have that counter catcher finally. Oh, man. I think you kind of have to go after the Minion, right? Like, we need to keep the tempo here. We do go down to 2 prize cards, which means Briar is live. So our opponent could play Briar and then Dusk Noir after they've played Briar, and they would have the game, I think. I'm pretty sure that's how the card works.
The problem is the Greninja still has the
yeah, so
charm on it.
They would need like vacuum, vacuum, rare candy, Dusk Noir, and Briar with one quick search.
Which they play 0 ways of knocking that off.
Oh, they don't play Lost Vacuum at all?
No Lost Vacuum at all. So
so then that play is not available, so ignore what I just said.
So then Rory and Moonzy are trying to get everything else left in the deck that's ancient to hit the 330, or alternatively, they get another 2 into the discard and find some sort of gust on that Pidgeot.
We do have Boss back in the deck, right? It got Ionoed to the bottom like 2 turns ago.
Correct.
Okay.
But right now we are still just a little short. I think they actually picked up 2 ancient cards because they had the ancient booster energy.
Right.
So they're pretty close here.
Okay.
280.
So
okay, they hit the number.
we can nest ball thin the deck of 1 card. Just kidding. We have 1 conceal.
You concealed.
Is that 2 Pokegears?
2 Pokegears. There's no way they miss boss now.
Yeah, we're chilling. There we go.
There we go. So this will go into game 2 here with Ryan up 1-0. Sorry about a little bit with the lag, as from what is coming from our player. We will take good gameplay over kind of laggy stuff. We take what we can. It's not always the worst thing. So here we go, going to game 2. I believe the Charizard has chosen to go second. Let me double check. I have their thing open. No, Charizard actually asked me to go first.
Huh.
That is a little bit, in my opinion, going into possible donk territory.
Yeah, I guess I mean, we already talked about how this Charizard list is kind of playing a more, I don't know if greedy is the right word, but a very thin line of Charizard, trying to get away with that. So I think it would make me a little nervous to go first, but it does look like we might have a similar situation as last game, where our first attack is just going to have to be that land collapse anyways. So, starting the Rotom too, that would have been a really, really, good, easy first 2 prize cards. But
we see the Ultra Ball, Fez, and Charmeleon going to the discard. I can definitely see both of the reason for both of those, as we saw early in game 1, where they picked up their liabilities, and they had to put the fish back down though. For 1 turn, they had to put the fish back. So they had that 1 turn, put it down, was what it was. Now they got a Charmander, gets themselves set up a little bit better. Slow Star 481 Z3, thank you for the follow as well. Ooh, the Iono.
I think especially getting rid of the liability, like the support Pokemon that are weak to fighting, because we are playing 4 of that Koraidon. So, I mean, yes, we could, turn 1 just land collapse, but that kind of sets up our Koraidon to be able to attack for that full damage instead of just doing 60 after a weakness. So, man, I don't think there's any way for us to get this Great Tusk out of the active, but Iron Bundle KO either of those little guys on the bench right away would have been so nice.
Starting Great Tusk both games has not been good to Ryan.
Right. It's tough. You play 4 of them because you need them in the discard pile, but you play 4 of them and then they are really excited to be part of the team and they want to be in the front seat. So, all right, we do see Earthen Vessel there. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Doom.
Oh, no worries. Oh, he does hit the Seda. I was wondering, I was sitting there, I'm like, man, is he giving up on the attack? Like, because like Land Crush could be so good. Like, you can see double Charizard.
That's true. We just play the one Super Rod, right?
Right.
It's so tough though because there's no way to get this Great Tusk out of the active, right? There's no chance. So yeah, we're just gonna have to see that land collapse.
Again, putting the charm on the Greninja. I swear he put the charm in there just for the Greninja to be saved from matchups like this.
No, that's fantastic, especially if, you know, decks that are playing Dusknoir. Oh, that was a Pidgeot and a Charizard, right? And a rare candy?
Oh, yeah, we saw the rare candy. Oh, this land collapse could be so good.
Pile. click the discard pile. What was it?
Show us the discard pile. Come on.
Oh man, I swear I thought that was a rare candy, Charizard, and a Pidgeot, and then I could not tell what that fourth card was. Oh.
There was
an Ultra
Charizard, Charmander, Pidgeot, rare candy.
Oh my goodness. All right, we do see rare candy into Pidgeot right now, so that's going to help us get set up. We did see Luminescent grab that Arven, so we technically have the two liabilities kind of set up right now. Ooh, another rare candy into Charizard. Okay, so they're going to have the attack here, but...
I'll say goodbye to Great Tusk.
They also have 4 Pokemon in play that are worth, you know, plenty of prize cards for us to take out, and we play Iron Bundle, so we don't even need the boss's orders in hand, technically. Even though, I guess depending on how much we've got in the discard pile, we could easily take out probably the Luminion.
Now the question becomes, do you want to try and find Seda with your Pokegear here, or do you just explore his guidance?
I think it depends on how much damage we're doing right now, right? They have a backup Charmander. So I feel like it's a little different. Like last game, it was like, okay, they don't even have a Charmander down yet, so let's just try to two-shot this thing. I don't hate, with the Night Stretcher in hand, just concealing first and seeing what we get off of it.
Talby4444, thank you for the follow.
Okay, so that Superior Energy Retrieval is really helpful because that would let us get 2 more in the discard pile for ancient cards besides playing a supporter. Alright, would you say that, Sada?
And with taking no prizes right now, that ancient booster energy actually comes into play.
Right, especially with the no vacuum like we were talking about earlier. I don't even know if we really needed to Pokestop. Does look like we get 3 items off of it, so we're chilling.
There goes one of the Great Tusk.
So we do have Counter Catcher. So we could, if we really wanted to, we could take 2 prizes right now. But I think we're in
Still
similar
short.
enough of a... Oh, we are? How much was it?
140.
140? We're doing nothing. I swear I thought it said...
No.
I thought it said more than that. So I was just thinking we could Superior Energy Retrieval away 2 more. But we'd only be doing 160. So that's not happening.
And sadly, there's no Squawkabilly out there as an easy target.
Right.
So do the 140. You should have an ability to Explorer's Guidance, keep alive for a turn,
Right.
and try to take out the active Charizard, because we know the other Charizard is in the discard. And
That's very true.
They only play 2. So they
play 1 Super Rod, right? So
right.
They better have that.
So they need to hold back using their Super Rod, because you want to at least put 2 Charizards back in. And whatever amount of energy.
Obviously, our board is completely differently set up, and I think it would be too late right now. But I wonder if, depending on your first land collapse, if you go, okay, we're just gonna mill, especially seeing like the Super Rod coming into play right now. Because if you don't take any prize cards at all, your ancient booster capsules are making your Great Tusk stay alive for 2 turns. Unless they Dusknoir you, which we haven't even seen a Duskull hit play yet. That would be like the only way. Was that 100 HP Charmeleon?
Let me double check. I want to say yes.
Interesting.
But Yes, it is the 100 HP Charmeleon with Combustion and Fire Blast. To me, that means they possibly want to take out the Mimikyus. It is 3 energy to do that, but if you get 90, take out a Mimikyu, it makes it a lot easier in your life.
Yeah, that's true. All right, we do see that Duskull come down, so that Duskull would be able to, you know, even just evolving into the Dusclops, take out this Roaring Moon and then take out another thing. But even though we got Ionode, that was fine. We got plenty of stuff to work with here. We did see a Sada hit the discard pile. I wonder if you Pal Pad now before trying to do anything else. I almost kind of want to keep.
How much
we
does
still
that,
got Secret Box in there.
how much does that Koraidon do?
180 if one of your ancient Pokemon attacked last turn, if I remember right.
I thought it was knocked out last turn.
No, if one of your ancient Pokemon attacked last turn other than Koraidon. That's the other caveat to Koraidon. So if you're playing 4 of them, it's kind of difficult to... You kind of have to swap between Moon and Koraidon, and then it's a little better. Like, your Great Tests are 3 retreat costs versus Koraidon and Moon are 2 retreat costs, so you could probably retreat it into a different attacker, but yeah, it takes some pre-planning for sure, and I'm definitely not sold on it. I do think it's really fun. It's a new way to play Ancient Box for sure. It's really interesting, but I don't think I'm sold on it yet, especially not as a tech card. I know a lot of people are saying, oh, this would be great as a 1-of and Raging Bolt, and the answer is actually probably maybe not. Because, you know, you do need to attack with Bolt before versus Slitherwing or Sandy Shocks. You just needed to fulfill the energy requirements and you were swinging. Ooh, it looks like we just Night Stretchered back the Pheasantipity. So it looks like maybe we really need to dig here, but that thing is weak to our Koraidon.
What's up, drummer? Wow. Yeah, if you didn't know, Cash in chat is talking about it. He had a game crash going into 5-0.
No.
Cost him, and now he's 4-3.
Oh no.
Dude.
That's so sad.
He's been getting hit with the bugs badly. Z-Dib, thank you for the follow. Oh, we do see...
I don't think we've seen the unfair stamp in the first game, right?
No, we never did. And now with them putting down the Charmeleon, oh, it makes me feel like they're not attacking this turn now. Just gonna give them the Duskull. We do have to watch out. They do play Briar.
Right.
So there's a possibility of something happening with that. Yeah, gamer. That's the worst part about trying to run tournaments with this and anything is that sometimes bugs just happen.
It's so tough because, like, I think too, I'm assuming that we kind of talked about it throughout the day today, but I feel like Pocket has like really spoiled a lot of people with how TCG life could have been, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling that way right now. And I haven't played a ton of Pocket. I've just mostly opened packs, but it definitely made me a little salty when I played in the late night this week and went, ugh, I have to deal with like buggy and slow gameplay.
Like, I am seriously debating about moving to some Pocket stuff. Like, I need to find out if there's a way to get people to stream their games so I can cast over them. And the other thing I thought about playing in it, because I do play in it, but the other part of it is like, I just don't know. It's like, maybe live will get better. They've seemed to be making some live improvement stuff. I'm not happy with the new ladder.
I haven't even played on the new ladder. I need to like prep for Sacramento, especially because next week is LAIC, so there's no late night tournament. That's the one I normally play in. So I actually think I have a guest caster for you next Friday because I want to play in it in the Tournament of Doom, just because I'm like, oh, I can't really plan anything else before Sacramento. So because the following week the week of like leading up to Sacramento. My birthday's on that Wednesday, and I have a crazy work week before driving down to Sacramento, so that I can actually have time off. So, but if anyone's going to Sacramento, say hi, play well, good luck.
Play
miss
Lost
seeing you there,
Box.
Doom. I don't know. I'll probably just stick with Raging Bolt at this point.
260.
Something ancient. So close. So close.
And you're gonna see that Charizard. Oh, they're gonna go after the healthy one if they. Oh, Dusclops.
Oh, both are gonna die. Oh no.
That's a board wipe, chat. Almost.
Huh.
But the issue you run into now is you don't get that Briar turn. Briar's not there.
Yeah, we would need to reestablish a Dusk Noir like right now, like a Duskull on the bench right now, which we already know we've used our Night Stretcher and we've used the Super Rod, so
They do play Thornton. So there is a possibility of Thornton.
Wow, I mean, when you're playing so many liabilities, it makes sense to play, Turo and Collapsed and Thornton, but that's so much to fit in the deck. I'm now starting to understand why we play such a thin line of Charizard. Alright, we do see Burning Darkness between Dusclops and Charizard. We have no Roaring Moons, no ancient Pokemon on the field. Just this sole little Radiant Greninja against the world. What do you do?
Scoop and go to game 3?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could. Okay, there's a Super Rod. So you could put a couple Moon back before guidancing and just really trying to set up again. But even then, you're so far behind. You can't attack this turn.
I agree with Ish that the bundle play was a mistake.
Yeah. If we were hitting 280, we would have been perfectly fine to do that, but we weren't hitting 280.
This feels bad. Like you can put stuff back, hopefully hit the moon. Maybe give up you're gonna lose in our prize. Let's see what they get. There's a moon, there's a moon. Dinosaurs. I mean, you need 2 moons out there. That's going to be your primary attackers. If you're lucky, you can get to that 330. But, I mean, what happens after that?
Can we even get to the 330?
Probably
like, how
not.
many? Like, we need so many ancient cards in the discard pile.
They will probably have an out to boss. They'll probably end up targeting one of the Roaring Moons. That's why I felt like it was important. You needed to get 2. Stretcher, probably for the Duskull. Yeah. It would have been better if they had a Thornton turn. Turo, there just went the fish. Fish is back for next turn now. Burning Darkness, just get rid of that for 270. Put him down to 2. Ooh.
So even if we don't take a prize card here, we're going to be able to force them to take a prize card so that we can Briar. And we have Luminion in hand to be able to go get the Briar.
But if they are able to find the other energy, they could counter catcher up the Pidgeot, and that's going to force you into a new game.
You could use Pokegear just to look at what's left in the deck. Let's just check. Let's see.
Boss, Seda.
Okay, the energy's in there, but you can't Pokestop. right? Like
You cannot Pokestop. You can't secret box find it?
no, because secret box is item, stadium, supporter, tool.
It's feeling bad.
So what do you even do? You have no way of getting it. You have no earthen vessel left. You have no. There's literally I don't think we can do anything.
You could bring up something like the Rotom here and find out if they still have an energy, because they do play a really thin line of energy. Which also, for anybody who is playing in the tournament, I am keeping the standings updated consistently. Right now, All Out Blitzel with Control is 7-0. Pawn Art TCG with Iron Thorns is also 7-0. Alex Hamilton with Lugia is 6-1, and for some reason with Miraidon is also 6-1. Miraidon's making the comeback.
Rhydon's a good deck right now. Pikachu is definitely a great card.
I mean, that's what's helping Lost Box today.
Mm-hmm.
Anti is 6-1 with Lost Box, who is also is number 5 right now with the Pikachu.
Maybe I need to try Lost Box again. I don't know. I'm just going to Sacramento for fun at this point, so it's like I don't think it even really matters what I play.
That's me in Vancouver. I'm like sitting here like, what do I want to do?
Are we gonna? We're not gonna have rotation before then, right?
We don't think so.
Hmm.
Cash, you do not need to play out your last game. But also some of the events that happened this week.
Oh God.
Yeah. So
Yeah. The trip to Canada might be extra fun. Get away from everything.
yeah, we'll see how things go. We will see how things are. So
I wonder if, counter catching something just makes it so between, like, they can't quick search for 2 things, right? So they also didn't take a knockout, so Prior doesn't work automatically.
and you know what would have been great now? Great Mill Tusk. Could have got a great Tusk Mill here. Great Mill Tusk. No way.
Great Mill Tusk.
Still sounds game. Gash, no. If you're 5-3, you don't have to play it out. You can just drop. Will makes my day easier if you just drop, because then I don't have to.
You don't have to console him.
Yeah. Well, I don't have to go
yell at the live developers.
Oh, wait, okay. We'll go a little rant here. I think at this point, you have 2 teams of live. You have one team that keeps it running right now, keeps the updates coming, and you have another team that's doing a complete revamp.
Bro, if we had a way into Great Tusk right now, we'd win, but we don't.
Don't.
No.
A single Great Tusk.
That's so sad. But also, like, we take a knockout here, and then they don't have a way to take 2 prizes, right? Actually.
No.
Okay. We take the knockout here.
Because Dusknoir can't be played.
Right. Man, if we had Great Tusk right now, that'd be so funny.
Do they just
you
have
don't
the
even
energy?
need to use you don't even need a supporter. You just get mill 1.
I don't even play the secret box. Don't even play it. No, because you have to grab a card, don't you? Doesn't it require you?
I don't think you have to. I think you can fail it, because what if the last card is like an energy?
Okay, I'm just making sure, because they have nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
You can fail it. Just making sure. Yeah, you can. Yeah, it looks like they had no energies. We'll see 310 here. If they can take the KO entirely, that's 330. And then we know boss's orders is it. Ryan should have this game now. Hey, there's Great Tusk.
Great Tusk. He was waiting. He's in the wings.
Yep, there's a concession.
Man.
Ryan taking the 2-0 here over Charizard, keeping his day 2 hopes alive. as he goes to 5-2. You can go 5-2-1. That's fine. And we talked about this earlier. If you go 5-2-1, you have to win out tomorrow. That's a 4-0 day 2. If
But we've seen it happen.
All Out Blitzel and Ponart are in really good spots. They only have to go 2-2 tomorrow. Then they get into cut.
They're chilling.
They're chilling. Alex, for some reason, they could win one more and be good. They can even take the ID, these two, if they wanted to. Iron Thorns versus Pidgeot Control.
Oh,
The Pidgeot Control plays Mimikyu, and the Iron Thorns does not play Cologne.
Oh, so it just depends on what you really start.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, honestly, it depends on probably both players' starting hands. That's a weird matchup. Also, Iron Thorn's not playing canceling Cologne is interesting.
I think they just decided that I think they decided they just don't want to deal with it. Which, like, here,
that makes sense.
Here, let me move us real quick.
Okay.
And I'm going to share my screen so you can see exactly what I'm looking at. I don't know why I never did this in the first place. But, went from 0-2 to 5-2. See, Lamphy did it. They're like on the cusp too. All Blitzel is now playing the Black Kyurem, which paralyzes Dragon Pokemon.
Oh, the EX.
So then you have it out now to whatever it's called, Regidrago. So, like, looking at All Out Blitzel's list, currently winning, that's one of the newest cards in there. Counter Gain's another one. For some reason, it keeps showing Night Stretchers today as gold.
That's weird. It must just be some bug.
Right.
Because it usually defaults to min rarity.
That's what you're seeing with everything here. And then Counter Gain, Instant Regieleki Electromagnetic Sonar.
Right.
Free Sob. Make Blood Moon Ursaluna quicker. Luxray could use something else. This is pretty good list. And I can see why he's going that.
3 energy though to be able to use the Kyurem EX. That's a lot.
Well, you put the Counter Gain on and then the DTE. You're hitting 40, but you're hitting 40, but you're still paralyzing. All right, we have a couple more games done. We're waiting on 4 matches. They should hopefully move fast. Updating the standings, nothing too much. Whole bunch of 5-2s who could easily. Hypnotic still playing against Controls. Hypnotic still streaming. They are not. I would say we could jump in and see what their game was looking like.
Yeah, and all 4 matches that are still going all matter since it's 4 2s and 5 1s.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so Luke right here, 5. Oh wow, yeah. Going hit 2 really bad matchups, or kind of baddish matchups, and then just running the gauntlet.
Senior Versace playing Bennett Dust Noir has played against 4 Charizard Pidgeot in a row.
Oh,
and beat all of them.
It was right now. Hit 3 Pidgeot controls in a row.
Jeez Louise. It was very highly played from what I was seeing. I was also surprised to see how much Armarouge was, floating around.
It sucks that it's under other. Like, I think Gamut here is playing it. Or the Surledge.
Cyrus Davis was also playing it earlier, I believe.
Daycamp 5-1. Leo here. Only Dragapult. Currently 5-2. Straight Dragapult, no Pidgeot. Lugia. I believe this Lugia is playing the Cinccino heavy build.
Is that Alex's list? Yeah, 3-3
Yeah.
line. Yeah, it just looks like a standard Lugia build. I don't know. Part of the reason why I was asking if like making sure Vancouver is probably going to be before rotation, because I haven't played Lugia to a major ever, and I have pretty Minchinos, or Chinchinos. I mean,
I want the pretty ones. I still need
they're
to.
so pretty.
I still need to upgrade the ones I have. I still need to get one more. If I go
my first one.
3.
I got my first one because I found out Meryl was on the card, and Meryl's one of my favorite Pokemon.
Oh.
And then I was like, well, I already have the first one, so I might as well get 2 more and have them for the deck.
When I went to tournament sponsors Tabletop Village, and I picked up my Lugia pieces because every time I played Lugia before, I borrowed.
Right.
And I was like, finally, you know what? I need to just buy them, right?
Right.
So I went there, and I'm like, you got Cinchinos? They grabbed like an ETB, and it was like full of them. I'm like, yeah, you do. And then they had the Lugias I was missing. Surprisingly, they didn't have a regular version of Weird Deer, only the full art.
Oh, that's weird.
But the full art was like $2.50. I was like, whatever.
Yeah, it's cheap. There's some playable full arts out there that are actually just surprisingly very, very cheap.
I think you could actually build Banette for fairly cheap.
Oh, it was super cheap. I just built it like 2 or 3 weeks ago after Piper played a list and did really well with it. And it was very cheap. I already had a lot of Gardevoir cards anyways, so I kind of transferred everything over. But yeah, I was like very surprisingly, I was happy.
$2.50 for the full art.
Yeah.
And also, if you're looking for Iron Thorns has completely crashed out.
I have my playset of full arts. I still haven't played it at a major, but I'm sure there will be a time that it'll make sense.
Iron Thorn's still out there, fairly cheap to build. I mean, most of these decks are now fairly cheap to build. Like, even everything in the top cut here, I think your most expensive card you're going to see is in Miraidons is the Iron Hands.
Yeah, and in Lost Box too, right? And in Lugia, so I think it's just because it's played in so many archetypes right now is either a 1 of or a 2 of, and it wasn't that easy to get.
Regidrago, I think, is more expensive because of the teal mask still.
Yeah, those are still what, like
$9?
$9 a pop, yeah. Well, Pikachu's also got the pre-release like spike, right?
Right. You can't do Pikachu right now. Pikachu is down to $8.
Oh wow. Already? That's the base art, right?
Right.
Okay.
The full art's 19. The alt art's 400.
I have a hot take. I really, really don't like the gold Pikachu.
It blends in too much.
I do not like it at all. There were people at my locals last weekend that were really liking it, and I was like, nope, I don't like it.
The alt art looks similar to like a full art to me, and it kept throwing me off.
Yeah, of all of the like alt arts to be $400, I guess it's because it's a Pikachu card and there's so many master set collectors of just Pikachus. It makes sense.
Yeah,
but
they're going to be.
It's not on the same level as some of the other really expensive alt arts. Like I think part of the reason why the Moonbryon was also so sought after is because the art is so unique. It's such a unique artwork. You know, it's not something you typically see on a Pokemon card. Yeah, Pikachu's definitely doing really well so far. It's gonna like enable some decks with that ability, but
all right, we are just waiting on 3 matches here. Let's find out what those 3 matches are. Oh, it's 2 now. Grabies is playing. I know they're playing Gardevoir. Pentachu is playing Lost Box. They're both 1-1. Maybe it goes to time. Maybe it doesn't.
We'll just have to see.
And then Zymo versus Muzak is double lost box. How are you going to time on that? How do you go to time?
I don't know. It's a weird. Lost box mirrors, especially right now, are very strange and.
We had a Raging Bolt mirror go to time.
What? How? Okay, that one doesn't make a single.
It sounded like both of them dead drew in game 2 and got nowhere.
That's tough. There was a mirror match because I played against. I can't remember if it was 4 or 5 mirror matches of Raging Bolt at Baltimore. I feel like I hit so many mirror matches like all the time, even if I'm not playing something that's like the number 1 deck. But obviously it was very popular at Baltimore. But there was one game that was literally like draw pass for like 4 turns each until one of us finally got an earthen vessel or something and started cooking. But it was so bad. Just like draw, pass, draw. Nest ball, but it's a turn too late for squawk. Pass.
Oh, wait. The Snorlax block, but it has a Sylveon.
Oh.
I kept ignoring it because I thought it was just Snorlax block.
What's the name on it?
It's a Lori 127.
Okay, let me look.
They're 5-2, playing the Sylveon.
Japanese player, okay.
Probably using the Angelite. Huh.
Playing 2 Crispin.
That's what I'm assuming they're using to like accelerate to the Sylveon.
Oh, and Sparkling Crystal. Okay. Because all the evolutions are Terra Pokemon, right?
Right.
Huh.
Interesting.
I do think I understand why the Sylveon came out before the other evolutions, because it was like one of those battle decks in Japan. But I do think it's weird that we got it before all the other evolutions that we're not going to get for, what, like 2 months?
Yeah. So
yeah, that's really interesting.
Lost the Lugia, which makes sense a little bit, because they could Sylveon away the Archeops.
That's so funny.
Yeah. So
even so, like if they have any time to set up whatsoever, that's really tough.
Yeah, they get Minchino with a bunch of energy. They're going to eat through your Sylveon.
Right, exactly. Like they don't even need the energy anymore. They're just got one guy set up, and if you can't knock it out, then you can do 100 damage, but yeah,
Yeah.
That's not knocking out a Minchino or Chinchino.
So we're down to our last match. Let's see how they go. And they started 13 minutes ago on game 3, give or take.
Okay.
So they might have enough time. I'm hoping they finish quickly so we can just get into the last round for the day, and then we can all get some rest. At least it's not like the first regional where we're like, let's run the whole thing in one day.
Yeah, that was a marathon.
Like, it was like, here it's like 8 o'clock and we're still going into finals. And
what I know you had like a ETA schedule, but like what time do you think I should be ready tomorrow? Looking at everything.
We are running 4 rounds, so if the 4 rounds should run, I would actually say run faster, because we're just going to have players keep falling off and less games and so forth. I think we had Top Cut starting originally, like if we needed 6 rounds at 3, otherwise I think we're looking at 12:40.
Okay. I'll be ready at noon then.
Yeah.
Or before then.
But we might have 4 rounds of Top Cut though.
Oh, because of asymmetrical?
Asymmetrical.
Okay, yeah, that checks. I just wanted to make sure that I'm ready when you need me.
Which we could always grab someone else to cover like the first round if we needed to. But, I mean, we don't have to.
I was like, I should be good. I've got nothing planned this weekend. I actually slept in. I like woke up to check make sure the stream was all going good. Everyone was there. And I went back to bed and I slept in for the first time in like 2 weeks. It was really nice.
I went to bed at a weird time on a Friday called like 9:20.
Oh, wow, that's early.
Well, I go to bed like 9:30 every night.
Mm-hmm.
It's because I'm catching up on years of sleep.
Right.
Oh my god, last game, come on.
No,
Just
for sure.
Take the ID. Just take the ID.
No, they were playing it out.
As they should. Again, it's positioning to get into cut.
Right.
Like we're talking all out Blitzel, Pawn Art, they're in such a good place for tomorrow. And whoever wins, it has to play like one game. And then you're just playing for positioning and asymmetrical cut.
Yeah. Yeah, the more you win, the less likely it is that you're gonna have to have basically another win and into top cut. Right.
And the reminder is whoever does win this is our first automatic qualifier for Doom Worlds in August. Part of the Doom Champion Series here.
That's so fun.
Which, how many points does it give? I know first gives 200, but second gives 160. You get up to top 64 gets points. But there's a kicker for top 64 was 256. We didn't meet it this time, so only 128. So top 32 gets points. So I think everyone who makes day 2 gets points then.
That's good at least.
Let's double check here.
Yeah, I think between there was like the Buenos Aires special event, and then did you see Urside's ginormous Pocket tournament?
Yeah, Pocket's pulling down some numbers right now with the tournaments.
It's just wild.
It makes me like the biggest issue I have running a Pocket tournament is I do not have cash prizing to give out.
Right.
And that seems to be the norm right now.
I mean, there's no code cards for you to be able to give. Like, it makes sense because there's built-in pricing, right, for live, but
right, we have code cards which works for people because like then you can craft and you can do everything you need to.
Yeah, I noticed that day camp.
It's simple enough that anyone can come in and play it right away.
Yeah, I've also noticed quite a few I was gonna say professional, but I meant competitive Go players have been playing it too. I think it's just when you play Pokemon, you love Pokemon, and for a lot of people, the Pokemon cards are nostalgic, and like this is just like a simplified version of the TCG. Like this is probably closer to what you played as a kid because you didn't understand how the cards worked, right?
Right. And then running only like a 20 card deck, and like it's simple enough. It costs money though. The biggest thing it's going to come into it is for some people is then you go, okay, the CCG costs money too.
Right.
I can buy singles. I can buy my deck. With Pocket, I cannot right now. I can say I've spent the equivalent of about $80 right now. 75 of that though was about equivalent of was thanks to TPCI for the free in-game stuff. So if I didn't have that connection giving me like the ability to like boost up, so I have like 2.5 of the 3 meta decks right now. I don't know how much I do. On top of that, some people do bring up there's no bugs. There is. You can actually crash the game fairly easily if you play too fast.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I've crashed the game like 4 or 5 times.
Really?
Yeah.
I also kind of think, I mean, yes, for live, it also depends on the device you're using, but like I have an older iPhone and Pocket definitely does not run very fast on my phone, which is fine.
I've got an S23 and it runs fairly fast. The trades is going to be interesting, yeah, because you might be able to buy stuff on the secondary market. There is some thought that trades will cost money.
I saw stuff about how it'll probably cost the like dust. I don't remember what it's called, but like they have. That's the other thing that I don't like about games, and what I kind of like that TCG Live is getting away from is like that they have multiple forms of in-game currency.
Yes. Oh my God. There's like I played Star Trek Online. There's like 7 forms of in-game currency.
Nah. And there's like if we have like 2, because there's like the one you can earn for free and the one you buy. Okay, that's fine. I get it. That makes sense. But if you have more than 3, at that point you're like, what is even going on?
I have never used the gold. I have like 27,000 gold.
In Live, yeah, I have a bunch, and I've even used some. I've used some to get like the cosmetic items, and I have so much still.
Yeah, I think I bought up all the cosmetic items, and I'm still well above.
It's so silly.
Just still waiting on that last game. This is the hard part. Like online tournaments, we can't like run a camera over or like stand over them for the last one or something.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Sandy Beach does bring up a good thing. It's hard to have bugs when your game is simplified at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is also a reason why to do it that way. Modify it, do it. There you go. Hey, the last round finished. Last one finished. So that means we've got to find a game.
All right, last round for the day. Let's make it a good one.
So we have a couple people who will be playing. Let's go ahead and make sure round 8 is announced. All right. Looking, seeing who would have a good one. Oh wait, I didn't pair the round. I'm like, why is there not a thing there? That's why.
You have been live for 8 hours, so
yeah, I'm there. Okay, so Callie's one. We can ask. I could find out. Oh, that's against Nerve Control for some reason with Maridon. Alex Hamilton. Oh man, that's like again, like we might see those ones tomorrow. I'm looking for like a good, like winning in possibly.
right.
I mean, Callie's been all day. We had Callie at the beginning. Callie is essentially a winning in. I think that's what we go with.
Okay, sounds good.
We've been live for 8 hours. Just like find a game, call it good. It's again another ancient box, but it's ancient box versus Lost Zone with the new Pikachu.
Okay. That's weird.
The Lost Box with the new Pikachu, or
No, just like the idea of the matchup.
and then Callie is playing dinosaurs. They're playing with Walking Wake instead of the new one, the Koraidon. They don't like the Koraidon, they've said. So
Do they have any fighting attackers at all?
no.
Okay.
So this will be interesting. We'll see how this one ends up. Cash got up paired. And we do have we are having some players taking the ID to end the day. Possibly.
Valid, especially if it's late where they are. They're just ready for bed.
They're ready for bed. They're ready to say, okay, you know what? I'm willing to take that risk. Yeah. Like it's mostly the 5-2s. Like, okay, you know what? I can 4-0. All right, looks like the game's going. All right, here we go.
Coin flip time.
Yeah, spoil someone's chances. Have fun.
I'm assuming, does the Pika version play Sableye at all?
Yes, Hypnotics does. They play a one of Sableye with a one of psychic energy.
Okay.
So if they lost zone their psychic energy, that's it.
It just feels to me like the Sableye is like so needed to clean up, knockouts.
The
Because
interesting
you're
thing,
smacking into things for like 110.
the interesting thing about this list, it plays a Kyurem.
Oh, is this the one that actually attacks with Kyurem, so it's got the steel energy?
Yes. You can either attack with it normally or in the Lost Box. You get in the mirror, you can do it. Because a lot of Lost Box today have played like 0 mana fee. Which is...
That checks.
It checks 100%. Like I'm looking at I'm going to look at the Lost Zone whole thing right now and see just how many of the decks played mana fee. It says half of the decks who played Lost Zone today played mana fee.
Only half.
Only half. Almost a straight 50%.
What is the ace spec there? Is that the hammer?
No, that's the blender.
That's the blender. I was like, what is that? Also, we definitely almost grabbed a Walking Wake because we definitely wanted the Radiant Greninja, which is prized.
Gotta be careful with them colors.
Yeah.
So we've had a bunch of IDs, a couple people not show up. A couple people just give it to them. Yeah. One of the Miraidons just gave the control to win. They're like, we're both in. It was against control. I'm not going to win anyways. Just call it and go.
That checks. That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, you could try to talk Nujitsu your way into an ID, but you're already in day 2. 6-2, you're still in a pretty good spot.
Five cards to discard. Especially when you're playing the Walking Wakes that really don't matter. You might as well. Do we only play Pokestops on both sides? Because we could also just get rid of the Pokestops.
Yeah, but I think you're playing the blender to get rid of all the superfluous, put it one way.
For sure.
Ancient cards, especially like the Walking Wakes. Do decks need to be the same for day 2? Yes. Actually, everything is set for day 2. All I have to do is press a button tomorrow morning saying set up I think it's pair next phase. I don't remember, but I just have to press a button. It sets up. So you can look at all the lists. All that will be up. Same thing. It's just like a regular regional. So you have to play Regidrago. I'm sorry. I'm definitely going to try out Lost Box at some point.
Yeah, I want to try it with the Pikachu. It looks really fun. Also, though, we are playing the Great Tusks.
Could see the mill.
And Lost Box traditionally doesn't do great against mill archetypes.
We almost saw, was it Ryan's game we were just casting? Yeah, it was Ryan's. Like, that was just a moment ago. Where they could have won if they had a Great Tusk.
Right. Petron's really interesting, but it also basically has you auto install, which is really nice.
9 rounds, 8 rounds. 8 rounds to start today, Mr. Nick. Should say only 8 rounds. Let me double check the schedule. Should not.
I'm pretty sure it does.
Yeah, it just says 8. 8 rounds today, 4 rounds tomorrow with an asymmetric top cut.
All right, spit innocently into that Petulant. Man, we're really hurting for the Radiant Greninja. This is like just proof here of like how much this archetype relies on that as a draw engine.
I mean, Radiant Greninja is just the best Radiant card out there.
Right. I just realized too, though, I didn't even think about the fact that Petulant makes it so you could guidance and still, like, and not have to, you just have to attach for turn. I didn't even think about that. That's really great.
Yeah, I think that's the only two-prizer.
I don't think you can really afford to play anything else.
And here's the issue: if that Pikachu comes up, you have to be able to like. Well, actually, you know what? No, you can't poison it. I was like, oh, maybe we got. No, we can't poison it. Pikachu doesn't like being poisoned.
No. Yeah, I don't think there's any way for us to really ping it before we would like try to smack into it. Also, the poison with, you know, obviously we're only playing one Sableye, one Psychic Energy, so the chance of us pulling that off isn't, you know, super high, but it is kind of scary. Plus, attacking with Radiant Greninja right now would be able to knock out the Petulant and damage something else. I also think it's funny because, like, I don't know if Hypnotic plays like one Roxanne or one Iono, but both archetypes not usually playing more than just one disruption card and just having access to your whole hand like the entire game.
You flutter a Comfy and 20 Pika. Ooh, that's right. Drummer is correct with that. That is a way to get it.
For what?
You flutter a Comfy for a KO and you put the 20 on the Pika.
Yeah, it does take 2 turns to set up a flutter though.
And right now, that damage on that Petulant is could come out to hurt them if they get the Sableye.
Sableye or Greninja. Because I actually haven't paid close enough attention to even know how many we have in the Lost Zone.
7,
but
obviously.
7, obviously, but I don't think, yeah, I don't know 10 yet. We do only have 16 cards left in deck, so I feel like it's pretty likely, but... Bye-bye, Petulant. You did your best.
I did my best.
You put our Roaring Moon in the active for us.
Yeah, if you need to see any lists, Daycamp already posted in chat. Quite a few lists. Control really does feel like it's like number 1. And part of that is just like a new format.
Yeah, definitely new format, people trying new things, and can kind of let Control have a lot of fun. Unfortunately for the people trying new archetypes. Alright, I do see Sada there. We have 2 moons ready to go on our bench.
Did Thornspult make it up?
For what?
There was another Thorns that was doing really well that had Polt in it. It had actually 5 different things.
Oh. I did not see that list. Was it under other?
It's under Tigger. Tigger underscore TG. They have 521 in. This got Thorns, Polt, Melodic, Farragraph, and Cornerstone Mask. Ogre Pawn.
No, I haven't seen that.
Plays Precious Trolley as its A spec.
What does that even do?
Grabs a bunch of Pokemon and brings them out.
Oh, that one. I didn't realize that's what they translated it to.
Search your deck for any number of basic Pokemon and put them onto your bench.
You get an army right away.
I mean, that brings out whatever you need. Your Dreepies, your Phoebus, your Girafarig, Cornerstone Mask, Iron Thorns, 4 Fuecocos.
4 Litten, playing Incineroar EX.
I got the Squishmallow Fuecoco.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the half size one, not the full big one. I found it at GameStop. I was so happy. And I was like, it's
Nice.
$14.99. I said, that's 14 right price for me.
That's so great.
So he joined the rest of my family of Foy Cocos now.
That's
And
awesome.
I think Mrs. Doom's like, where did these all come from? When did you become like a plushie collector? I'm like, Foy Coco just makes me happy.
That's so good.
Because Frog has a whole bunch of plushies.
Mm-hmm.
They're actually going to see Wicked tomorrow.
Yeah, you were telling me about that. That's awesome.
I want to sit here and cast a tournament.
That'll be fun for them, though.
Have a Terra Pokemon, Air Zero, get 4 Snow Run, 3 monkeys. All the monkeys.
This is looking kind of scary. Yeah, we kind of had to booster something because otherwise, wouldn't Radiant Greninja just take 2 more prizes?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, that poor Sableye is weak to dark. Bye bye, Sableye.
Yeah, keeping the standings updated. We're down 10 of 21 matches.
Wow.
And currently we have...
We're still in game 1.
Yeah, game 1. Oh, Ryan lost.
No.
No, Ryan's one of my boys.
What
Currently,
did he play against?
Regidrago.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to do some math. I might have to fix the day 2 cut to just maybe to a straight top 8. I'm looking at stuff. I gotta see how many people make it. Because if we can't hit the points, then we just go straight top 8.
Okay.
So like again, I'll check afterwards. I'll do it later tonight. Because as it is, we have guaranteed in 15 people right now into day 2. And then we have possibility 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So about 22 people will make day 2.
That's not a ton.
We could have more if all the 521s decided to ID. But it's too late now. Ooh, Pikachu.
Is Pikachu gonna attack?
Time to Great Tusk Mill.
Only 5 cards left in the deck. Come on, Great Tusk. We got the Super Rod.
Got the Rod. We got the Seda.
I mean Night Stretcher. We need to Night Stretcher.
I mean, you get 4, but then there's still 1 off.
Right, but then they draw if they don't have a way to get back into the... yeah, if they don't have a way to get it back into the deck. I'm assuming they are playing like Super Rods and other things though, so...
I like the backup accounts strat. Like I'm saying, I'm like, man, that's kind of it's kind of busted.
Man, watching 2 Ancient Box decks in a row is making me want to build Ancient Box with 4 Great Tusk.
So like the thing is, all the Ancient Boxes were like right there, like they're all on the cusp. And like I could bring in a control deck for this round or see something like that, but we're probably going to end up seeing them tomorrow in Top Cut. We'll save them for tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Okay, so now we're not going to see a Greninja endgame. Ooh, we could see the Tusk. We could see the Tusk.
Yeah, I guess it probably was correct for us to wait a turn to see if they see it. Because if they don't see it, then we just win, right?
Right. Oh,
No, there's a Super Rod.
But
unless they're rodding to be able to Mirage Gate twice.
That's right.
Let's see. So we're still one card off is the problem.
One card off. Here, see if they do any more. Oh, nope. This feels like it's going to Lost Box. I just don't see a win con here for Ancient Box now.
I mean, they do need to have a way to get all 3 energy back onto the Pikachu.
You could check your opponent's list. It is open deck list.
Mm-hmm.
You prevent deck out here with a Super Rod regardless.
Right.
So then the question is, okay, what else do you do? Kelly's thinking it through. Like, you can mill it. Hope they don't have it. Hope you.
Yeah, we have to check what they've got left. They've only used 2 Mirage Gates, but
Was all their rods gone?
that's what I was trying to check. But we clicked off of it.
Yeah, this is the hard part. Is like we can't always see or know what is prized.
Right.
I think one of the things I love, if I was able to do an IRL casting, I would probably print out deck lists.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we did that when we casted at tabletop.
Right, and then just mark off cards as I see them.
Right. Why would we put all of them?
I don't know. Can't use Tuts if you play the Rod before Stata anyways. That is true.
No, we had Night Stretcher in hand, so we didn't need to.
Well, now this comes down to if they're able to attack here. Stretcher probably into Sableye. I wish I just showed you.
Super Rod.
Yeah,
I'm assuming if they've got Rod and one last Mirage Gate, they just have it now.
Ursaluna.
Oh well, that works too.
Big Papa Bear.
She's a mama bear.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, they got 5 ways.
They're just showing off at that point. Scoop it. Let's go to the next one. I will say that's one of the like playable cards that has a fantastic alt art that I do not own is Ursaluna, and I really want that card eventually.
Same.
It's so pretty. Also, my best friend's favorite Pokemon is Teddiursa, so it also just reminds me of her.
I just like it's like Winnie the Pooh.
It is. It's really cute. It's like one of those arts is like Ursaluna is so angy and like, you know, tanky and hits hard, but then that alt art doesn't make it seem like that at all. It's just so sweet.
All right, so updating some of the standings. All Out Blitzel is currently 8-0.
Jeez Louise.
One more win essentially puts him in. Like I said, I gotta do the maths to make sure that 27 isn't too much. That there's enough people, enough games to get there, which it makes sure there's a top 8. But I have to wait until all the games are done and how many people may cut.
Right.
But until then, and if there isn't, then we move to a top 8, and then that means you don't have to have a record, but things change. But if there is, and we can do 8 semester cut, like say we can get 10 people in, there we go, right? So I think I can still change it right now.
Before you like start the next phase?
No, I think maybe. I think you can change the phase before it starts.
Okay. We got 2 mulligans, so we have more cards to work with, which is nice. And let's see if we prized Radiant Greninja, because that would have been really helpful last game.
Let's see, Livik 1971, another control 7-1. Beat for some reason. Poor Miraidon hit double control at the end of the day.
Oh, jeez.
Pawn Art 7-1, but they also played against All Out Blitzel. So Iron Thorns currently 7-1. Who's Anti up against? Anti's up against Pidgeot Control. He almost won against All Out Blitzel. He had a bug kill his game.
No.
Which is, I hate to say, has been like kind of the theme somewhat of the day. Is just some people's runs have been killed by. I think so too, Cyrus. And again, it's just trying to make sure we have a top 8. So I want to try to figure it out now, but if it looks like we're not going to hit the 27-point requirement for enough people, then I think I can switch it to a top 8 and we should be able to pair. Now here's the thing, what they could throw in with that blender can also be picked up with that Night Stretcher.
Right. I actually kind of am digging the blender. I think I really enjoy that now we're having so many different ace specs that, yes, Prime Catcher is still objectively the best ace spec, and there's some other very, very powerful ones like Legacy Energy, but then you have archetypes like Ancient Box that could play like logically 4 different ace specs.
Yeah.
Right? Which is awesome.
Yeah, Cyrus, I usually do top 8, and that's why like this first time I'm trying to asymmetric cut, and I'm like, oh, I saw that Arctic. I mean, sometimes that's what happens. Sometimes you forget to bench something after a long day. This tournament has been live now for 8.5 hours. Which also, everyone here, give a big thank you to Mrs. Doom for being able to step up with our kids and take care of stuff. And having me be able to do this like once every like 4 months.
She's the best.
Which I think the next one might be in March.
Like right before Vancouver or after Vancouver?
I have to see when the release date is.
Dollar.
Do we even know that yet?
No,
Because we just found out about EV set.
It's Litany, thank you for the follow. NK Dave, thank you for the bit.
Oh, that was a chorus hitting the Lost Zone.
We know that the tentative release date, according to Justin
I'm gonna
Basil,
sing the Doom song now.
is in March.
But it just says March.
Yeah, it just says March.
Isn't Vancouver early March?
It's like the first weekend in March.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Badu is insane. Daycamp, welcome back to Doomco as the CEO of Birds. Can you please ask them to stop pooping on Emmy's car?
Yeah, I have a new car.
It's not nice. How are they getting into the garage to our private parking spots? I don't know either. So please stop that.
The birds just want to be my friend.
Yeah. Yeah. Currently, January 17th for Prismatic Evolution, I think is the tentative release date. Then it just says March 2025, May 2025.
Okay.
And then we have September and November, the next two. But we don't even know in the next set list right now. All we know is like Clefairy EX, Zoroark EX, Grimmsnarl EX, Ends Reshiram, and that's it.
I'm so excited for those trainer Pokemon. They're going to be so cool.
I know. And that's even if that is the set that does it. Yeah,
because we don't know for sure yet, right?
Yeah, I would assume so, though. if you go by the numbers, the set numbers, they go always 4s. 9 is after this one, which is number 8. So you're in a new set of 4s and mechanics.
Okay, so that makes sense, like logically.
Like, Battle Styles was like, I want to say set number 5, and like you had Battle Styles, Fusion Strike, all those all came in that 4 sets. Did a single list with Togekiss stay to this tournament? I don't believe so.
What deck would logically have the room to play Togekiss?
We saw a Goldingo with it earlier today.
That makes sense. That is the first archetype that I've heard that actually makes sense to me for a second. It's a really cool card, a really interesting card design, but I just don't know what would have room for it.
The Goldingo ended 3-1 drop?
Oh, they probably just had to leave.
Yeah, and the other one's 5-3, so they don't make it. What's up, everyone coming in from Trust Your Pilot stream? I'm Senior Doom, professional illustrator, tournament organizer, and part-time lumberjack. Joining me is the ever-amazing Pokemans, whose car keeps getting pooped on by birds, and so we're yelling at birds right now.
I like this random anecdote that we've made up.
I know. How can I keep going for 8 hours? I've done a 14 and 16 hour stream before, so 8 hours is nothing.
Also, you've had guest casters kind of throughout the day. Obviously, you've been present and dealing with judge calls and everything else, but
yeah, I've been able to walk away a few times.
That definitely helps.
Littlest Doom has been sitting outside my door crying for like the last hour.
Oh, poor kiddo.
So like as soon as I'm done here, I'm getting up, putting my shoes on, and then we're going to go and probably get Wendy's.
Nice. That sounds really good right now, actually. Wendy's Frosty and fries.
Did you ever try the SpongeBob Frosty?
No, I didn't.
It was pretty good. Like a lot of places didn't have it because they ran out so fast.
I don't love pineapple, but I don't hate pineapple. Like both the fruit and the flavor. So I feel like I probably would have tried it, but I don't know if I would have liked it very much.
Right.
That is so much energy to be able to pull off this Kyurem attack and so many resources.
Is this just
Holy
like a
mackerel?
Is this just like a flex? Or are they
I don't know. I mean, depending on how close we are to Sableye, like this could be a really good Sableye turn, right? Because wait, does Hypno play Lost Vacuum? Wow, that was a really poorly English phrase. Do we play Lost Vacuum?
I believe they do. Let me double check. But Trust Your Pilot, when I first started streaming, going more than 2 hours was it. I hit 2 hours and I was like, yeah, I'm bad. I'm done. Let's call it there. Hypnotic plays. I assume they do play Lost Vacuum. They play 2.
So like technically Vacuum, then you take a 3 prize turn?
Possibly, right? Yeah, because you would
9
hit
plus
3 through 3.
No. You would only take 2 prizes. I could do math, I swear, right?
Well, you take 3 prizes if you can get the 3 through
the
3.
vacuum, but without, you're only going to be able to take the 2. I don't know. That's so much resources in the discard pile, though.
No problem, William. I'll talk a little bit about why we run this as well. The Doom Championship Series, we run this because I want a good test case showing that there's a want for online play, which right now online play is taking a nice big hit considering Pocket's the new hotness right now. But even then with Pocket, you're still seeing a thing that people want online play of something.
Right.
And you can even make the case that when this first started, we were putting Pocket numbers when we first had to do this in the pandemic. And so, if anything, we have the Doom Championship Series where we have rankings, we have points given for everything. We run the events like they were official events. I did make some changes for the regionals, so it's not like, 6-2 gets you into day 2. I wanted more day 2s. I knew we weren't going to pull 2,000 players, which automatically gets you like 100 day 2 players or more. If I did 6-2, we would have like 9 players. It would just be like, let's go in top 8. But yeah, 6-2 is in. 100% in. So like I'm trying to make that case, and like also having like us cast, like it also gives an opportunity for the community for people to come in and cast. Like there's not a lot of opportunities unless you make it yourself, and it's really difficult to make yourself.
That's very true.
So I was like, well, I'm already doing this. I was doing it all by myself, and then Emmy came along, and then it was like, okay, I have Emmy, but then it's like there's so many other people who want to do it.
Yeah. I mean, it is not difficult at all to get you a wide variety of guest casters, which is awesome. But it just also proves that people want the chance and the ability and the experience.
Which, like, one of the issues we run with my tournament, I run a very casual tournament. I run it more like, hey, we're all sitting on the couch watching together. But that's what the regional is also for, is like I step back and allow these people to do it themselves.
Right.
When it's like midnight watching a game, people like to joke around. Like, it's like we're all watching Adult Swim. But like right now, it's like a little bit more serious. And I've taken it more serious as the day's gone on.
I mean, it's a bigger production. You put so much time and effort and guests and everything into it. It makes sense.
I even made a new transition. Like I had someone actually complain rightfully, I agreed with them that the old transition with the flash could cause a seizure. It wasn't flashes, but there's still a flash to it. And then I found that you could do like matte transitions where like it just cuts from one to the other, almost like a Star Wars wipe. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. So there's a new wipe. I like it a lot now. So that's why
awesome.
I'm using it. I was like, you know what, this works. And like this matchup, like we've talked about, like we're still coming in talking about things, but also, you know, there's only so much we can do. We're gonna watch this Roaring Moon hit for what, 5,000?
Yeah, billion damage.
A billion bajillion damage. Okay, 400, but it's never not KOing that Sableye.
Right.
I hit your Pikachu for bajillion jillion damage.
But literally my Pikachu is immune, so
my Pikachu's immune to bullets.
I sure hope so. Poor Pika.
Okay, there's a scene, I forget what anime it was, but it's like this really weirdly animated scene. This guy fires his bullet at him. He's like, haha, I'm bulletproof. And it bounces back at the guy and goes, well, I'm bulletproof too. And it bounces back one more time. The guy's all, oh no, that cancels out my bulletproof, and then it explodes.
Oh, jeez.
It's like, okay. It was like a little kid fight.
That's pretty great.
Hey, Drummer, message me and we can talk about it tomorrow. Because like at this point we're almost at the end. And I got a plan on how to finish everything out.
So, quick question: why did we never promote the Flutter main against these Comface?
I don't know.
That's really interesting. Because I honestly didn't even think about it until we just took this Flutter main off the prizes, and I went, wait, hold on. Something's wrong here.
But also, Drummer, if you want to promote in chat right now, go for it. You got my permission. You've got admin rights anyway, so you can add links. Here comes Sableye again.
He's just a little guy. He's so excited.
Dude, sounds like
chomping on the.
Well,
chomping
also,
on the.
Also, my voice has been racked for like the last week and a half because I had a really bad cough for a few days.
Oh, that sucks.
And also, I've been streaming for 8 hours and talking randomly, and but I'll take it. I'm taking Kira. Well, we're gonna see Sableye. You know what? Sableye is like one low key, one of my like secondary favorites.
It's a really good Pokemon.
I have a lot of fun drawing him. We are currently waiting on 4 matches, including this one, to finish out the day. And I think most of them, yeah, all of them are like 6-1s or 5-2s. They can get the KO here. They're one short of the Great Test Mill again.
I know. Great Test just wants to join the party, guys.
I mean, they kind of see it here. I mean, it might not be a bad idea anyways. If only to remove resources from them.
That's what I was thinking last game. I was like, I don't think it matters that they still have 1 card left. The cards in deck are probably needed. So let's just mill. All right, let's see what Land Collapse can do here. Because even if they... So they draw a card for
you
turn.
know what? I wouldn't mind also counter-capturing the one Comfy without the board.
Right.
Force them to use more stuff to get there. Let's see if Callie notices it.
Counter catcher. Counter catcher. Okay, Land Collapse for 4. So they draw for turn.
The rod went.
So if they don't have their last rod in hand right now.
Concede the game. Concede the... Oh, wait. Game
Even if
3.
they have the last rod, like, we have mill again.
Right. Yep.
Oh,
there
concession.
we go. Concession. What did I say? Chant it. Concede the game.
3. Okay. All right. So what we need, A. Where's the Fluttermane? Where's she at? She should join the party. 2. Great Tusk, BFF. Let's go. It's like we're playing on hard mode, not using the Fluttermanes. Like, yes, the Fluttermanes do die to like Radiant Greninja, but you can slow down their start so much. Even just like, I guess we just haven't started them, right? Like, we've started either Tusk or Moon both games, or we started Petrant the first game and then started.
Right, we haven't had much.
Yeah.
They might have had Rod. They probably just didn't have a win condition afterwards because they just mill again and then it just doesn't matter.
Right.
Just 1 second here.
Well, we do have the option of the Tusk, but no, we're going to start the Moon. Oh, starting the Kyurem there. He is a chunky retreater, so we obviously would play plenty of switch outs. Oh, just the pass! Hold up. Can we cook? No, it's probably smart to just start slow. Alright, so we do see Explorer's Guidance here. Looks like we're eyeing up another Explorer's Guidance in an Earthen Vessel.
Alright, I've got a very special third caster coming in. His name is Little Doom. you might hear some noises. So
we see just the pass from Kiraman active pass, and then now we're on this turn.
Can we see a donk?
No, because we only had guidance.
Oh.
So.
No way to like just keep drawing through, possibly?
No, I think we kind of had to play the guidance. There's like, we had to get, established as much as we could, but. I do really like I'm already forgetting what the ace spec is called. The blender.
The one where you take 5 cards and you throw them into the discard for funsies.
You yeet them.
Ooh, the pal pad?
Interesting. I guess we haven't really used it.
Yeah.
Both games we haven't really used it.
Sealed.
Okay. I think you just attach and pass.
Yeah.
They did nothing.
They possibly have Colress.
Very likely they have Colress, but
I mean,
they live to another day.
99% of the time. Oh!
What?
That's game. That has to be game right there.
Yeah, we just have to.
No, grab the blender.
Don't even.
Grab the blender. The blender would have guaranteed it.
It doesn't matter. We're already doing 150.
It doesn't matter. Callie takes the game here, stamps their way into game 2. They have now stamped their way into day 2.
What?
Wow.
Oh man.
Not the way you want to end your day.
Yeah, that's such a bummer, but it happens. Every deck, it's a possibility.
That's
man, oh man.
Wow. Callie knocks themselves up to 6-2, up to 10th place. And stamps their day 2. Now they made their day 2 even easier. And currently, oh man, ad break's gonna start here in just a moment. I can't stall it, can I? I think I do. Oh, I was able to snooze it because like we just need enough time to finish up without having a thing there.
Like sometimes it pops up for me, but it didn't pop up for me this time. So I'm glad you caught it.
Right. I just made sure. Yeah, let's update the standings. We're currently waiting on 3 matches, but we are at the point we can't watch anything, and there's no reason to hang around watching more, right?
Yeah. Let's just rest up for tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow starts.
Great.
So for everyone who is playing, tomorrow starts same time as today. So 8 a.m. Pacific time. I will at least announce like 5 minutes ahead of time that, hey, here's things coming. We'll get it going. I believe Ryan and Koopa are your first casters for the day. And Emmy and I will be on for the top cut or whatever that is. If it's asymmetric or just top 8, we will know soon enough. Again, here is your current top people. Gravies and Anti will be in. Just one will go in at 6-2, one will go in at 7-1. I believe they're playing each other. No, they're not, but they still playing. So a couple different people. Let's see who is on so we can get a raid going here. Who is on that we could raid? You know, we could raid Gengar. Led. We haven't raided her in a while.
Yeah, might as well. Azul raids you, you raid Lorelei.
Yeah, I think that's fair, right?
Yeah.
So, with the can I play? That sucks. Cash beat the 5-2 guy, ruining their day.
Oh no. So
again, I'm Senior Doom, tournament organizer, professional illustrator, part-time lumberjack. With me is Pokemans, the ever amazing Pokemans, person who owns a car that is the enemy of birds. We will be back tomorrow. Hopefully see you then. Emmy, anything you last want to say?
No, see you guys tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow.